Streamlaments. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
Thanks, Tripwire. It used to cost $1,500 or $1,200 to fully refill it. You can buy a new gun for that. Interesting.
internet. I hope you all doing well. Long time no see, but it is what it is. Hopefully September we're gonna pump more videos, so there's gonna be much more content from Wizard. But today we have a situation. We have the situation about WoW private server. So for September warm-up, we have situation where Blizzard Entertainment Limited had filed a lawsuit against Turtle WoW. Turtle WoW is the biggest World of Warcraft server. They are claiming to have 50,000 online. And it also, this situation, this legal precedence, also extends to the situation that happened some time ago, where Square Enix has took down the mods. What frustrates me is emerged of 100 content creators from the ocean. They emerged like sirens, and now they are making videos about the situation, and they don't know shit. I'm also not a lawyer. You can see I'm not like some legal eagle, but I have observed this space for 15 years or even more. So I have seen FBI raids, I have seen lawsuits, I have seen huge fines. So I have understanding how it works. Contrary to popular belief, private servers and any type of, inherently, they are not illegal. And when I hear content creators saying, oh, the Blizzard, the Square Enix have every right to shut down the mod of the private server. They have right to do it if the modification or the private server is done in a fucked up way. So in today's video, we're gonna look at Turtle WoW project, and I'm gonna point where did they fucked up to invoke Blizzard wrath. So without further ado, let's go straight into it. 2 weeks ago, Blizzard Entertainment Limited had put a lawsuit on the Turtle WoW server. And today we're gonna do audit if Turtle WoW, they learn the lessons and they become more sneaky, or they still... Time for the Wizard audit. So they have redone their website about some days ago. And let's see if they are going to try to dodge the bullet or eat it. So first I had to check if the Turtle WoW is still in place, the name. Yes, it's still on the website, 2 cases. So, that's the first problem. Calling server WoW, the Blizzard may do not have the, they didn't copyright the WoW. I checked the files, it didn't seem like they copyright the name WoW. They can argue that in a common player perception, the WoW stands for World of Warcraft. So now to translate it to normal human language from the lawyer bullshit. Let's say I will ask you how a rubber duck looks like. Please describe it to me. And probably most of you, maybe 90% will say rubber duck is yellow, it have red beak. There is no rules that says how rubber duck should look like, because we all have common perception that it's yellow and have red beak. The same, the Blizzard lawyer can go to the judge. We may do not own a WoW shortcut, this acronym, but in common perception of the players and the public, WoW means World of Warcraft. Therefore, they are impersonating us. And it's up to the judge to decide. So my first recommendation would be change the name Turtle WoW, remove the WoW part. Do not give lawyers ammunition from Blizzard to bagush you. The next, I will say, screenshots. Use the screenshots from the game, in-game graphics in the screenshot. Oh, it's not bad, but it's not great, you know? Using like graphics and in-game screenshots, it's not instant demolition. Why? Because also the press uses the graphic, the YouTube reviews, Twitch streamers using it. So it's not clear cut. If Blizzard would said, hey, using our screenshot and using our graphics on your website or in your articles, it's clear validation of our, you know, copyright infringing, you will have to bomb half of the internet, okay? They didn't say that. They said that you are using the graphics from the game to impersonate the official WoW servers. And screenshot and graphics are not big deal. They are kinda if, but they are building them the case. They are giving them ammunition to shoot you. Ammunition for the impersonation accusation. Next big one is using World of Warcraft name. World of Warcraft, you cannot fucking mention it. You cannot just, oh yes, say, oh, World of Warcraft this, World of Warcraft that. It belongs to Blizzard, like copyrighted. They have all legal rights to this name. You cannot put it on your private server, official website, anywhere. Anywhere it is just big no-no. What the fuck you doing? Do you have any lawyers? Do you have anyone with brain on this fucking server or what? This is, oof, this is big bad. No, World of Warcraft name should be completely removed from the website. And now time for creme de la creme, download section. With launcher itself, with launcher only, you can try to weasel your ass out because it's the copyright infringement do not happening on the website. You are just giving the tool. The launcher itself, it do not have any Blizzard code in it. It is custom application. It do not on its own do shit. User have to download it on his computer, press the button, and then where the infringement is happening. The perfect way of doing it, the clean way so you cannot your ass blasted is people have original WoW downloaded from Blizzard, from Battle.net, and then you giving them the folder with the files that overwrite Blizzard files. And the user on their computer have to combine it together. And by that, the user break the terms of service because he modified his game to connect to your server. Alright, this is the cleanest way to do it. Launcher is the second in tier of satanic powers. Alright, launcher is number 2. How it works, I can give you example of the Twitch whores, you know? You have a Twitch lady, she's showing their booba, and then there is a link below that it's like aggregate. You press it because you cannot send people to pussy and titty straight away. It sends you to like the link tree. And then from this link tree you can see some vagina and titas. Okay, this is how it works. The same principle. You do not give people a game directly. They just have to go around. And this is some, you know, can backdoor in the prosecution. So launcher is, but having a full client download, oh my god. Hosting modified World of Warcraft client on your server and having people direct fucking link to it, this is disaster. This is death sentence for this server. Complete retards. Why have you done it? Why have you done it? Now they got you. This, it cannot be whistled out. This is piracy, copyright infringement, breaking 50 TOS. You're gonna get cooked for that. You're gonna get completely demolished. Judge gonna see this shit and how you call it, subpoena. He just gonna call the server where you host all of this shit, and you're gonna ask, the court gonna ask, hey, how many times it was downloaded? And you guys gonna get charged For every download for this client, they're gonna charge you for copyright infringement like 10k euro, 20k euro, multiply it by number of downloads, and the fine gonna be fucking, it's gonna, the zeros will not match on the screen, okay? This is gonna be complete disaster. They have your addresses, they have your assets. I request immediate evacuation. So these are the recommendations. Yes, immediately clean the server, delete everything, copy it, move it to Russia, rename it to Turtle Cock, and try to settle with Blizzard. Tell them, hey, we destroyed everything, we are not gonna return, please don't punish us. You won't survive from that, you fucked up, you will get into multi-generational debt. They're gonna charge you for every download, and they have every right, so you will not run from it. They want to put example of us, because multiple servers use the loophole, use the gate to build servers, and they will make example out of you to scare everyone else. Fortunately, we, Lineage 2 and this also have similar project, and we were first to move our game from old engine to new engine. Our Lineage server have already Unreal Engine 4 version of the game running, and we pumping. Anyway, I can show you how shit should be made properly so you won't get blasted by the lawsuit. So here is the website of the project. First, the name of it is A Global Masterwork. And Masterwork refers to when you have an item in Lineage, and when you craft it, it have 5% chance to crit. When it crits, it's called Masterwork, and it's super good. On the website, you won't find any potential names that could make them liable to copyright, like Lineage or NCSoft or anything. No. Clean. All art custom made. Those clearly AI stuff, well made, by the way. I can clearly tell what armor there are. Where if you are a Lineage fan, by the way, tell me in the comments below what armor those is. I will judge you. So in-game models put into AI, and redone as AI art for the website. Zero official screenshots, zero official art, everything custom made. And then when you try to download the game, you press the file. You have updater, launcher, and you have torrent. And what's the difference between torrent and pulling the client directly from your server? Torrent, you do not download the game directly, you download the file, and then this file leads you to other people's computers that host the game. The game is not directly hosted in the server. This is basic. And this server operates for like 15 years already. And even with all of those ninja techniques, inside the fourth area. Our season 6 may be the last one. Probably cease to exist. Well, what's happening? NCSoft said already. It is not economically viable. We cannot win with those bosses in Russian courts. We cannot back them. What we can do? They want to contact the government, and they want to brand all of the private servers as danger for minors, gambling, fraud, danger, safety, security. You know, your regular bullshit. They want to use the like online safety act, use their own name, I forgot the name, to brand those servers as a den of evil, of gambling, minor abuse, what the fuck they doing there, super illegal, and the government just broke all of them at once. That's their idea how to deal with hundreds and hundreds of servers that are pumping for Lineage. And as you know, EU and UK citizens are doomed as bricks, so they will say, oh yes, we have to protect the children are in danger, oh they food, gambling, verboten, ja, Schluss, alle Server kaputt, ja! And now, you probably can look on the YouTube timer, and it's almost 15 minutes mark, and you may ask, but why we give a fuck? Well, if you ever played Turtele WoW, your email gonna be there. And Blizzard Entertainment Limited is demanding all the database, all the files in the lawsuit. We want it. Show it to us. Now they can take those emails that we'll get from the lawsuit, compare them to their Battle.net accounts, and they can ban all those people. Because if you played on private server, you had validated the terms of service of using Blizzard game. For better understanding how this shit works, let me give you a real life example. You bought a new car, vicious beast, Nissan Juke, and you take this Nissan Juke to your local mechanic to give you some modification. You chop off your muffler, you chop off your exhaust, push straight pipe, whoa, 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 200 decibels action, and neighborhoods wants to bagoosh you. And you whoa, 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 turning on the road, you are loud, and then police stops you and say, what the fuck you doing? Who is gonna pay the ticket? You or the mechanic that cut off your pipe? You're gonna pay it. So more or less, this is how it functions. So possibility that Blizzard will bagoosh some people to show an example to not play on private server is in real possibility. Keeping in mind that they will transfer your character to different teams. As for the Wally Kurtele developers, you did an amazing job. You are pushing the new Dele forward. You are making good project for the games. It would be shame to get bagooed and never to return. Try to settle, rebrand the project, make it more ninja, and continue your adventure. That will be the wizard advice. And yes, that's all I have for you today. If you want to see more, there is a Twitch. Why it's fucking casting fireballs when I don't say fireball? But for now, wizard out.
Let's pretend we didn't see that.
I'm sure that by now you're well aware of what the concept of crowdfunding is. It involves someone coming up with an interesting idea, and in order to make that idea come to life, they ask people who are interested in it to fund it. For me personally, one of the first websites that come to mind when I think of crowdfunding is Kickstarter. One could actually say that it was one of its early pioneers. And while it did create a lot of success stories, on the other side of that same coin, it also created a lot of horror stories. There are so many examples of disastrous Kickstarter campaigns, ones that were fully funded by the community, sometimes exceeding the goal, and yet they still managed to either under-deliver or straight up not deliver anything, with the most common reason simply being inexperience and mismanagement. One of the most infamous examples of this was back in 2014 by the massive channel at the time, the Yogscast. They wanted to make their own game and raised over $500,000 only to then fail spectacularly. They hired the wrong people, got scammed, and ended up giving a completely unrelated game to their backers as an apology instead of refunding them. It was a huge story, and their reputation never truly recovered after this. But just like how failed campaigns can be because of inexperience or mismanagement or both, sometimes you get the added bonus of extremely scummy and nasty behavior. And that's exactly what ended up happening with Puff Pal's Island Skies. Marketed as an extremely wholesome and cozy game meant to compete directly with already well-established titles such as Animal Crossing. So many people ended up being charmed by this game that it had beaten its original goal by 3,300%. This was back in 2022. Today, we're in 2025. And if you go to this button that says pre-order the game, you're met with a page that says that the original domain of this game is now for sale at the very low price of $100. How the hell could this happen to a game who wanted to only raise $75,000 and ended up with over $2.5 million? And why the hell are there 5 total lawsuits currently ongoing suing the developer for almost the same amount they raised, which is $2.1 million? Well, as you might expect, this didn't happen overnight. This is a multi-year disaster that involved scamming over 42,000 backers, but also anyone they pretty much hired for this project, while currently dodging multiple lawsuits. If you've seen catastrophic crowdfunding campaigns before, then trust me, this is on another level. This topic was suggested to me by a viewer in my Discord, and seeing that only a few people have discussed this, I figured that we had to talk about it. So, let's do this. Alright, so here's the deal. The game, Puff Pals Island Skies, didn't just come out of nowhere. The company behind it is Fluffnest, and they were an extremely successful plushie company. It was actually founded back in 2020 and had very humble beginnings on Kickstarter, managing to raise over $170,000 as the community was very captivated by its very adorable plushies. What really put them on the map, other than their very cute plushie designs, was how quickly and effectively they were able to grow their social media accounts, accruing hundreds of thousands of followers. The person behind these very cute plushie designs was none other than Lily, and she ran Fluffnest with the co-founder, David. And I mean, look, it didn't take long. After blowing up on social media so quickly, their reputation also took off. Within the plushie enthusiast community, they were known as having high-quality, soft, and durable plushies. And while they found big success within this community, David and Lily saw further opportunity in a domain heavily lacking competition: cozy gaming. I mean, look, just as an example, there's this one Facebook group with over 600,000 members by the name of Cozy Gamers. These people are always on the lookout for something that's cozy, and they are not shy spenders. You give them something they want, and they'll gladly give you all the money you're asking for. As an example, Stardew Valley is a game that perfectly fits their criteria, and by December 2024, the game had sold over 41 million copies, a number that can easily make multi-billion-dollar companies jealous. On the other hand, one of its few competitors is Animal Crossing on Nintendo consoles. And if we talk about the Nintendo Switch specifically with its first-party game roster, Animal Crossing New Horizons was the second best-selling game at 47 million copies, with only Mario Kart 8 Deluxe selling more. And for whatever reason, it was also breaking physical copy records, specifically in Japan, selling over 8 million units. It was undeniable at this point. This market wanted more cozy games, and they were willing to spend a lot for them. And so, as people online were never running out of good things to say about Fluffnest, like this user saying they're very high quality, honestly better than most smaller plush companies, I definitely recommend them, Fluffnest decided to tap into that reputation in order to take the unorthodox route of developing their own cozy game set within the universe of its own plushies, which they called Puff Pals. They would reveal the trailer of this game to the world for the first time during the Wholesome Direct showcase. This is an indie game showcase focused on cozy games that's part of the Summer Game Fest. The game's name was going to be Puff Pals Island Skies. And to say that people were excited about something that seemed to be maybe the first worthy competitor to Animal Crossing was an understatement. Fluffnest would use its already well-established presence on social media to advertise the game, and since it was directly related to its plushie universe, it didn't feel out of place. It felt just right, and it made people who were already interested in their plushies check out the game too. What would then follow is such an extremely well-executed Kickstarter campaign that you'd think you were dealing with someone who has a PhD in marketing. In reality, though, you were dealing with the Wolf of Wall Street. Around April 7th, 2022, Puff Pals Island Skies would officially launch its crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter with the goal of $75,000. It didn't take long for it, though, to completely eclipse that initial goal, and within just a couple of weeks, it would top over $1 million in funding. And I mean, if you look at this timeline here, by April 30th, 2022, they had reached $1.3 million. However, what's ridiculously impressive here is that within a week, on May 7th, they had doubled that amount, raising over $2.5 million and calling this campaign an astounding success. This is when Lily would make a personal post thanking everyone for making her dream come true. But hold on a second, let's take a step back here. Social media presence for a plushie company can definitely help with a game like this, but to beat your initial funding goal by 3,300%? How did that even happen exactly? Well, of course, there's a number of factors. Most campaigns on Kickstarters will have stretch goals. The initial goal would be to literally just make the game at its most basic form, but the more money you raise, the more features you unlock, like cooking, fishing, a free pet for all backers, and of course multiplayer at $1 million. That definitely helped with motivation for funding. What also helped is that the Kickstarter itself seemed very professionally made. You had a lot of the features already laid out as if they were already being worked on. And the fact that this was going to be not just on PC, but on Mac, mobile, and Switch as well, that made it all the more enticing. But still, it doesn't really explain why they made so much damn money. One could look at the different tiers, like how there were some that were priced at $5,000, allowing you to design your own Tough Cow to be an NPC in the game, for example. Or how for $2,500 each, you could design either an outfit or a board. Those definitely helped, seeing that every one of those tiers completely sold out. But still, there was one missing piece of the puzzle here that really helped them raise so much money in such a short period of time. And the answer to that, of course, is plushie. When I told you about Fluffness, I wasn't fully honest when it came to their business model. Yeah, they made big, very high quality and soft plushies, but they didn't make them permanently. When one of their many designs would sell out, it wouldn't be restocked. So there was a big factor of FOMO, otherwise known as fear of missing out. As you can see, this dragon, for example, was limited edition. Once it would sell out, it would never get sold again. This is part of the reason why their business was so successful. You'd have people spend a lot of money trying to collect as many of these plushies as they could, because once sold out, they'd never be sold again. Fluffnest understood this all too well, which is where add-ons come in. You see, in a Kickstarter, you can pledge whatever tier you want, like for example, getting the game for $20, but then after having pledged, you can add add-ons to your total order. And in this case, they had quite a few plushies that were very highly sought after, sold only on Kickstarter, never to be sold again anywhere else, especially not their website. But since you could only buy them after pledging an amount to the Kickstarter campaign itself, it of course made many want to just pledge, for example, $1, or hell, buy the whole game for $20 and then add this on. And of course, the amount of money paid on the add-ons would contribute to the total pledge. So if you bought the game for $20 and a plushie for $45, your total pledge would be $65, and it would count to the total $2.5 million raised. And here's the deal. Seeing that this game had 42,000 backers, all you have to do is divide 2.5 million by 42,000, and you'll see that the average pledge by backers on this game was close to $59 each. Seeing that over 30,000 of those backers paid $20 for the game or $30 for alpha access, it's safe to say that most of them bought an add-on like a plushie that truly helped this game raise such a ridiculous amount of money in such a short amount of time. It seemed like Fluffnest really knew what they were doing, to a worrying degree. This was an incredible effort to make people have the highest of expectations for this game's development. So once the campaign ended, there was no time to waste. For the next year and a half, they would encourage all backers to join their official Discord server to hang out and build a community together, and this is where you would also be able to interact directly with both Lily and David, as we can see right here on this video call, in which they were having fun with They would also share some processes of the game's development, like its music production, and overall, it seemed like they were on the right track. But, as you can imagine, it wouldn't take long until they would face their first setback. On September 22, 2023, Fluffnest proposed an update on its Kickstarter. The alpha's release date was being delayed by around a month. It was meant to come out on September 2023 and is now being delayed until the end of October of that same year. They would explain that they're doing this for design changes, implementation, quality assurance freeze, a 1-week buffer for whatever reason. But hey, even though it was a slight delay, people didn't really think much of it. And honestly, at the time, if you still wanted a refund, you could get it. Not to mention that Fluffnest wasn't just hiring just about anyone to work on this game. They had hired Room 8 Studio to do the outsourcing for, well, the majority of the game. This is a studio with many AAA games in its portfolio, so hey, Fluffnest was taking this seriously. And so the big day came. On October 31st, 2023, almost a year and a half after fully funding the campaign over 3,000% of their funding goal, they would finally release the alpha. If you were an alpha backer, you would receive a key and you'd redeem it on Steam. However, just one thing to point out before we get into the alpha itself, around a week beforehand, they wanted to confirm the participation of backers in the alpha. That way they can send them the keys. But the way they did this was in a survey format. So if you were an alpha backer and didn't see this update, you wouldn't get a key. And hell, if you were an alpha backer and filled this form out, then you probably also wouldn't get a key because it was kind of disordered. But guys, don't worry. After a couple of weeks of this alpha, Fluffnest had collected its feedback and things were going smoothly. People were kind of okay with the controls, hated the camera, had a lot of feedback to give, and Fluffnest was listening. They were already ready to work on Alpha 2. Let's go! Yeah, sure, there's a few backers in the comments saying I've never received an Alpha key, but whatever. They'll get it for Alpha 2, okay? Don't worry. During the first alpha, within the first and second week, they had released the Alpha 1.1 patch and Alpha 2. This was normal, and when the testing period had ended and they had collected feedback, backers were expecting the next big patch to be Alpha 2. But a few months had passed by, and on February 21st, 2024, they had released Alpha 1.3 with max support. There were a lot of enhancements, updates, patches, bug fixes. I mean, yeah, sure, they were taking their time and being a bit slower, but hey, at least they were doing something, right? Well, almost no one could have predicted this at the time, but this innocent post filled with many exciting updates to the game would actually be the last ever meaningful update that this game has ever. So up to this point, this game was great. It's getting updated both on Discord and its Kickstarter. Not going more than 1 or 2 months without an update. But all of a sudden, since February of 2024, they had not posted anything, and the silence was deafening. People were thinking, guys, where's the game? What's going on? And so it wasn't until August 5th, 2024, 6 months after their last update, that they actually posted something on Kickstarter, saying, you may have noticed that we've been a bit quieter than usual with our updates. During this time, we've been doing work behind the curtains, making sure we're on the right track and refining our plans. While we may not have updates as frequently as before, we want to assure you that progress is being made. Although some details are still being finalized, we're excited about the direction we're headed and we're committed to sharing important milestones with you. Thank you for always having our back, and we can't wait to show you what's next. With a cute little pleading face emoji. Aww. They would then go ahead and showcase some things they've been working on, like the fishing minigames, the Puff Pals themselves in the game, how they're gonna look. But as you can see, for the majority of this post, it was mostly just concept art. They only showed off one biome and some little aspect of the UI, but then the other half of this post was the community corner where they talk about stuff happening in the Discord server. It was a very lackluster update for having waited 6 months. Some backers said things like, finally, I've been waiting for an update for ages. Thank you for the update and hopefully it'll be more frequent. It was definitely weird that they all of a sudden took 6 months off like that, only to come back with such lackluster updates, but hey, people were still hopeful and optimistic. I mean, after all, this game raised so much money and was backed by a successful plushie company. But much to their disappointment, the silence would begin again. And they would only receive another update yet another 4 months later on December 12th, 2024. And this time, it wasn't an update like the last one, it was a statement written by the CEO and co-founder David Kemp, where he would say, hey everyone, we know you've been eager to hear more about Island Skies, and we appreciate your patience as we've been navigating the important internal changes. First, the game is still coming. This has set us back, and we expect to be able to maintain our original timeline within a few months. Below, I'll outline a bit of why we've had to stay so quiet and when we can expect things to improve. Following issues at the start of this year, it became clear that we needed to change how our team works. Part of this process was adjusting our contracts with the people working on the game to empower them beyond what their current contract supports. In the previous form of the contract, roles and deliverables were too specifically outlined, exposing team members to legal risk if they go outside or beyond their mandate, which for obvious reasons can introduce inefficiencies. All parties were entirely supportive of this change from the start, and there has been no conflict over the terms of the agreement. However, changes like this often involve legal hoops to jump through and boxes to check. This process is taking much longer than initially anticipated, and our current contract limits our ability to share anything until things are final. Whether it's content released for the game, details about the reorganization process, or updates to the alpha build. Watching the frustration of the community without being able to communicate what's been happening has been the most difficult part of making Island Skies so far. Our team is eager to show you what we've been working on, and we won't start to look for updates during this time. That said, these changes are necessary, and we will always do what needs to be done to make Island Skies a reality and the best game it can be. I'm very happy to have gotten the green light from all the lawyers involved to finally share this update and to be close to finishing up this process. We're planning to bring you another update like this at the beginning of February to share where things stand. Thank you for being with us through this. We're wishing you a happy holiday season, and we can't wait to share more with you. Here, signed. Whoa, what the hell was going on? But more importantly, how is this the backers problem? This statement felt like David was just venting about legal issues he was having at his company without giving anyone any meaningful updates on the game itself. It just felt out of place. The community this time was not as supportive as the last update. They were disappointed with how little they were being communicated with, and a lot of them started getting very worried. Whereas this game headed, it's been a long time, and it's still on Alpha 1.2. Nothing has been changed in the game itself. Nothing has been shared except a few pieces of concept art. And this is when people, just like this person here who's pledged $225, would start asking for refunds by emailing reports@fluffnest.com. This very professional and successful plushie company was losing all the goodwill it had garnered and used to make this game's funding possible. But we were only still at the tip of the iceberg. Around 3 weeks before this very disappointing update by David, Fluffnest would announce a Black Friday sale in which you could get 25% off its entire Puff Pals roster. Seeing that 25% is a large discount and the fact that many of these plushies won't be sold again, people would naturally jump at the opportunity to buy them. As a reminder, Black Friday typically occurs around the end of November. A month would then pass, and by the end of 2024, you start seeing more and more people complain about the fact that their shipping still wasn't even saying that Fluffnest had overcharged them for shipping. You start seeing many stories like this user here saying that this happened to them, and that they have been emailing them for over a week to get a refund, and that they never responded. They even detailed how for large
Metric
purchases, they
English.
used to pay $9 for shipping.
Welcome
and for
to my
this
channel.
Black Friday sale, they were charging
Chief follow us on streambu.com. Remove the space allo AKB
it
used.
wasn't just being affected by the game's disastrous communication, it was being affected by its once great plushie business, too. And just as people were starting to understand that Fluffnest seemed like it was slowly falling apart, the user had found that the trademark for Island Skies and Puff Pals had been inactive for over a year. But this was far
Dobro jutro želim.
discovered by the point, because they would discover another bombshell.
Ti Milan ste mi ulepšali jutro, majke.
Was outsourcing the entire game to Room 8 Studio. Why is that a problem? Well, because it was never communicated, and Puff Pals made itself out to be something big in house by showing us this very cute little drawing of their team. Anything from a programmer to game designer to modeler to animator to...
Pa to na pamet podsjetilo. On bi da budemo drugari, ali kad god ga vidiš negde, razumeš, na normalnom mjestu, on što je tako normalno ljudsko biće ponaša čovjek od 42 godine, razumeš?
Jebi ga, šta da ti kažem. Evo, palim killing floor. Ja. Ti si već daily odradio, mogu da primetim. Poštano.
Moram da opravdam pare.
Naravno, mora da se izvuče svaki cent maksimalno. Evo, ja ovo igram na silu sad, znaš, plačem igram.
Ja sve igram na silu.
Nasilim se, jel mi krivo, ću da umrem, znači ne mogu noćima da spavam.
Jeste, rekao
Što sam dao pare?
Jeste, rekao sam.
Počeo sam čoveče da čupam i kosu, ne pečatim, ja ostvarim mi se na glavu.
Od tuge.
Alopeciju, brate, imam ono od stresa.
5 evra ili 15 evra smo mi platili Han Shodan pre 7 godina, bio je negde u early accessu. Ja sam imao
ne mogu ti se joinujem, by the way, samo da ti kažem.
Ne možda, zato što sam u solu, zato što najmanje buguje tako, čovječe.
Nije problem, samo kažem.
5 evra ili 15 smo platili taj Benny Han Shodan pre 7 godina. Ja sam ga igrao 7000 sati, Milan ga još uvijek igra, ima 8200 sati. Pričaj mi o tome ko će da ga iskoristi do zadnjih dinara. Majko moja. A što nije free to play? Da imaju više čitara. Kao ono mat kad su stavili DVD da bude free na Epic Store-u, pa su ljudi uzeli gomilu Strumpf account.
Pa jebi.
Si zaboravio?
Jes. Bozaravio sam. Nije htjelo da se pridruži. Ajde ponovo mi baci.
Nije htjelo.
Nije htjela. Čekaj da probam ja na tebe. A evo sad ide. Traveling.
Da, pojme što se sad dešava.
Travelujem.
No. Put je moj jara.
Jest. Jo, jebem li vam assignment bug. Staviš, pokaže ti se i samo ga ne vidiš. I opet moraš da očekiraš jedno i da čekiraš.
Ja sam level 0.
Super. To baš taj update sad uskoro izbacuju. Baš to.
Level 0. Ovo si ti već rekao da ovo ne radi. I zato se ni ne čudim. Znači ne može da napravi lobby sa nama dvojicom da mi učitava normalne stvari.
Ovo su strašne stvari, gospodine.
Ovo je nasilje na mozgovima.
Pa jeste. Ma ja bi poludeo, vidiš, sam igraš okej, sve. A kad si sa mnom, evo, joinovo si se. A kad si sa mnom imaš te probleme. A baš, evo, pogledaj, baš piše.
Evo
To
lepo.
su taj bug su i napisali.
Evo
Znači,
lepo piše.
taj bug. Da. Koji se tebi dešava. Kad uđeš, ljudi s više tih loadouta i pičkih mamina.
A šta očekuju da
imaju...
ljudi koji prave loadoute ne naprave ništa?
Šta da ti kažem?
Onda, mislim, radije ne.
Heavy frame receiver, samo malo. Hoću to da stavim ovdje. Može. Ne. To je i to, ide gas, brate. Startuj nešto.
Ja.
Sorry.
Imaš telefon?
Imam.
Pogledaj sad moj stream. Dok se Pogledaj moj stream dok se konektujem. Ne zato što dobro igram, nego da vidiš šta biva.
Šta se dešava?
Svaki put. Da bude ja lažov izmišljen.
Evo sad polećemo upravo.
Bude.
Dobro.
Tako svaki put. Ajde čekat ćemo.
Evo učitava ti nešto.
Tako učitava svaki put. Ako pritisnem R na tastaturi, evo R pritiskam. Neće ni to da radi.
Evo i ja sam spreman i ti tebi imao listi, da, tebi učitava, vidim. Što to je, bot?
Koji sam level? Sam level 0 ili?
Ne vidi se ništa na ekranu, samo screen kokpita unutra.
Kod tebe, kad ti pogledaš, piše ti sa strane koji su...
30 si.
Pa onda ćemo vidjeti, možda me ubaci.
70 sekundi mora da čekaš jebe.
Prošli put je uspelo da me ubaci u meč kad je isteklo vreme. Kad nisam morao da stavi više radi.
Da.
Ubacilo. Ne znam zašto.
Ovaj pizdi. 45 sekundi još.
Ko me lam pizdi?
Ma ovaj ninja, uzvrpoljio se.
Unervozeni ninja. Kaže,
ako ne kapira.
Redukuju cene neki stvari, neke poskupljuju. Reduced, pa recimo za strele za ninja. $1200 ti treba kupiš full 100 strela za onaj luk. $1200.
Dobro.
Da to pokupara možda dugo oružje. Katana te košta
Pa si vidio
1400.
kako će da, ma vidjet ćeš šta će da radi, tek piše tamo u tom peču šta će da uradi
Pročitao
sad.
sam sve, jutros.
Da.
Pročitao sam sve statistike, nisi treba da se trudi oko pištolja, pošto pištolja nema poente da koristiš, pošto su svi healovi skupi. Level 0 si, nemam custom loadout. Dobro. Samo da pogledam u shopu šta mogu da kupim, ako nemam ništa mogu da izađem slobodno. Odbijam da igram sa njihovim retardiranim loadoutima.
Biće sve u redu, ja.
Jednog dana, da. Jedna ova naše
X
snove,
Collector.
sad se vrećeš uplaćam.
Welcome to my channel.
Da li me to purple zove i onda ide. O ne dolazi, oj stan. Ne bude shvatila su.
To, Ilija, kovi.
Nesreća.
Mamu im jebem nesrećnu. Evo tu stoji kovi. Haskovče. Ide gas!
Ide gas, ono što svi vi imate oružje, ovo je već bolje, ja imam ovo smeće default. 1500
Da,
dolara.
ja kao
mi fali.
medic imam divno,
Kao level
divno.
30, kao level 30 inženjer imam level 0 oružje, znači onih 1500 bonus dolara što svi imate, ja nemam. I
Ujebote.
mogu da izađem zato što nemam nijedno custom loadout, nemam nijedno.
Nemaš.
Odbijam da igram oko. 200
Dobro,
sati me...
izlazim onda i ja, brate.
200 sati me trebalo da napravim loadout, igram sa njihovim pokičarima.
Čekaj, ali slušaj, ajde probaj sad opet da se rekonektuješ, ako neće onda će da probamo nešto drugo, ne znam.
Kabiraš?
Ma razumem te, brate, razumem te ja sve,
Ima ga reći kodiranja, razumeš?
sve te ja razumem.
Ja razumem sebe. Razumi ti mene.
Ja te razumem potpunosti. Mene takve stvari isto nerviraju u pičku materinu.
Pun ti je server, vjerojatno, ili nešto. Šta je
Moj
sad?
ovog bre, samo ja i ovaj ninja što se kaže smo unutra.
Ninja.
Connection loss, puko mi server.
Znam. A ti onda se čudiš meni.
Puku server, brate.
Čim ne učita profil normalno, ni oružje, ni loadout, ni ništa. Skill 3 mi učito, ali ne može da ti učita ništa od toga što si ti custom napravio. To je ono...
Evo, putujem, jel ja?
A,
Čisto da znaš,
da.
da putujem. Putujem. Katastrofa je ovo,
Viš?
čovječe.
Ovo se dešava kad se ti joinuješ na mene. Ti sad na mene se joinuju.
Dobro, ćeš da izađem da se ti joinuješ na mene? Ne znam.
Onda neće da mi
Stvarno ne
čita,
znam.
onda neće da mi čitao meč. Ajde vidim.
Dobro, ajde probamo, ajde
Ne,
probamo
ovo je-
sve varijante, da vidimo šta se dešava, mame mu ga navijem.
Matchmaking, cross platform matchmaking, verovatno. Ratni serveri za cross platforma rade.
Ajde, startuj gospodine. Ide gas.
Payday 2 subscription.
Kako bre, Payday 2 subscription. Dobro. Šta kažeš?
To. Pa da,
Neće, ja?
i onako ne posjedujemo zaista igru, već
Opet isto ili evo vidim, gledam ti stream.
tačno.
Motherfucker. Tu. Još 60 sekundi.
Level 1 su. Razumeš?
Nije 30 piše ovdje.
Slavko,
Da?
što si težak? Pogledaj kad pritisnem brade i izaberem karaktera. Viš kako mi čito profila.
Čekaj da vidim. Nisam na dve strane.
Ti znaš, lepo sam ti rekao da sam levelao svaku klasu na maks.
Vidim. Au, brate.
I ne samo što ti je karakter level 1, nego što ti je sav loadout ne postoji. Znaš šta imaš, kažem, ti imaš pasive aktivne. Ako možeš da igraš sa pasivima i sa gadgetom.
Evo ga. Vidi ako hoćeš ovako, ako ne da probamo drugi način.
Pa ne mogu da igram,
Ne znam.
već sam prošli put
Nemoj
tako
onda.
probao da igram. Bukvalno ne mogu da igram. Nije da mene. Nije da ja odbijam saradnju, već ovo je neizvodljivo. Je li ti radiš popodne danas?
Da.
Ne znam šta ti predložim. Ovo se ne može
Malo
igrati.
lagano.
Ne da se ja zbog tebe, nego što im je ovo užas. Blagi užas i tiha jeza.
Jeste što jeste.
Ne znam. Samo jedno me učitalo normalno, da se mogu da biram ono regularno loadout.
Igraš nešto drugo sad ili?
Hell da može. Iluminacije nam traže da
Illumination.
jest. Da pošaljemo. Čak sam igrao sa nekim nubarama na level 6. Jer oni što uđu na level 9, opet su nubovi, znaš. A oni se samo bez veze ginu. Ja sam ušao na level 6 kod ljudi koji traže relativno pitomo iskustvo. I oni se zlopate nesretnici sa iluminatima, ja uzmem fino džip i potovarim ih sa A na B, sa B na C. Radimo glavni objektiv, oni umjesto da se biju sa gomilom zombija, ja kažem samo vozim okolo i sviram dok se ne smijeli da uđu u auto. Povezim ih na izlazi, to je to, prijatno đaci. Se ja natežem sa gomilom zombija i sa onim debeljanom.
I ovi nesrećnici će ovdje da izginu, majku im jebem glupo.
Jedan lik je tamo na forumu 3 para dobro napisao, napravili ste čitavu igru da se heavy oslanja na medi klasu, za KF3, znači sve preko normala. Znači, znaš da niko ne igra medic, to ste već objasnio. Generalno ga niko ne igra, ili ga niko ne igra normalno. A nikad nije bilo teže da se igra sa medicom, nego sad u trojici. Zbog više razloga. Bomba košta $200, nije ništa posebno efektivno, čak i kad se upgrade na max, ni onda nije posebno efektivno. Možeš da baciš je na mrtv čovjeka koji je pao da ga digne, to je dobro. I to ti je tvojih $200.
Da.
A strelice su zabagovane.
Da, strelice su zabagovane totalno,
jedini
propa
što
živa.
si je onaj gadget što možeš da ga baciš 2 puta po 20 sekundi. Možda ga baciš jednom i dok ne istekne prvi put baciš ga još jednom i imaš još 20 sekundi. I daje ti damage i malo health regen, eto nije loše. I malo zombi odbija. Ništa posebno, kao nije loše. A to ti je gadget.
Hellfire, jo majku moja mila. Zašto?
Zašto dušo ne dođeš da me kući povedeš, da ti svoje srce predam, da ti staru majku gledam.
Baš tako nekako.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Ide gas.
Freedom, democracy.
For democracy.
Tech pack inbound. Calling down a support weapon. Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters.
Ide gas.
Democracy delivered. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Sender.
Fuck me.
Rare sample acquired. Requesting advanced weaponry. Thank you. Requesting vehicle. Follow me.
To ima čovječe neki problem, ne? Evo sad sam kako se zove, ušao, odmah za sekundu, meč. A ne znam što s tobom ili tako nešto.
Reloading.
Da.
location. North. Illuminate.
Extraction shuttle inbound. Squid outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. West. 200 meters. Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment package.
Illuminate. East.
Another 1 minute 30 seconds.
Illuminate. West.
Illuminate outpost destroyed. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
Gaz.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Sample collected.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Ah, super.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Jebeni impaleri.
Follow me.
Pelican 1 awaiting Helldivers. Please enter the extraction radius. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Wait, there is one more man. Wait.
Illuminate. Tagging location. New man. Calling down a sentry.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Hold position. Throwing supply beacon. Affirmative. Hold position.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Motherfucker.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Tracker mother.
Where's the last one? Dude! Mission time is over. You literally have no time.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another sweeping victory for Super Earth.
Nisi ti bio sinoć tu, šteta.
Za?
Palo je krvi do kolena. To je bilo sat i po vremena. Sat i po vremena je moj kum masirao ih. Bije pod dobrim gasom i te da igra Hunt. Pa onda je skakao iz sobi u sobu Discord. Pa prepiranje, pa priče, pa Kecman vrti s jednog na drugi kanal. Pa Discord počeo da laga, bilo nas je 8 u sobi. Počeo Discord da laga. I onda sam ja uzeo i sve provukao iz jedne u drugu sobu, ručno. Stravas. Da li me to prošlo zove?
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Ah. Feels kind of easy, right? Probably it's not. We are beyond youth of the nation.
Bum 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 bum.
Hellpod launch suspended. Hellpods prime.
Bum bum bum. Nećeju da igraju. Nećeju.
Nećedu.
Nećeju. I cepali smo 3 impelera na hard. Dobro, ja sam bio medic doduše, ali
Probaj sljedeći put.
imali su vajdu.
Probaj sljedeći put isto to bez medika. Pa mi reci kako je prošlo.
Hellpod launch initiated.
To be honest, I intentionally loaded into level 6 difficulty so I don't have to try hard like on level 9. That's whatever.
Show no mercy. Let the blood of tyrants
meters.
Kaže, ko ima došao?
I need supplies.
Nema ni...
Sorry.
To the sky.
Look at that beauty. Beauty. Thing is, we don't have hard drive, you know, guys. We're clearing this shit for nothing.
Follow me. Calling in reinforcements.
Look at that.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Neće jedu da slušaju, a?
Wait a minute. How? What was that?
Calling in reinforcements.
Who shot me?
Calling in reinforcements.
Add it to naughty list.
Mark, cancel that. Illuminate, southeast, 50 meters. Reinforcing! You will never destroy our way of life! Dropping a pin, northeast, 200 meters.
But see the fucking hard drive anywhere.
Illuminate. Reloading!
Najjači sam ili ja.
Found it, found it. Move out automatons.
Follow me!
Move it, move it, move it.
Dropping pack! Reloading! Calling in reinforcements! Throwing supply beacon! Engaging terminal! Requesting air support!
if I was you guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Careful, careful.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Really? Really?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Bull crap. Bull crap.
Tagging map. Northwest. 50 meters.
The enemy density is quite something. Throw nuke.
Reinforcement budget remaining.
Abnormal. Abnormal.
Alo.
Ovo.
Pa ja meni se učini za nešto zazvanje. Pa slušali ste da ste jel?
Done, it's done, it's done.
Tagging location. Follow me.
Fuck! Below! Below! They didn't still pick this shit up.
Reloading. Calling down supply. Calling down a support weapon.
Freedom. Spread the S-Word.
Plants. Supply.
Extract when ready.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting tac pack. Dropping a pin. South. Calling down a vehicle. Follow me.
Extraction is available.
Vehicle.
We're gonna get overwhelmed inside, please. Yeah, what I'm saying.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Have a taste of democracy. I'm sorry. Affirmative. Southeast. Fall.
They're shooting at what? What they're shooting at?
Tagging map.
Let's see.
100 meters.
My ass.
Marking location. Southeast. Illuminate. Reloading. Requesting air support.
Znam detektor vidim, mislim da vrban se neće. Ne, prošli put sam išao na pecku. Zna, ko ćeš da nosim stvari, onda to pomogu da ne.
A nema bez 2, 4, 3, ne znam, daj buva stvar,
Ko za duvede? Hoću. Dobro.
Supplies. Found something. Got a sample. Tagging that. Southwest.
As I said, it looks straightforward. It isn't. Move it. I think this belongs to you, sir.
Walker.
Forgot this. Never mind. Ships. Let's fly. Sorry.
Freedom never sleeps!
Too much shit.
Requesting air support! Affirmative.
Enemy down, baby.
Throwing supply beacon. Backpack inbound. Tagging location. Southeast. Affirmative. One life for Super Earth. Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters. Squid outpost. Requesting.
Delivering payload.
Reloading. New mag.
Found something!
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Affirmative.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Calling in reinforcements. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters. Support weapon. Illuminate. Never mind. Marking location. Mag's empty.
Oh.
Calling down supply.
Calling down a support weapon!
Illuminate. Southwest. Supply.
Supplies, right here.
Reloading. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Eagle back from the nest.
There should be a warp pad.
There is. Frosty?
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining. Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Requesting sentry!
Tagging location. Cancel that.
assist him.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
Oh! Never mind.
I'm gonna drop off samples at the exfil.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Quit! Calling in reinforcements!
Rush for friendly. I see. I see.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Probably can make. Probably. 100%. Yep.
Your Uber, sir.
Thanks!
Oh no, I gotta reload. Bad timing.
Oh, you haven't seen a clip. Oh my god, you're right.
Wait, liberties! Reinforcing!
Oh, road.
Requesting air support! Calling down a walker!
We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Ending enemy!
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Back to...
Do you want me to call down the thing?
Affirmative!
Sure, do it.
Throwing supply beam! Requesting tac pack!
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Requesting advanced
You lost
weaponry!
faith. We should be safe.
Get some! Get some!
Oh my god. Oh, artillery. Mm.
New man!
TA, T-minus 1 minute.
Squad! Tagging location.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
New man!
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
Taste the democracy! Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Do I have an easy way back up?
Preparing for touchdown.
No, no, this is like a container next to it.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Affirmative.
Are we ready?
Go,
Wait,
go,
we
go.
can,
Maybe, yeah. Well, we can, right. If he manages.
Reinforcements have been launched.
just get in, go straight in when you get in time.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Get in!
Launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete.
Oh.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The Illuminate terrorists reap what they
What a clusterfuck.
Maximum cluster.
I'll need to requisition some more hell pods. Always good to have another hero on board.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Close your eyes. Picture yourself within the hell pod. It is a mother's womb. Inside, you are safe. You have everything you need. You
We almost had to pull out. I'm relieved we didn't.
Democracy conquers all.
Launch initiated.
Supplies. Supplies. Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Sample collection. I'm on it. Follow me.
Where are they? God damn it. Can't move. Nice.
Calling in reinforcements.
I think we opened everywhere, so this doesn't seem possible. I don't know.
Follow me.
Bollocks. Bollocks. I don't know, guys. Looks like a mission fail. Oh.
Tagging location.
Oh, dude. Dude, look. The fuck?
Mission is progressing.
Affirmative.
Lol.
Dropping a pin. East.
What a
100
crap.
meters. Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Marking location. Never mind. Southeast.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Ignore. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
Back. Trust me, get back.
Eagle 1 reloading. Be back shortly.
Reloading.
Oh, here the building.
We're dropping a pin. North. 200 meters. Tagging map. Southeast. Follow me. Calling down supply.
Deploying equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
Our resolve in the face of tyranny will be their undoing. For the glory of Super Earth.
Supplies.
E.
Affirmative.
Did it.
Vehicle, east. Attacking map, north, 200 meters.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Affirmative. Found something! Mag's empty! Heavy, southeast, close. I got the terminal.
No, 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 no. That piece of shit, water. Water, P1, water.
I'm sorry.
That did one. Wait, wait, wait.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Yeah, mine too. I see.
Affirmative. South, far. Requesting air support. Heavy, southeast.
What the fuck happened? Friendly fire, careful. In front of us, look in front of us. Behind you. Nobody dies. Interesting. Ah, Jinx.
Reinforcing!
Hit reload again. Reload.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting fortification.
Epic.
Reinforcing! Sorry. Reporting to the front. Illuminate, southwest. Follow me. Hold position.
Death to the enemies of democracy!
Squids!
Dropping a pin, southwest, 200 meters. Dropping a pin, west, 200 meters. Tagging map, southwest, 100 meters. Squid outpost spotted.
Calling in reinforcements.
Sweet liberty, my leg! Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
There's only one ship.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Oh my god. Oh, minefield, I see.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
You'll pay the price!
Follow me! Illuminate, south. My life for Super Earth! Tagging location. Illuminate. Reloading!
Heavy, north, 100 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Requesting vehicle!
Calling down fortifications.
Marking location. Reloading! Point me to the enemy.
That's pretty solid. You did a better jump than Illuminate, I'd say.
Illuminate. I got the terminal. New mag.
No. You can't walk into that.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Engaging terminal. Requesting advanced weaponry. Sample. Sample, cancel that. Weapon. I got the terminal.
No, you gotta lift it up.
Illuminate northwest. I'm on it.
Up. That's it. Up.
Illuminate southeast. Call in reinforcements. Affirmative.
Impact.
Affirmative.
Keep firing.
Engaging terminal. Requesting orbital. South. Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far. Calling down supplies. Engaging terminal. Supplies.
Let's go, guys. Go, 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 go.
Follow me.
Move it, move it. Go for the exfil, trust me. Immediately. ASAP. No, no, no need to shoot anymore. Go, go.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready. Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, super samples, look at this.
Rare sample acquired. Affirmative. Enemy patrol.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Squad requesting air support. Requesting fortification.
Ending in an eagle.
I think whole game broke up.
Be back shortly. Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
my god.
Throwing supply beacon! Calling down fortifications! This called democracy!
Sending down equipment package. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling down a support weapon! Requesting air support!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Administering freedom.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Affirmative!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You leave a more free city than you found.
Welcome back. Well done. Cape looks extra sharp today, Helldiver.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Take care. Adios.
to a concept artist, while even listing some additional people they were receiving help from, most likely contractors, in different domains. This post was made in January 13, 2025. This was the first time some people were realizing that most of this game was outsourced. The fact that Studio 8 was literally the creator of Alpha 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 was still news to the majority of this community. So much for transparency and communication, right? So as people were confronting the fact that they've been lied to by Puff Pal's Island Skies and that they were being scammed by Fluff Nest and its plushies, they would finally receive another update on February 8th, 2025 on the Kickstarter. It would say, "We're here to let you know that the next Alpha update, Alpha 2, is almost ready to roll out. We're finishing up some final adjustments to make sure the islands are in working order before we announce the official Alpha 2 release date. This next phase will bring new content and features to the game, and we're incredibly excited for you to play through it. We'll be sharing the Alpha 2 date and more detailed information about this update soon. We appreciate your patience as we get everything prepped and ready. We are super excited to get into this next testing phase and hear everyone's feedback. It's been a journey, and we hope you'll enjoy what we've created so far." They then talk about how they're not sure of dates yet, how long Alpha 2 is going to last, when early access is going to be, when the full release is going to be, pretty much saying that they're winging it. And then they would say, "Looking ahead, we're working to establish more consistent communication with you. Our goal is to get back to providing regular updates after Alpha 2's release." So overall, it seemed like everything was hinging on Alpha 2, its release date, and its success. This would maybe allow Puff Pal's Island Skies to recuperate some of the trust they had lost over the last few months, and maybe even prove to some people who had already given up on the project that it's still slated to come out one day. But of course, they were met with the majority of their backers casting doubts on the fact that this is going smoothly, and some even questioning why the lack of updates. David had explained in December that it's due to restructuring contracts, but how does that make any sense? Why would updates stop just because you're reworking contracts of your employees, which weren't really your employees because you outsourced this entire game to Studio 8? Things already weren't making sense at all. The Discord server wasn't any better because for the duration of this silence that occurred throughout 2024, the only updates they'd have is new Puff Pal plushies. But hey, to be fair, just 19 days later, the game would have another update on its Kickstarter. Maybe they actually meant what they were saying. Maybe their communication was actually going to be regular now. They would again start off by saying that they apologize for the long gaps in communication, that there were external factors that prevented them from sharing information earlier, saying that they recognize how much this has impacted trust in the project and led to uncertainty with the Island Skies community. We truly appreciate your patience as we navigate this project. Alright, so what's the deal here? What is the current state of the game? They would say, up until now, we were restricted from providing updates to the community. That period has come to an end, and we are excited to summarize some of the changes we've been working on. We had hoped to have an Alpha 2 build ready alongside the lift of the information embargo, but that did not happen. Instead, we will summarize the changes here, and we'll bring you more information as we get closer to Alpha 2's launch. And then, this is when they would hit you with a big slap to the face with something that was completely unexpected. Island Skies is migrating from Unity's game engine to Unreal Engine for many small reasons. Unity's payment model change did not factor into this decision. This change has improved performance and made development move more quickly. This process started in December 2024 and is currently in progress. So all of a sudden, within 3 years of this campaign concluding on Kickstarter, they decided to switch engines. Okay, not a small feat by any means. They would then outline a bunch of features, but honestly, without images, without actual videos, you can't really believe them at this point. They then said to expect Alpha 2 within 6 to 8 weeks, so April 2025 by the latest. They would then say that by mid-2025, they would want to release early access for everyone, and then the full release would be at the end of 2025 or at the end of 2026. It would fully depend on early access feedback. But then there was a big question, which they answered, which is, why has communication been so limited? They would again reiterate that there were external circumstances that prevented them from sharing updates, but they wouldn't specify, like what external factors, what's going on exactly. They would then again say, hey, communication is going to improve, expect more stuff in Alpha 2, regular updates, community feedback with polls, discussions, etc. They've already said that a million times though. But then, this is where things would get interesting in this little update. Have any legal issues impacted production? They would go on to say, the legal issues that have primarily impacted our ability to communicate openly with our backers had a relatively smaller impact on production and are no longer ongoing. But the legal issues that impacted our ability to communicate openly do not include the lawsuit filed against Fluffnest last year by Blade Funding, which was not related to Island Skies or its funding and did not and could not have had an impact on production. They would then specify two very important things: that there are currently no outstanding legal issues that could disrupt the game's development, that they had solved things with Blade Funding, which was impacting something more related to its plushie business, and finally, that there are no financial issues with the project, saying funding has never been a concern for the game's development. And we've been very intentional about how we manage finances to ensure that Island Skies remains secure. The way we've structured things has fully protected the game from risk or litigation up to this point, and we're confident in that approach. Okay, cool, and they would even specify that you can get a refund if you wanted to by emailing info@fluffnest.com. So look, at this point, if I was a backer, this wouldn't really make me feel that good. My feelings can be summed up with this backer's comment saying, "Oh boy, each time a Kickstarter does an engine change, it means it will never come out. Unreal is a freaking pain for optimization." And that's the thing, you want to release your game on multiple platforms, including mobile, you typically go with Unity. Unreal Engine has a reputation of running like shit, and doing this so late into development. It was just red flag after red flag at this point. But hey, you know what? They had given us a date. For the first time in forever, the timeline for the Alpha 2 is going to be 6 to 8 weeks. Fine. What's the harm in waiting a couple more months after having waited more than 2 years to see what would happen? What's the harm, right? Well, more than you can imagine. Just a few days before that update got posted, the Fluffnest website would go down for multiple days. People would then look deeper into the lawsuit with Blade Funding and find out that the reason why they were being sued is because they weren't paying back any of the debts they took on for their business. Now, in the Kickstarter update, they said it was a banking issue, but seeing that they hadn't shipped any of the orders from Black Friday 2024 yet and were overcharging shipping, that was getting very hard to believe. But hey, you know what? At least the game was keeping its promise of quick communication, because only a couple weeks after their last update on March 13th, 2025, they would post another update saying that Alpha 2 was right on track, detailing their process of moving everything from Unity to Unreal, and admitting that yes, in the short term, this will impact production. In fact, we lost about 4 months of development time to make the switch since we had to rebuild and rework a lot of the systems. However, since moving to Unreal Engine, development has been running either at the same pace or even twice as fast depending on the feature. And ending this by saying that they'll check in with another update like this one on April 3rd, no matter what, so you know where we're at. But yeah, of course this sounded too good to be true, because on March 23rd, 2025, a user would make this post on the Cozy Gamer subreddit saying, "To anyone that has requested a refund of their backing for Puff Pals, I requested a refund on February 28th, which they apparently did not see. It's honestly whatever at this point, but did contribute to my patience meter." And then another one on March 5th. It came through this time, thank fucking God, and there was some back and forth regarding the email addresses, checking if everything was correct, all good. It is now March 23rd and I have yet to receive my refund. As you can see, my patience is slowly but surely running out. They would then ask others if they've been through the same experience, then posting an update saying that they know someone that requested a refund as early as January 18th, 2025 and has still not gotten a refund. More comments would corroborate this, saying that they either got ghosted or that they got a reply, gave their PayPal, and never received their refund. It seemed like Puff Pal's claim of them not being in any financial trouble and being financially stable was yet another lie. And speaking of lies, their next update would be on April 17th, 2025. They said that Alpha 2 is still on track to release in the same exact time frame, and they would show off some new UI elements, ending the statement by saying you'll hear from us again with another quick update like this on May 1st. But while people were patiently waiting for this next update, something else occurred. Around April 2025, Fluffnest's website would go back up and they would have the gall to hold a clearance sale. This user would post on Reddit and say that it's been over 43 days and his order didn't even ship yet. What's going on? Well, it turned out that just a few days ago, on May 1st, 2025, people would find out that not only did Fluffnest fire every single one of its employees, but that it was going out of business permanently. Yes, that once very successful plushie business, which went viral on social media and was known to have very high quality products, was just like that, shutting down. This news would be shared on their Fluffnest Discord server, and one of the first things they would say in their statement is that Island Skies production is secured and will not be affected, but that they would have to halt all operations related to their physical goods. This was their reasoning. Over the past few years, rising shipping costs significantly stretched our resources. Although we tried to absorb these costs without significantly raising prices, the final shipping invoices we received earlier this year were much higher than anticipated, creating a major financial shortfall. We explored several solutions to address this shortfall and to minimize customer impact, and until very recently we believed we had viable paths forward. However, in the weeks following the recent announcement of tariffs on goods from China, it became clear that the situation had changed and there was no longer a viable path forward for Fluffnest's plushies. At the same time, we've been working through refund requests for plush orders awaiting shipment and from customers unhappy with Island Skies. We expected this could create some issues, but the volume of transactions seems to have created much larger issues than this has in the past. This would not be critical on its own, but combined with everything else going on, it has quickly left us with no options. They would end this by saying that they're not able to take any new refund requests anymore, but that they would still be honoring all pre-orders. I can't imagine how shocked I'd be, not just as someone who had pledged for the game, but as a fan of their plushies. This was so incredibly sudden, but the surprises weren't going to stop anytime soon. A couple weeks later, on the 19th of May, people would also find out that Fluffnest has not only permanently shut down, but that they got rid of their entire mod and customer service team, which was also serving PuffPal's Island Skies. And at the same time, David, in the PuffPal's Discord, confirmed that due to the situation happening with the plushie company, refunds for PuffPal's Island Skies would be halted. At this point, this entire business was collapsing faster than anyone could have ever predicted, and they didn't know what to think anymore. They were told repeatedly that PuffPal's Island Skies was not financially affected by any of this, that it had all its finances secured, but it was very hard to believe at this point. For fans, this was a time of complete and utter uncertainty. People wanted concrete answers as to what would happen to their orders and the game they backed, but they couldn't find info anywhere. It would only be on May 21st, 2025 that Fluffnest would post its last ever update on the state of PuffPal's Island Skies. Here's what they had to say. Hello everyone. The development of Island Skies has been incredibly challenging, to say the least. For the past few years, we were under NDA with a third-party studio and couldn't discuss many of the things happening behind closed doors. However, now that other parties have made some of that information public, we can speak more openly about what's happened. After the Kickstarter, Fluffnest entered into a milestone agreement with Room 8 Studio to develop the features necessary to deliver early access based on the GDD we created for the campaign. The agreement was for $1.1 million over the course of 1 year. This would leave around $500,000 of wiggle room, as approximately $1 million from the Kickstarter went to taxes, fees, campaign expenses, and the production of physical goods. Even though plushies weren't included in any of the tiers, add-on plushies were still counted in the campaign total. We couldn't have been more excited to make Island Skies, and we wanted to bring in as much experience and assurance as possible. This is when they would detail production issues and management changes. While everyone at Room 8
Prêt à frapper. J'en avais pas vraiment besoin.
Je suis prête.
La douce odeur du combat. J'aurais survécu. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. On n'avait pas vraiment besoin. La douce odeur du combat.
Finesse et grâce.
Excellent. Je vais utiliser tout le feu.
En garde.
Prêt à frapper.
Finesse et grâce. Une pluie de flammes.
Ça va déjà mieux. Ça va déjà mieux.
Finesse et grâce.
Intéressant.
Ulfui. Welcome to my channel.
Corinne, Expédition 34. On dirait que notre stratégie axée sur les éléments n'a pas payé. Qui eût cru que certains névrons étaient immunisés contre tous les éléments? Mais nous avons découvert tant de choses. Par exemple, je soupçonne qu'il existe un niveau de chroma caché au-delà de ce que les pictos nous permettent de manipuler. L'appel de la chroma ne cesse d'enfler, alors que nous nous rapprochons du monolithe, mais jusque-là, nous n'avons pas réussi à puiser dedans pour l'utiliser. Peut-être que l'idée de Gustave de convertir la chroma des pictos en... Comment dit-il déjà? En lumina. Si ça se trouve, ce n'est pas si stupide que ça.
Appréciable.
survécu. J'ai déjà connu pire. Tu peux faire mieux. Prépare-toi. En pleine forme. En pleine forme. Hein? Attention, ça va faire mal.
So that's how it is.
Je vais mieux.
Si on dansait.
No.
Ok.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Excellent. Excellent. On n'avait pas vraiment besoin. Ça va déjà mieux. Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko. Revigorant. En pleine forme. Ton existence s'achève maintenant.
Pas aujourd'hui.
temps à perdre. Un peu de violence.
Finesse et grâce. Une pluie de flammes.
Tu t'en tireras pas. Excellent. Ça, c'est de l'amour. Amusons-nous un peu. Revigorant. Laisse-moi t'aider.
Lame affûtée.
Prêt à frapper. Excellent.
Survie, s'il te plaît.
Attention, Maël.
Ça va mieux.
Why are you gay?
Essaie pour voir. Il faut continuer. Ok. La chroma coule flot. Prête à esquiver. Bien. Bon. de prendre des risques. Me revoilà. Me revoilà. Pas aujourd'hui.
Tu t'en tireras pas. Ça va déjà mieux. Excellent. Un peu de violence. Frayons-nous un chemin. Ça valait la peine. Si on dansait. En pleine forme. Prêt à frapper. Pas de temps à perdre. Quel joli pied. Ça va déjà mieux. Excellent. Ça, c'est de l'amour.
Bien. Ah, ça va mieux.
Et me voilà de retour à la vie. Violence.
Ok.
À ton tour de danser.
Prête.
À mon tour.
En garde.
Prépare-toi. Prépare-toi.
Non.
Je suis prête.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Ça va déjà mieux. J'aurais survécu. Quel superbe pied.
Finesse et grâce.
Ça va déjà mieux. Ça va déjà mieux. Excellent.
Finesse et grâce.
I'm not from around. Ne znam, crna magija. Ako mi veruješ, tu su ovi drndali sa ovim mašinama i jebe ga, gledao sam poslije na kameri, snimak sa Twitcha. Znači gledam, samo čuješ da te gledam usporedi snimak. Da kreće. Razumeš? A stajalo je tu recimo, ne znam, 12 sati stalo. Kad su počeli majstori da rade, vibracija je od skaputala. Ovaj fight radim, nemoj mačak molim te, radim po treći put već. Ludog šešeđiju moram da bijem. Mamu ti jebem.
Je vais bien.
Et le voilà de retour à la ville. Merci beaucoup.
Jedan, dva, tri. Brš. Vidiš šešir. Njega ne možda napadaš, moraš direktno šešire da biješ.
Sašo Popovića.
Gdje si, Slavko?
Evo gledam.
Obskurnu klepu.
Igra od obskurnu klepu.
Di je obskurnu klepu? Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet, šest. Ne. Jedan, dva, tri, četiri. Oj! Jebote, samo nas pobi sve opet. Prošli put mi ostaje jedan karakter sa parca health.
Ilija, ti si sad u igri, neću da te moći.
Ja.
Imaš dva monitora, ne znam da li bi bio ljubazan da pogledaš kada će da bude fizičko izdanje Dying Light the Beast.
Za PlayStation.
A naravno.
A ja to treba da znam, jer ja pratim ta...
Ti to ne, ja to treba.
Kako sam ga koknuo! Marš! 500.000 experience mi je dao. Pogledaj full XP.
Armori.
I dobio sam nogu od njega. To je najvažnije od svega. Dobio sam nogicu.
Nogicu misliš?
Deals high physical damage to all enemies. 3 hits. Okej, može.
Okej.
A sinoć na sat vremena, ali je bio naš kao najgovna Blasphemous.
Da.
A ono, to je DLC-evi, znaš.
Dobro.
Ubačeno je dosta sadržaja. I onda između ostaloga ima kao neki NPC i imaš ono ti kao neko staklo kristalno. I onda tada sakupljaš parčiće toga stakla koje kao razbijeno. U stvari tada da ulaziš u neke portale, Rose Portals i onda da rješavaš tipično ono kao imaš dungeon i imaš vrijeme. I moraš da prođeš kroz dungeon, znaš. Dungeon je samo točiš, a dungeon je nakrcan preprekama.
pucao tebe, šici, čuda, po platforme, skačeš gore, sat vremena sam bio u Jugoslaviji.
I?
Odustao sam na kraju, crkneš i lude.
Znači, probao si odustao. Znaš kako ti to ide ako ne uspeš? Samo... Ne uporan sam ja, ali ostavim za sutra ujutro ili sutra dan. I onda nemaš... Sutra ćeš sigurno, recimo sad ako sedneš, vratno ćeš iz prve preći. To što znaš već šta treba se uradi. Košta te 4500 dinara. A ne znam u kojoj formi ima je, Slavko. Piše samo da je dostupnost na lageru. Janović?
Da.
Drago me si me pitao.
Kad je dostupno?
Last of Us. Imaš ga na Steamu.
Ne, čoveče, Last of Us. Čoveče Boži.
Odgovaram na 5 pitanja odjednom. Last of Us imaš za PC, ali optimizacija sranje. Jedi govna. Ne mogu da odgovaram na 5 pitanja odjednom.
Ja ne mogu na Last of Us da... Nije Last of Us, čoveče.
To mene ne interesuje. Imaš ga za PC na Steamu. Imaš ga i krekovanog, ali mislim da radi kao sranje krekovana verzija. Jer ima onaj... kreku iz obilazi.
Dying Light the Beast, koliko košta za Sony?
Ne interesuje me, 4500. Recim ti rekao, ne slušaš me ništa. Smanji taj zvuk!
4500?
Ne, nego 3999. Rekao sam ti 4500 prvi put, nego ti radiš nešto, a pitao si me. Znaš, drago mi je da si primi informaciju k znanju.
Dobro, a gde ima? U kojoj prodavnici?
SpaceNet Game Shop.
Ma to su digitalni naslovi, nema ništa toga.
Oni kažu da ga imaju na lageru, ne znam šta to znači.
Imaju ga digitalno, da.
Pa imam ga ja na lageru digitalno.
To ti kažem, oni su digitalna prodavnica.
Ne interesuje me onda njihova prodavnica.
Znači nema je.
Dvojku ti ne bi ni preporučio, priča je trt. Imaš ljubavni trougao između dve lezbijke i jednoga geja. Mislim, jednoga beta maila. I jedna od te dve lezbijke ide da ubije jednu muškaraču koja ima višak muških hormona, jednu nabildovanu ribu. Evo ova više. Ova ti glavni neprijatelj. Ovo ti je inače žensko. Na steroidima. A inače ima jedna brutalna scena kada je jedan lik trpao od pozadi, znaš. Voli dominaciju. Ništa gluplja nisam vidio u životu, razumeš? Kao izgleda kao dva muškarca da se kari, znaš, zato što je ona napuca na steroidima, a taj tip koji je trpa sleća, još više ne bil dole nje. Kao šta je ovo? Gay sex. I na kraju najgori spoiler u igre, to ću ti odmah reći. Njih dve, ova je već, ne znam, bila je zarobljena, ono bukvalno se izduvalo steroidi iz nje, izgleda, još uvijek izgleda nek posle. Ovo ti je ta, kao glavna likuša, kao glavni negativac. Viš koliko izgleda sad, izduvano, kad je, ne znam, bila, mučili su je neki zarobili i ta glavna junakinja Eli, je kao, nađe i onda s njih dve biju, znaš, i kao Eli kaže, pa znaš, kao ja tebe, kao neću da ubijam, iako si ti ubila mog, kao, očuha. I to je kraj.
Pa to je divno.
A čitava priča se vrti tako što ova Nabildona hoće da ubije glavni nakinju i njenu kao gej ženu, koja je trudna sa trećim tipom. Ne, taj lik je straight, samo što je on beta male. kao Will Smith varijanta. To ti ne bi preporučio bi ti Kec, ako ćeš da igraš. Zato što ima mnogo bolju priču i si gleda seriju. Ne. Možda bolje da pogledaš seriju, pa ako ti se vidi serija, onda odigre prvu igru.
Dobra je serija.
Dobre.
Gledam sve serije, svih serija.
Ma lagano.
A ovo su ti nogice od svih protivnika koje si smlatio.
Nogice.
Nogice? Viš nogicima na leđima. I onda kad pobediš neprijatelja dobiš njegovu nogicu, onda s njihovu nogicama odcaš magije. Kao plava magija iz Final Fantasy 9. Znaš kad jedeš one protivnike u Final Fantasy 9 sa onim likom što ima ogromna usta. Znaš kad ih staviš na malo HP i on dođe viljuške, baci i kao pojede ga i dobiješ njegove magije. Ili u Final Fantasy 7 imao si onaj enemy attack, onaj onu komandu, da naučiš njihova magija. Šta sam dobio? Dobio sam shielding that. 800 na defense. Don't mind if I do.
Mame mu ga nabijem.
I što ovdje daje dobar defense? $500 healtha, 200 defensa. Gledam da im svima imaš glavnu ekipu, to su ti glavni troje koji izabereš. Da imaju dobre statistike, solidno. I gledam da druga ekipa isto ima ono... Burning Death. Viš on ima 3000 healtha, 1000 po defense. On ima 3000 healtha, 1100 defensa, 4700 healtha, 1200 defensa, ali on je healer, tank. I dobio sam novo oružje, navodno.
Za?
Za karaktera, Slavko.
For karakter?
Jest. Bolja ona? Kafa? Pa zavisi koju piješ.
Ne, mislim ja moj ukus, a ti je kupuješ.
Ne, zavisi šta piješ, pretpostavljam. Nije nisam. A ova je blaža. Ja volim blažu kafu, ja volim da me ono žeže.
Ova je blaža? Nešto manje od neća. Ali ukus mi je nekako godinu.
Blend.
Baš peš ti. Ništa. I da me takneš, da me popirki. Matori, da me dirnu.
A vidi ovu glupost. Viš ovaj glaceso. Pa viš ovo se kiče. To mi je jedino oružje 25. levela. I ima najbolji scaling, ono kao u Dark Souls. Imaš ono scaling, znaš, to je veći level. I svi ostali imaju 10 i 15 i tako nešto. Znaš kako izgleda polomljeno. Svako ima neki base neku varijantu drugačiju. A bolje oružje uglavnom su manji level, a ovo oružje mi je dropovo neprijatelj u jednoj high level zoni. Tukao sam se sa bukvalno ono, znaš ono, trash mobovi. Ali to je kao high level zona, trash mobovi su ti mini bossovi, znaš, ako si mali level. I uspeo sam da stučem tu grupu i sad tako ti je napravljeno, ako ubiješ ono normalnu grupu neprijatelja, onda ti dropaju oružje za taj level. Bukvalno da bi oružje za 20 neki level. Ja sam bio tipa, ne znam, 10-15 level manje, što sam trebao. I to je jedino, kažem, oruđe koje mogu da koristim ovako jače. Ja. $500,000 XP-a. Pa svi su dobili level up. Pretpostavljam da možeš da pumpaš dve statistike ili jednu statistiku ako hoćeš, health samo. Ali... to nije interesantno.
Liči mi na neko ovaj link. Glavni.
Glavni lik? Verso? A zapravo ima i još jedan lik koji liči na njega. Jako. I onda kad se desi nešto u priči da taj drugi lik ne stane, onda se pojavi ovaj kao drugi vođa ekipe. Mislim, nije vođa, ima tu više karaktera, ali on ajde kao vuče priču, da kažemo tako. Njegov default izgled, ako se dobro sećam, ovo i ovo. Kao onaj, kako se zove iz Assassin's Creed-a. Kako se zove bro, iz Assassin's Creed-a, onaj, Enzo, nešto, taj. Ezio Auditore de Firenze, bla bla bla, bla bla bla. Slavko, druže, nemaš sigurno, nije u pitanju prodavnicu, u pitanju ti je generalno, mislim da niko nema trenutno to. A i bolje što nema. Ti onako ne kupuješ igru, nego kupuješ licencu, druže. Što bi rekao Singularity. Ono je preko. Kako zove ona kompanija, oni Šveđani što su radili onaj Payday 2, onu simulaciju pljačke. Imaju 65 DLC-eva za igru. Imaju ono pljačke, imaš kostime, odela, ovo ono, ima gomila stvari, ima misija, po 2-3 misije, imaju 65 DLC-eva za igru. I sad kao izbacuju pretplatu mesečnu, ja rekao sad plaćamo ko račun za struju, pretplatu za igru, šta?
Pa da, pa bukvalno. Bukvalno.
Morao sam da popijem ovaj kafu da se smiri kad sam pročitao. Ok, to smo sredili. Vjerojatno bih mogao da unapredim neko oružje. A ovo su ti neki tarabici, ovo biješ za XP, za ono neki materijal upgrade.
Je suis prête. Flamme, traverse les flammes.
Bam.
Ça va saigner.
Evo ovo, za ovo sam mora dobijem boss. Za ovaj skill, gledao, da mu okinem, da bi dobio nogicu od njega. Gledaj ovaj skill. Bukvalno ti boss dođe i moraš da radiš evade, samo evade, samo na Q. Samo evade. Jedno 30 puta 40. Ako ti ne pobije sve karaktere, preživiš, eksplodira. Jer eksplodira, ako imaš ovoga čupavog što je u sredini karaktera, on kao dobije njegovu nogicu i možeš da bacaš taj kao skill. Bam. Sve ga tuče. Dobio sam 3 oružja napređeno. Weapon upgrades. Dobro. Novo oružje. Trubadura. Dobio sam mačić. A onaj default. Base attack. Switches to defensive mode. Double gradient. Ne. %% šanse da generiše light stain, konzumi stain, ako ti izgleda previše kompleksno, igra nije, zato što polako dobijaš sve ovo i ove ability i to. Isto kako se ja tebe gledao kad si igrao onaj... Mislim, u Aliste na početku imaš 5-6 ovih kao pasive i nema tu ništa da se izabere, sve smeće. Kasnije dobijaš, a i većina tih je ono, znaš, šta god. Kad nemam šta, uzmem i solo fightera. Solo fightera da rade 50% više štete. Kad su solo, kad ti pobiju sve karaktere ili kad se taj karakter bori sam protiv neku neprijatelja, onda dobiješ, ono, da imaš više damage. Piercing shot.
Morat će Čiča jednu kaficu da smuti. Ubi me ovo vreme, majke.
Morat ćeš smuti da smutiš.
Smuti, to.
Ja sam popio vino.
A.
Ovoga belog vina.
Ja idem bate da radim, ja neću da se ono...
Dobro, neš da se opijaš, kapiram. Da ćeš da skažeš se alkoholičar.
Težak.
Dobro, lepo je to znati kad ti to kažeš. Ima intervju sa Macronom gdje su pitali Macrona kao šta misli kao o uspjehu kao malog tima iz Francuske, kao koji ono sve iznenadio, a oni su bili deo Ubisofta. Pa kaže ponosan je kao što je kao ta ekipa, znaš, tih programera, koliko 30 ljudi, razumiješ, iz Francuske su napravili hit igru. Ima dosta ovih muzika, imaš one majmove, klovnove, znaš, svuda po igri. Imaš na par mjesta, ono, ne znam, ono, relikvije, kao recimo iz baroka i šta ja znam, onako. Su kao predstavili Francusku kao najlepšem svijetu koliko su mogli, znaš. Šta sam dobio kuđeo? Critical break, western speed, increase break chance, critical hits. Samo moram da stavim neko smeće. Dobro, šta god. Ajde mi je smeće da je 200 na speed. Ajde, šta god.
Faisons couler l'encre.
Igramo onaj 7 days kad onda spoložim.
Quel joli pied. T'en tireras pas. Pas de temps à perdre.
En garde.
Ben girare quello. Sono opet proteine ili gdje su. Naprave novu krilo fabrike. A mislim završava se, kako ti objasnim.
A koliko izađete ovako? Izađete 90.000?
85, 80-85. Prosječna plata je oko 80.000. Ća bi beka da se uglavi, ali da nekako ne radi, znaš. Klasik. Ali ja sam rekao da to neće da može.
Nije tamo 5, samo 5 zbog
Gazda gruja. A, pope, pope, pope.
Vidi kakva je domaća. Ajde.
Ja, ne. Mi postimo.
Mi češće pustimo.
Znaš?
Znaš. Znaš? Znaš.
Znaš. Znači naš glumac 100%. Bilo koji glumac ne bi upalio bez on, znaš. Nema šanse. Kakav je RL. A nije on bio toliko, da kažem, ono... On se ispeka, ono, znaš, godinama, ali kad si gleda njegove ranije uloge, nikad nije glumio bog zna šta. A za glume neke smotuljave tipove. Znaš, ono, serija... A bi Blenta, ali nije... Tako nije napisana uloga bila, ono, bez veze, on je student neki... Više, onaj njegov... Ujak Street, šta je on imao... Kako se zove onaj... više on imao napisano tekste i uloge nego ovaj. Jeste Slavko, slađen se, ako sam nešto pričao. Sve te čujem.
Da.
Nemam pojma što si rekao.
Ništa nisam rekao.
Izvini. Šta bi s fizičku kopiju?
Pa nisam, ne znam gdje da je kupim, nema je.
Pointa je nemoj da je kupiš, već sam ti objasnio. Uzimaju ti novac i ti to sa osmehom daješ. Evo ga neki mali tarabić na ostrvu. Ali ja... Tako da se iskrcam. Ajde guzonje, iskači. Ići. No. Moram da letim, bojim se. Čega? Slično su mehanike. Čitao sam sa developerima intervju. Kažu da su inspirisani starijim RPG-ima, ne ovim novim. Jer novije Final Fantasy igre ne liče na ovom, znaš. Igrao sam novije Final Fantasy igre, malo su promenili formulu, kao modernizovali se za modernu publiku, koga boli briga za to. Ja nisam će ovdje da uđem, ne!
Ça ressemble au dôme bouclier de lumière. Peut-être qu'on peut le traverser.
Bah voyons.
Barijera.
Barrière.
Je vous l'avais dit, c'est impossible. Les accents d'abord. T'inquiète, ça va aller. Tu veux réessayer?
Non, c'est bon.
D'accord.
Znaš šta sam gledao u Crnoj Gori, ako ćeš vjerovat? Ima neki youtuber, možda ovo prenosi. Mečeve, ladder mečeve u StarCraft Cadesu. A i Masters.
U StarCraft Cadesu?
Blood War i Master.
Znate kako?
Avril, les 40e rugissants. Gigi et Edmond étaient en tête. Ils descendaient en planant vers le monolithe quand ils ont percuté un genre de barrière qui les a gommés. Nos planeurs sont inutiles sans moyen de franchir cet obstacle. Bernard va explorer les environs à pied pour voir s'il n'y aurait pas une entrée. Et en attendant, autant nous installer confortablement. On risque d'en avoir pour un moment.
te grindavi. Uma wina.
Tata? Pitao sam se da je ovo. Zio. Dakle, ko je sad najjači baja, a? Da, zato što da obučemo kao seljankom.
Imam baget.
Nosi 2 bageta. Ono ima isto dobar kostim. A ima i ovo. Čekaj. Neki zmajevi motivima čudim. Pjevor. A daleko muškoć. Bolje.
Što je to desno?
Monjoko! Gestral. A, sve je teško objasniti, moraš da uzmeš da igraš. Oni su kao ti... ta neka rasa koja živi tuda. Čupavci. Znači ne mogu da uđem tamo. Gdje sad?
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
Allons faire trompette. Gaúbaca aqui. Konnichiwa. Eu não fiz o grupo. Tava me bolo. Então isso aqui. Correto. Tava me bolo. Nora. Sekira. Homem Kira. Ima noko. No niti mano kape. Lägger pass på. Solo si tora. Wera como makima bano fobi. Naru po.
Na, skočio kako da restartam trku.
Galo parfait. Doros. To niso ge. Gorito. Seki. Tomato maro. Omikira. Monoseko. Gaubakaki. Guys, Sulini fuera como Ermac. Ave mi bo. Toro si.
Mora da ima trka. Gestra. Race. Ma nema šanse.
Gauba.
Ha.
Rico, Femi.
F. Tako treba da izgleda.
Mi borona. Pito sa.
Kuku majke.
Treba frame perfect da se radi. Koje su šanse za ovo? Ma važi bre.
No problem.
Znači samo to što moraš da staneš, da se repozicioniraš za onaj skok je nemoguće. Dojeg.
Odrađen daily. Juhu!
Za?
KF3.
Za 1000 evra.
Ne, za divere ne.
Kako ne? Znači, bilo je lepo da si ekstrakuješ uspešno iz 3 misije s eliminatima. Nije baš lako, priznajem. Dobro nagnavaju.
Ili ja?
Molim?
To je za mene kao obučenog poluprofesionalca veoma lagano.
Nemoguće. Naravno što ako sediš u kućnom kaputu.
Joj bože, ćutiš ovo. Danas da uzem one uzorke, da sredim ima da se ušuškam pored Steam Decka, neću da mrdam kao meč. A obskurna Claire pada za slobodu sad, tokom zime ću da je uzem.
Ma ne treba da uzmeš sad da igraš.
A da igram?
Kod tebe su to dve različite stvari. Ti si je uzeo da imaš. Nemoj da uzimaš da imaš, nego uzmi da bi koristio.
Znači ništa nema na vidiku što se tiče fizičkog izdanja Dying Light Beast. Majko moj jebem da mu jebem.
Nema. Još jednom mi odustajem. Nemam ja živaca za ovo, već sam odradio ovu trku za bronzu. Pogledao se na YouTube.
Što bi rekao Ilija, you don't have time for this shit.
Pogledao sam na YouTube šta je lik uradio za zlato i u mukama otpilo.
Tako. Pizza malo da se refreša. Izmučka nije nanes. Da vidim sad upalim deck, da vidim šta ima od update-a da izupdateujem. Da vidim da neki do duše za beta klijenti izlažu update, ali moram da proverim.
Uzet ću tvoje prljave pare i idem. Dobio sam bronzu i srebro, meni dosta.
Poštano.
Ma kažem ti, gledao sam šta čovjek radi za zlato, ne odustajem. Odmah neće to da radi.
Šta radi, brale, šta radi?
Radi, znači svaki skok mora da bude perfekt.
Pa jebi ga.
Kako ne?
Jebi ga sine, skill.
Sve trčim i zapinjem, važi. Pitao bi te da igraš. Pitat ću te kad budeš igrao odbojku.
Odbojku?
Imaš da igraš odbojku. Moje te gađe sa lopticama i ti tad ih vratiš. Zvaću te, Da. To su strašne stvari, gospodine.
To su strašne stvari? Obskurno Claire sam ti rekao da ću da uzem na disku, ali tako?
Screenshotao sam Milanove poruke. Morao sam. Odsjetio me na onoga što pije viski pa priča nebuloz. Škaka,
Džudžubana.
Daje, džudžubana piju.
Super.
Piju džudžubanu pa im nije dobro. Sve mi se manta u glavu.
Što radim danas, ubio bi se već, verovatno bi prespavao cijel dan. Mnogo vreme je za spavanje, znaš kako se namrčilo. Samo da me grune nešto dok idem da se meljem, a posle da hoće. Bar do 4 sata da ne padne. Bolje ću da završim za sat vremena sve.
Mi se nadamo, ali nećemo se puno nadati.
Ovo brale, baš se namrčilo, žešće. Gledam na terasu, sam izašao. Jao, Ilija.
Hvala mi.
Hvala mi.
Ti ne bi ni smio da gledaš moj playthrough. Bez
Pa
spoilera.
gledam, upravo gledam,
Bez
nažalost.
spoilera, bez spoilera.
No spoiler.
A dobro što ja sad trenutno ne radim kao aj priču, pa ono, ako gledaš to krstarim preko mape, to nije ni važno toliko. Mapa je previše velika. Kad ti kažem da ima jako veliku open world mapu, jeste, linearno je. Ali to je ona doza, to je ona doza linearnosti koja ljudima mislim da prija. Nije previše veliko, ima određena sloboda kretanja. Dovoljno da ne kažeš da igra jao malecka ko hodnik.
Da. To. Ma super je bre igra, ja sam ti rekao da je igra bre ekstra.
A ti si mi rekao. Ili sam ja kupio pa sam tebi rekao da je dobro.
Jesi, pričao sam ti za obskurno player čoveče. Da je tipujem.
Ti je tipuješ, ali ništa od igranja.
Pa jebi ga kad čekam, hoću da uzem fizički, a gledam ovaj jebeni Dying Light pre toga da kupim, razumeš? Koji će da igram. Da bi igrao!
Ma šta bre Dying Light? Trubadur. To igraju pozeri, kao što je Milan.
Pozeri.
Ne, ozbiljni igrači, ja se izvinjam. Ozbiljni pozeri.
Serious.
Da. Neki ozbiljan boss ovdje, no? Da vidim. Ma nije. Obični propalitet.
Nesrećni kučkin sin. First strike.
Jest.
Trebalo je lovu da mi pušta, moram da uzem rezervni točak, batice da kupim. Na moja kola koja sam kupio nemam rezervni točak. Nego sistem za krpljenje gume, znaš ono? S onim kompresorom i taj gluposti. Nema to posla ništa. Rezervni lepo točak, dizelicom, full, sve, a nešto ne daj Bože skinem lepo točak, zamenim. Tak, kurac ću je krpim ja gume na putu.
Mač.
Evo vi nesrećnici već šalju da trebam da platim za jedan. Mame vam ga nabijem, samo pare hoćete.
Ça valait la peine. Attention, Maël.
Ça va faire mal.
Ça va saigner.
Ali ova opskurna kver ima, brate, da je igraš i da je igraš.
Nemam 50 sad.
Minimum. Ma kaki bre, ima da igraš, brate, piti kurac koliko.
A tebe strah da počneš da igraš, jel to?
Ne, kad krenem da igram, hoću stvarno da se malo posvetim, što bi se reklo redovno da igram svakodnevno, pored još neke naravno igrali, znaš, ne pored sad da krenem nešto pa kao je cool, zastanem par dana i onda kao znam sebe, neću, ali bolje kad krenem da ga, znaš, da kažem redovno da igram igru, ne, jebi ga.
Trubadur. Ne znam koliko dobre da. Tek 50% manje damage.
koliko ih skillova ima, i ti prilično.
A ne, nemoj se zbuniš, to sam rekao bratom. To dobijaš ti kasnije. Znaš, na početku imaš možda 2-3 pasiva. To što ti gledaš, to je, ja sam u aktu 3 već. To je, tu je nek akt 3.
Dobro, a kaži mi koliko aktova ima igra?
Ej, imaš i prolog.
3 akta?
Da,
aha.
Imaš i prolog. To ti je tu negdje blizu kraja igre. Stali su mi...
A kažeš 50 sati imaš, a? Za sad?
Pa da.
Ma super,
ja nisam žurio.
No to se i ne žuri tako igre se ne žuri.
Neki bossovi su solidno teški, možeš da pređeš igru da se vratiš. Znaš koliko sam ja to puta uradio, nijednom. Kad god sam vidio da mogu da ga sjebem, probao sam barem 5 puta. Evo danas onoga što sam tuko sam ga 3-4 puta. Njega ni ne udaraš, nego moraš da ga gađaš sa free attackom. Bukvalno da ga gađaš i da radiš kontru kad krene on tebe da bije. Jer ako samo staviš da ga gađu magijama i udarcima, ne možeš, moraš da ga nišaniš. Da mislim, moraš joystickom da nišaniš da ga pogodiš. Vrti neke šeširiće oko tebe. Da, vrti šeširiće oko tebe i pogađaš šeširiće, to ne bi ubio. Smor, ali tako je napravljeno. Alo?
Hello.
Ne mogu da ga vratim. Ladne cigare i topli alkohol.
Ma kak je ladne cigare?
Pa to je šala. Toplo pivo i hladne cigare, ne valja.
Da si duške, stižeš li? Evo Zeva Milija igra, kurpa gledam i pričam.
Zaspočeo. Toliko dosadno igram.
No, meni je ovo igra do jaja, opušta, nju ću ja da uzmem obavezno, kak je.
Opušta kad ne udaraš kao manijak u jednog te istog bossa.
Što bi se reklo za zimnicu.
Hvala mi.
Ej, ništa, će se čujemo, cepamo danas normalno. Da se isključimo malo sad. Ajde pa tako ili ja?
Uzdravlje, čujemo se kad se...
Ćao.
Ćao.
Paži, ćao.
Kuo. Welcome to my channel.
Laisse-moi t'aider. Prêt à frapper. Pas de temps à perdre.
Mamma mia.
Prête.
Heavy.
Prêt à frapper. Excellent. Ça va déjà mieux. J'accepte votre dogme. À mon tour. Ça valait la peine.
En garde. Finesse et précision. Je suis prête. Tu ne m'échapperas pas.
On defense stance gain 1 shield. Okay.
appréciable.
C'est un avantage. Intéressant.
C'est l'heure.
Malgré tout.
Il faut dire.
Et tu.
Je croyais que tu.
Lune et moi avons moins.
Lune. Très bien. Prête à affronter. Je suis désolé, mon vieux. Je sais, je suis prêt. Quand le moment.
Je suis...
Esquier.
Je suis même...
Au sujet.
C'était vraiment super méchant.
Il n'est pas...
Any good game? Oh, derby.
LCA Marco. Welcome to my channel.
a rainy day. There was a rainy day. There you go. Nice. Drops for what, I wonder?
Directly working on Island Skies was passionate about the project, problems with the studio's management became apparent during the first milestone. The game wasn't ready for early access or even for alpha. Because the agreement was designed to protect Fluffnest from cost and time overruns, any revisions or changes had to go through an approval process that significantly slowed down production. Toward the end of the first milestone, Room 8 made staffing changes in upper management and proposed a switch to a time and materials contract to avoid the rigid structure that had caused delays. At that point, we had three options: continue working with Room 8, end the agreement and take on the project ourselves, or partner with a different studio. So they decided to stick with Room 8, at least through Alpha, so that they could deliver Alpha 1 in 2023 and reassess. They would then say that getting to Alpha 1 required an additional $1.5 million in production, mostly funded by an SBA loan we secured in early 2023 for both of our plush business and game development. So already this is a disaster. You raised $2.5 million, half goes to taxes, and for whatever reason you thought it'd be a good idea to use $1 million for just the first year? Even a child learning basic math can see that this is a disaster. They would then say, following the changes in Room 8's leadership and a ramp up to Alpha 1, we were hopeful. However, while Alpha 1 marked progress, it didn't meet our expectations. Early access was still far off, and costs were rising. We planned to use the remaining SBA loan and plush revenue to continue funding development while taking on more work ourselves to manage costs. Unfortunately, after the 2023 holiday season, the financial situation got worse for Fluffnest's plushies. In early January 2024, we realized our funding plan wouldn't cover future game costs, and circumstances took the decision out of our hands. We informed Room 8 that we wouldn't be able to pay for continued services in a timely manner. We expected them to...
Sure, buddy.
I said Grunt Fantasy is ruining Helldivers 2, but never explained what that phrase means in the first place. I'm gonna go ahead and let Pilistet, the former CEO, do that right now.
So Helldivers 2 was originally envisioned, this is the original hypothesis, is that Helldivers is a co-op action shooter where you play as the evil guys in the galaxy, so you're stormtroopers or whatever it might be in pop culture. And how would you fare as one of the extras in the background? Like, you know, when they try to breach the cell block in Star Wars, and the first stormtrooper through the door, he of course gets shot in the chest by Han Solo. And that's the question of, would you do better climbing into that room trying to capture the bad guys that are trying to take over your lovely Death Star? And then also, would you be able to survive in a galactic war without plot armor to protect you? It's really the question that we ask with Helldivers. Our design pillars, which is that we put the fantasy first. And what we mean by fantasy first is that if we say that you're supposed to be a mobile infantry grunt in the Starship Troopers, we need to ensure that it feels like being the mobile infantry grunt in Starship Troopers. So it means that we have constraints set already. Can a Starship Troopers mobile infantry jump 2 meters up into the air? No, they cannot. Not in the movies at least, and not without assistance. In that case, we'd have to adhere to that. Ensure that we keep the fantasy safe throughout the entire journey and not compromise on it when things get tough.
The reason why I'm saying Grunt Fantasy is ruining Helldivers 2 is because that phrase has become the executioner of enjoyment. When you have these minor niche mechanics that are fun to do, but they're not overly realistic, they have to go. They cannot remain for any stint of time, since it does not appeal to the whole grunt fantasy. We've reached a point where player creativity is not being embraced, and instead is getting hunted down and removed at the fastest rate the devs can manage, which goes against the entirety of what Johan Pilistet said a year ago in reference to how the studio views player creativity.
We also knew that we wanted to make a game that lets and forces the players to be creative. And when we talk about creativity in the games industry, we generally attribute it to things like Minecraft, Roblox, and so forth. But creativity also exists in action games. And it's the creativity of coming up with solutions at a moment's notice. And to allow for creativity, you need to have game mechanics that are complex. They need to be consistent. And players need to have the freedom to do what they want within a system. And with that, you'll be able to see crazy plays that players do. And that is a form of creativity that's dear to us.
As far as I can tell, Johan Pilstedt very much cared about creativity, but he has since then stepped down as the CEO into the CCO role, and I don't know if he stepped down from that role as well and is focusing on different games for Arrowhead, because that'd be the only thing that makes sense to me, given how the trajectory of the game's focus has changed so much. There is a new CEO, Shams Georgiani, and he may play a role in the shift in focus, but I don't know for certain. This is what he had to say on a couple of things, though.
The real challenges has been for us to maintain our integrity. The slogan for the studio is a game for everyone is a game for no one. So we did not set out to design Helldivers for a wide audience. We made it for a niche audience.
Welcome to my channel.
If you make an uncompromising game experience for a very specific audience, you have the ability to resonate far outside of it. Now we've seen this happen many times in video games and even outside of games. From software games bucked the trend. They were very brutally hard, where every other game was about hand-holding, and that's, you know, an entire genre, and a lot of success has been born out of that. Escape from Tarkov is the same thing. It bucks a lot of the PvP trends.
I want to compare notes right now. Your game accidentally became a monumental success, garnering a massive audience, and you want to forgo all of that and focus on the core player base in hopes that they can resonate with your message, your vision, and then you can regain a giant audience that you already had, because maybe the game's not as difficult as you want it to be. Because you mentioned difficulty. You didn't say it specifically, but you're talking about games that are difficult and catering to a niche audience. And given the changes y'all have made to the game recently, it seems as though you're pushing towards that niche audience as well.
We did not make Helldivers for 6 million Call of Duty players. We absolutely didn't. But we do now have 6 million Call of Duty players who've bought our game.
Wow.
And they are interested in different things compared to, say, the audience that comes from Escape from Tarkov or Arma, which were some of the more, you know, influential games in that kind of game. So the Summer of Pain, or whatever we want to call it, was painful in part because it was hard for us to reconcile how to stay true to the studio fundamentals while dealing with the business realities of having so many different voices screaming at us.
Yeah.
And you kind of, I'll do a big GDC talk about this at some point, but to kind of boil it down, any modern game understands that their audience consists of many different segments, and it's very hard to give everyone everything they want at the same time.
I've heard this talking point way too much from folks at Arrowhead, because essentially they're saying that they can't make a game for everyone. After all, their slogan is a game for everyone is a game for no one.
Yes.
Which I think at this point is rather self-defeating, since you had a game with a 94% player retention rate after a whole month, and that only went down drastically once you made changes that ruined the experience or took away from it. And then that keeps happening because you make a lot of the same mistakes. So that slogan prevents you from actually learning from your mistakes in the first place.
But the thing that had us kind of, you know, lost was that we got away from the core fantasy. The box, it literally says on the box, you know, kill monsters with overpowered weapons. And in our kind of strive to find balance, I think we ended up balancing the game in a way where the core fantasy kind of died. And that's where we got the backlash.
If you understand that making weapons not fun to use hurts the core fantasy, why would you then make new enemies that aren't fun to shoot at or engage with? Because that also hurts the fantasy just in the... It's the same way, but it's a different form now. Because we have Leviathans that are meant to be ignored. War Strivers that require anti-tank if you want to kill it in a decent fashion, or you can use Heavy Pin and probably die in the process. Rupture Strain that got removed because they just weren't good. They weren't a good faction. But they have Medium Pin for the head whenever you have a light pin issue going on. And then you got Rupture Spewers that can get close to you and insta-kill you because the thing that made them do less damage, the fix for that, got broken recently. Meat Bobs are bullet sponges, and I know you can kill them quick with certain weapons, guys. I've made the videos on how to do it. But it doesn't take away from the fact that they're not fun to kill. They just take so much damage, 6,000 HP, which is just below a Battle Titan for a mob that you can have 4 in a single patrol. And then there's other changes that happened not too long ago, making Impalers, Chargers, and Charger Behemoth legs, once they're stripped, the meat of their leg, tankier. These are things that make weapons not as fun to use.
We went down to like 30 in user score, and usually that's the death knell for a game, right? But we came back from that. And then we fumbled with balancing and the focus for the game, and that sent us all the way down to 19%, I think was the lowest.
Oh, wow.
And like games that get 19% user score do not generally recover. And maybe the lowest point during my tenure so far, there's going to be many more, I think, was during the summer when everyone was away. Our user score was down to 19, and I had to get on a call with Herman Holst and explain to the CEO of Sony why things were in the state they were and what we were doing to kind of recover. And I have to say the awkward truth that there is nothing we can do in the immediate short term to resolve this, but in the long term we have plans that will get us back on track. And we issued a 60-day plan that put us back on the track, and we did an update and an update and an update. And I was very much inspired by No Man's Sky and the team over there that had a similar kind of journey. Very hyped, then bombed, and then they put the head to the grindstone and just updated the game. And since, I want to say since September, we've been on a very good trajectory, but we've been just pendulating between it's so over and we're so back, and it's become a meme within the community.
I can say with certainty that is not my favorite meme, because unfortunately we're back to needing a 60-day plan, which wouldn't even fix the performance issues according to the devs, and that is worrisome. Honestly, the game is in the worst state imaginable from a performance perspective. They are working on fixing a lot of the more glaring issues, and hopefully the balance pass, the main thing that I'm focused on in this video, has a lot of fruit to bear or something. It's positive. That's what I'm looking forward to. Now, speaking of balance issues, Your Honor, I request permission to not be confused. Dismissed? Understood. I call the PS5 box out to the stand. On the back it says, spread democracy with overpowered weapons. Just above it, it mentions, become a hero, become a legend, become a helldiver. How can a grunt, average Joe, run-of-the-mill soldier become a legend? Because you have such crazy weapons in some cases that allow that to be possible. You are not just a grunt. You are Super Earth's finest, dang near, as far as I can tell. And you go into a planet, or at least a section of a planet, and liberate outposts, decimating aliens, bugs, and bots alike. And that's what makes Helldivers 2 so unique, because it's both visually stunning, and the complexity of the enemies in terms of weak spots, and I'd even say durable damage and other factors, can make the game far more interesting, but only if the devs make it a point. And for a time, they didn't. And so ensued the 60-day plan, which has been talked about a lot so far. We'll go ahead and have Michael E., pretty cool guy I met in Sweden, explain what that is.
Hey everybody, I'm Johan Pilestedt, and I'm Michael Eriksson. Today we're taking a look at the conclusion of the 60-day promise. Indeed. Indeed-o. Let's go back in time and let's reimagine the time when this commitment was made. What happened, what led into it?
We could see in the period following launch that we did have some weapons that were overrepresented. So some players were playing with specific weapons more than others. And what we ended up doing in some of the cases was that we nerfed these weapons to make the weapons, like, to balance them a bit more.
And bring them into line with the rest of the loadout.
Exactly. And in hindsight, that was maybe not the smartest thing that we could have done, because what often ended up happening was that we took weapons that players loved and we made them more boring, right? We had to take a step back and we had to look at what we were doing and what decisions we were taking. So that's why we made the 60-day commitment. So the 60-day commitment was our way of saying that, okay, we hear you, we also feel it, we also see it, we want to address the biggest issues that we have in the game right now, and we want to get back on track to make sure that we deliver on the core promise of Helldivers. That was the commitment, but we're a live service game, so we will keep updating the game for a long time, and we'll keep building on the game, And hopefully now that we have more of our ducks in a row, we can do that while also staying true to what made Helldivers 2 great in the first place, right? Staying true to our core vision.
Even during the 60-day plan, one of the more pivotal moments in the game's history, trying to correct the mistakes they've been making for the past few months, they mentioned the core vision, that I can only assume is referring to the grunt fantasy. How well can you fare against these aliens as a starship trooper, as a grunt? And that's why I believe that phrase, grunt fantasy, is the executioner of enjoyment in Helldivers 2.
When we make games, we always focus on believability, and believability is hard to quantify, but my best explanation for this is, if you remember in Game of Thrones where the dragons are attacking King's Landing? King's Landing? What? Fake fan. Anywho, and this guy gets on the ballista and decides to shoot down one of these dragons. I mean, the problem isn't that there's dragons in Game of Thrones. That is within the realm of believability of what's established within the show. But that this guy managed to snipe a dragon 1,000 meters away with a large crossbow with no sights. That really gets to me. Like, is that really believable? And the same thing goes in Lord of the Rings, where the troll stabs Frodo, but he survives due to the mithril jacket. And it's like, but how strong is that troll and how small is that hobbit? Isn't that mithril gonna cause him to be in a hydraulic press? So believability is important for us. Like, it needs to make sense within the internal consistency of the world that we built.
Y'all focus on the core vision so much that the game is in need of dire changes, sometimes a 60-day plan, maybe even a 120-day plus plan. And then you end up having to fix all the things you've been doing to the game, so I don't understand the purpose. Why mess it up in the first place, doing the things that you should know that people just aren't gonna really mess with and enjoy, to then have to correct and waste dev time fixing? Why not lean more into the action aspect of your game, instead of trying to reduce the APM, so to speak, and make it feel slower for no good reason? Like, there are some pretty cool things you can do, and one of the biggest draws to me is the intricacy of the enemies and finding loadouts that you can take that can handle various different things. And I would be so down to play in a 4-man group if the game encouraged it. Right now, the way the difficulty scales, solo is the most challenging, and then duo. I recommend not catering to the glazed divers who lie to themselves and to you guys about what's actually fun in the game. They won't pay your bills, they won't keep the lights on, they'll just lead you astray. Every single time, as they've done for the past year and a half. So maybe find new places to get feedback from that don't put you down the exact same road constantly. Anyway, thanks for watching, and have a good day.
What made Helldivers 2 a smash hit?
Sponsored by War Thunder. Hello again. I have an important question for you. Can you beat Just Cause 3 if the grappling hook has erectile dysfunction? Need to reach a high ledge? Sorry Buster, you gotta walk around. Want to use the coolest form of video game transport ever created? Bad luck fucko, it's walking time. Or maybe you want to climb up this cliff, or get into someone's car without them violently bowling you over in a hit and run, or get from standing on this plane to standing on this plane, or go up a tunnel that is completely fucking vertical, or get onto this missile that only triggers if you grapple. Well, I don't know. And I've been trapped in this featureless white box until I beat all 25 levels. So, let us begin. Originally, I thought this challenge was going to be easy because of one simple trick. If you quickly switch between your wingsuit and your parachute, Rico gains a little bit of altitude and a little bit of speed. Do that enough and you can fly pretty much anywhere you want. So with this in mind, I confidently started the game, and the run began with plane standing. Where we stand? On a plane. 30 seconds of intense high-speed Rico gaming later, we fell off the plane, opened our parachute, and landed at the bottom of this cave. And at the bottom of this cave was our first major roadblock. The tutorial for the grappling hook. In normal gameplay, you just grapple up to here, and then grapple up to here, and you're done. Takes about 3 seconds. But all we have are Rico's smelly feet. And Rico's smelly feet can't get up the wall. So, you might be thinking, how the fuck do we do this? Well, it is possible. We just need to think a little outside the box. Firstly, we need to leave the cave and get into the settlement. But Rico has the upper body strength of your average Reddit age male, so he can't climb this pier. We can't jump up over here because it's too slippery, and swimming further out of the cave is out of bounds. What we
Kreće
can
Tokyo
do
Game
is shoot
Show
my boy Giovanni
za
right in the head.
5 minuta Xbox
Ima li negde...
konferencija.
Ima li negde...
Hoću
Tokyo
šerujem.
Game Show.
Evo, ja ću još šerujem što gledam trenutno.
Dobro.
Evo ga na
Ima IGN-ovi.
Generali.
Jel to?
Pa ja mislim da jeste IGN baš. Što ću ti kaži? Jeste IGN, da. Baš kreće za, evo, 4,5 minuta.
Da, to gledam ja.
TGS.
Ali
a
to
on
je
traje 3 dana, brate.
To je
Danas,
sve
sutra, prekstra i inat.
super, ali oni su najavili taj update za KF3 u toku mjeseca oktobra.
Krajem oktobra, ali u toku mjeseca će da bude neki patch, nešto.
A ako budu čekali oktobar...
Da to svi komentarišu.
Neće niko da dočeka oktobar, to je problem. Već sad je situacija krajnje loša. Taj balance patch samo da izbace pa bi se ljudi malo smirili. Ne bi puno, malo. Ne znam.
Ček da izupdatujemo onaj Steam Deck šta imam. Koski. Welcome, kaže, to the Tokyo Game Show. Što stavi mi to, čoveče božji.
Znaš ko me zanima?
Ne?
To da vidim da li Azmoglu odstreamuje. Njegove reakcije su mi unikatne. Gleda Tokyo, gleda par puta tako, znaš, neki ono... neku dodelu, recimo nagrada i gleda, znaš, i samo što ne zaspe vidiš po njemu. Sve te usporene igre ili ono kao dečje, ne znam, gde se, ne znam, neke lutkice pomeri po ekranu i tako to. Tu da nema akcije, nego se ono kao šetnja simulator, znaš.
Evo još minut i po. Ali kažem ti, sad će imaće Xbox, imaće, pretpostavljam, nisam čitao, ali uvek je pre tako bilo, brate, Nintendo, Xbox, Sony. I onda četvrti dan uglavnom bace akcenat na PC gaming, znaš. I generalno PC. Sad vidiš, evo ga. Moguće danas da će čak i 2 konferencije, da bude Xbox i još Nintendo ili Sony, ne znam, nisam gledao, nisam čitao raspored ni ko će da bude, ni šta će da bude. To sam pre brale pratio redovno. I ovi će nesrećnici sigurno tek na TGS show da prikažu kad je PC dan, pretpostavljam, za...
Nemoj potrebe da prikažu išta, nama ne treba prikazivanje, treba nam rezultat, a rezultat je nekako spor. Ne znam kako ti objasniti.
Jedan.
Minasan konnichiwa, Xbox no Phil des. Welcome to the Xbox Tokyo Game Show 2025 broadcast. It's great to be back at TGS. Japan has always been a source of inspiration for Xbox, and every time I'm here, I see and feel the creativity and passion that defines this region. Our commitment to Japan and the broader Asia-Pacific region is unwavering. For years, we have championed local game creators and connected them to a global audience through Game Pass and the Xbox platform. Together, we've built strong momentum and growth in Asia, and we will continue to listen, learn, and thrive with these creators and communities. I want to thank Sessa for their incredible work supporting this vibrant community. And to our players in Japan and around the world, your love for games, your feedback, and your energy continue to shape everything we do at Xbox. Today's show reflects that energy. You'll see new titles from legendary Japanese studios, games and updates inspired by Japan, original ideas from rising creators.
By the way, Xbox nikad nije postigao popularnost u Japanu kao što je i Sony, to je normalno.
Mislim, nisam siguran šta dalje traži.
Pa, ne znam. Nije tamo generalno zaista prošao Xbox nikad kako treba. Nije. Tamo ljudi zna se, brate, furaju naravno Sony i Nintendo, bre, njihovo. Boli ih kurec.
Kupujemo domaći, a vas koji je...
Pa normalna stvar. Pametni ljudi. I tamo se zna se fura, brate, kidaju, znači Nintendo najviše, možda čak pa Sony. Na kakav bre Xbox, mislim, daj. What the fuck is this? Is that?
Gun grab. Dao sam čim sve da se vrti.
Gun grab, brate.
Prethodna igra nije bila loša stilski, ali... Znaš šta je fazon? Promašao oni malo pointu. To je nešto na fazon Devil May Cry-a, ali... Ima jednu veliku manu to što protivnici samo stoje kao botine, znaš.
Aha.
Dok u Devil May Cry nije baš tako. Protivnici su mnogo agresivniji, znaš. Samo se nadam da to nije rehash one igre što već imaš sad uzmeš na Steam.
Xbox, play anywhere. Opa ga. Bond. James Bond.
Senjora Bond.
Ovo izgleda super ova igra, brate, izgleda.
Splašim se za svoj novčanik.
Boga mi.
Će da nastrada.
Ja mislim da će stvarno ovo da bude nešto specijalno. Nadam se. Taj First Light. To ima da bude, znači... Nešto special. Eško, debelo moje moče, debelo moje moče, debelo.
Tactical simulation is now operational.
Molim!
Any questions? Please have questions.
Šta hoćeš? Ta poruka je namenjena tebi, dušice. Samo da ti kažem. To je za tebe.
Šta je ovo, Streets of Rage?
Pa si, ne znam, nisam poreferao. Ako i dalje, javim. Mogu da ti pojim.
Neko tabanje.
Da vidiš ti. A gdje bi došao Dušice, on kod mene došao ovdje. Lagano. Vidi ovo šurenje čoveč, old school.
Streets of Rage, nešto u tom ritmu.
Opa.
A, Double Dragon.
Će te ubije Dušice. Će te zadavi. Komplet ima da te ubije.
Ma da umreš.
Double Dragon Revive ne seri. Ujebot. Ko bi rekao da je Double Dragon čovječ?
Fatal Frame. Ko znaš šta je to?
99%, ma znam.
グラフィックサウンドは防衛テクモのゲームエンジンを使いアップデートしました。主人公の肌や衣装の質感を追求し、鬼の透明感や歪みは特別な処理を使用しています。また舞台となる三鷹村の暗く不気味な雰囲気は光と影の描写にこだわり、空気感をリアルに表現しました。さらにサウンドは 7.4 チャンネルに対応し、例外と気配をもっと身近に感じられるようになっています。20年前のタイトルを最新技術でリメイクしておりますので、今様々なホラーゲームを遊んでいるプレイヤーにも新作として遊んでいただけるクオリティになっていると思います。霊を撮影することで撃退する、戦闘が特徴的なシリーズなんですけども、霊をしっかり見つけてシャッターを切る従来の戦闘システムを踏襲しつつ、ピントやズーム、フィルターなどよりカメラを抜く体験を強化する要素を取り入れました。フィルターを切り替えていくことで、見え方が変わっていくんですけども、フィルターは戦闘探索でそれぞれ特徴的な機能を持っています。
Pošto imaju domaći developere tamo. Nisu sve strani.
フルリメイクとしてプレイヤーキャラクターの操作性やアニメーションを徹底的に見直しました。全面的に遊びやすく改善してありますので、特にプレイヤーキャラクターの操作感とアニメーションの滑らかさには注目いただきたいです。実際に廃墟になった村を探索するような没入感の高いプレイが楽しめるようになっていると思います。また今作にですね、操作性やレートの戦闘、レベルデザインではチーム忍者のアクション RPG 制作の経験やノウハウも生かしたリメイクを行っています。チーム忍者のアクションタイトルに多く携わってきた中島秀彦がもう一人のディレクターとして関わっているので、シリーズで最も手触りの良いタイトルになっています。姉である舞と手をつなぐという新要素を追加しました。このことで、ストーリー面だけでなくアクション面からも姉妹の絆を強く感じられるようになったと思います。この要素はですね、20年前にも検討していたのですが、様々なので断念しました。今回フルリメイクでようやく実現した要素になります。
Ovo je remake neki, a?
収集要素も増えていて、
Ma da, nešto, verovatno.
Pa znam da ideš sa fotoaparatom, snimaš neki dusi. Snimaš nekom magičnom kamerom, tamo mali čudak.
タイトルですので、この1本で楽しむことができます。シリーズファンの方、そして初めてのユーザーの方にもぜひ遊んでいただきたいです。2026年初頭発売になります。シリーズで最も美しく、最も怖いゲームになっていますので、ぜひご期待ください。
Slože uvijek Pokemon.
Izgleda.
Koliki je prosek godina igrača koji hoće da... Pretpostavljam da ste trebali naprave kid game show. Da mi bilo jeftinije.
Ne, vidiš koje igre prezentuju, malo da se, ono, Japancima, ono...
Razveselim.
Aha.
Mislim da bi Japanci više htjeli možda novi Resident Evil ili, ne znam, onaj Armor Core.
Ili Final Fantasy.
Ili, ne znam, na kraju krajeva Dark Souls. Elden Ring 2.
Tokyo Game Show rasprodaju ovdje na... Rasprodaja, mislim, sale.
Jel' ovo onaj nesretnik kako se zove što igra Vlado?
Vlada, što igra?
Nije Vlado nesretan, nego... Tako se zove ono čudo... Company Heroes 3.
Izgleda će stvarno da izbace sad za novi mjesec u 7. da se pada otključavanje monthly igara za Sony. Alan Wake 2 će da nam daju.
Misliš da nam dodaju biblioteku koju već plaćate?
Da.
Znam da sam seranj, ali ono, moram da ne...
Pa nije to biblioteka, to je igra koja ti se veže za nalog, to nema veze s
koji plaćaš sve.
Pa dobro, ali je moja.
A ti daju sve igre džabe. Budući da plaćaš.
A ja sam mislio da je profesor. Uvijek je u stvari čovjek bio pravo.
Uvijek je bio pravo, se ne džubram.
And found new fishy friends and food in the waters across Appalachia in Gone Fishing.
And most recently, perhaps most exciting for our inspiring building community in Japan.
Kaže, igrači i onako ne posjeduju više ni jednu igru, mi samo rentamo igru. Kaže, šta nas sprečava da igru ukrademo, budući da ne posjedujemo.
New subcategories.
Teško reći.
Quick menu.
To me ne interesuje. To me ne interesuje me kad će da ti daju da možeš da se koristiš koliko hoćeš. To me interesuje. Zato moram da kupim privatni server. Ne.
Odeš na GOG?
Ne razumeš, ne možeš. Ovo je Fallout 76. Sve ove gluposti koje pričaju nemaju veze s mozgom i ne koristim se u buduće, sve što u igri uradiš.
Online je vezano.
Da, to je kod broj 1, ne postoji offline ili neki co-op da ja i ti igramo. Već moraš ići na server da igraš i njihovi server imaju limit koliko možeš stvari da nosiš. 300-400 kila. U kampu ti staneš 500-600 kila. To je to. Sve ostalo moraš da likvidiraš u novac. Jer ne možeš da nosiš novac, nema težinu. Sve moraš da prodaješ. Ne sviđa mi se taj koncept. Prijatno. Ja sam horder, ne možeš da mi kažeš ne mogu da budem horder. Razumeš, i ti si horder, samo nešto da priznaš. Gori nego ja. Kaže čovjek imam 1000 biostila. Šta radiš ti s tim? Ništa, očigledno ništa. Aj ti igraš s drugim klasama, on igra sa 2 klase i onda napravi 2 puške i tu je kao kraj, tu ga je vezao. A ti igraš sa svakom klasom pomalo.
I ja tako radim.
Ja sam vrtao one komponente, ne gluposti, nisam dobio tačno što sam teo. Jeste da sam uvijek na nuli, ali bože moj, za to igram.
Da, dobro je. Opa, šta je ovo? Ovo što ovo lepo izgleda. Monster Hunter?
Ne.
Cool.
Nemoguće.
Jeste vrte, Monster Hunter Stories.
Stories, znači ovo je nešto kao light verzija.
Ba da, light varijanta.
Za dečicu.
Ja ko soku dečicu da ne pomenem.
Ali ponavljam.
Pa mislim više lupaju vidiš na to tržište, mislim očigledno, bret. Naravno.
Stavi taj traktor na mir.
Mada se meni Xbox mnogo više sviđa taj njihov način pretplate. Zato što je meni uvek Sony bio k srcu, tako je.
Da, ali nema veze što Sony drži sve za jaje.
To jebi ga.
Dobro.
Nije to danas ništa toliko nedostižno, ni ono da možeš da imaš pored jedne konzole još jednu. Bože,
ali ono što ja znam, ti nisi normalno, ti ćeš da kupuješ igre za obe konzole. Iste igre za obe konzole.
Ne.
Da, KF3 za PlayStation i za PC.
Mamo ili je dosta izlazi Day One čoveče igre, da me zajebavaš. Ja bi recimo odigrao, siguran sam Indiana Jonesa do sad, ne znam tako par ovih naslova koji su izbacili Day One. A vamo ti traže lovu brali da bi igrao. Ovo, platiš pretplatu i ćao. Agent Bruce Lee.
Ovo igra?
Ovo je Hitman sigurno.
Agent Play.
Minasan konnichiwa, Xbox no
Mama moja.
It is great to be back at
Ubacili jebenog Bruce Lee-a u Hitmana, čoveče.
Veze ima Bruce Lee sa...
Bruce Lee.
Sapan. Promašili ste ovo.
Ma on je target. Pa vidiš, konnichiwa.
From celebrated legends to emerging stars, these bold storytellers are a big part of why Asia is the fastest growing region for Xbox. You've seen what creators in Japan and Asia are bringing to Xbox next, including the first look at gun-grade gore, blood heat. The spectacular story, along with every game,
Ni Koreja, baš to.
Japan je više deo toga, te zapadne kulture američke i čak i evropske po nekim stvarima. Imaju oni svoju kulturu, ali ono, znaš, više su bliži nama i Amerikancima nego što su bliži Aziji.
Evo ga Xbox Ally. Vidi ovo. Izbacuju ladno konzolu. Malo.
Sve je to super, a da li možeš da instaliraš, šta hoćeš njega kao na Steam Decku?
Trebalo bi da može, ako to ne urade, oni su odmu minus.
Možeš i svi da pokazuje. Sve Store možeš da instaliraš.
Volim! Dobro će, gledamo. Samo mi daj još 5 minuta, skidam nešto, znaš. Za ovaj Steam Deck, pa ćemo za 5-10 minuta će gledamo, naravno. Ne možeš, ću tu plavim, nemoj da me nerviraš. I što su Ilija sad rekli za handheld konzolu, ništa nisam čuo.
Handheld? Možeš da pristupiš svim
handheld, da,
svim ostalim storovima.
Znači ima svoju internu memoriju i to.
Ne, nego kao što i Steam.
Cloud, kao što je i Sony, što ima ovaj Portable, onaj jak se zove. Portal. Ja, bože, to je sranje.
Nije portal, nego možeš da instaliraš i druge storove, nisi vezan samo za Xbox Store. Možeš da reš Steam na njega, Good Old Games. Kapiraš?
Pa to je cool.
Ne držete za muda da možeš samo Xbox. Kao što ti radi, ne znam, Sony i Nintendo.
Pa da, oni to rade, da. Nema i oni svoj store i to je to, doviđenje.
I ako hoćeš van toga...
Pa čekaj, iskreno i Xbox je svoj store i to je to, šta? Ne razumijem.
Da, ali taj što si ti rekao, ta Xbox konzola će ti imati pristup ostalim storima, nećeš morati samo igre sa Xbox Store da instaliraš. Moćeš sa Steam.
To je okej, da.
To je dosta konkurentno, znaš, kad to u takvom potezu radi, znači ti imaš mudar. Znači da smatraš da je tvoj proizvod dovoljno dobar da bez da konkurenciju guraš, razumeš?
Jeste ba to, ali to Steam Deck već radi day one. Ja s njim mogu da igram šta hoću. Ću Epic, ću GOG, šta hoću.
Ali da nisu imali tu opciju, ljudi bi ih ono, znaš, kao čekaj, ovo ima, ovo nema. I šta nas sad vuče da vas koristimo? Pa, ako imaš isto, onda koristiš jednu drugu.
Hotel Barcelona. Ovo je samo za Xbox, ne seri. Opa, ide gas. Ekskluziva. Konnichiwa.
Konnichi fucking wa.
主人公たちは海底世界の危機を救うた
Очень
め
брывай,
まず初
как
め
у
に
тарара.
人魚の岩場へ向かいます。人魚の許しを得ることで
あや
海底への道が開かれるのです。彼らがどうやって海底に向かうか
Jako je old school, sine.
実は
Old
海では泡に
school.
包まれて水中を浮遊しながら進んでいくんです。
Pa, rekao sam, te bratu sam rekao, Clair Obscur ti je baš old school RPG. Iako ima modernu grafiku.
Ali je, brate, mehanika i sve ono. To je to.
Ima neki novi twist, ali zapravo je više JRPG nego što su japanski RPG-evi trenutno.
Da, bre.
Što je tužno, znaš, mogu Japanci samo da budu ljubomorni. Igrao sam nove Final Fantasy igre, nisu ni premaci Clair Obscur. Po RPG, razumeš, tom nekom fazonu. Ne kažem za priču. Final Fantasy ima svoj neki način na koji pripoveda priču, to je okej. Nego gameplay, borba, razumeš to. Previše stvari su promenili na način koji se meni iskreno ne sviđa, jer sam ja možda amator. Stvari koje su radili u starim igrama su, razumeš, napravili boljim samo u Clair Obscur. A dok ove moderne japanske igre samo se osjećam kao da su devoluirali. Nije ništa napredovalo, već smo otišli riknici. Možda je izuzetak onaj Final Fantasy remake što je igrao moj brat. Njemu je okej igra, koliko vidim. Meni izgleda dobro.
まだお話は終わりません。聖域の一番奥で助けを待つ人魚たちがいます。ここで出てくるのが本作の新しいボスで、人魚たちを襲撃したミリエラとその手下です。この戦いの先がどんな展開になっているか、ぜひ自分の目で確かめてみてくださいね。というわけで本日の特別配信はここまでとなります。 HD2D 版ドラゴンクエスト 1&2 は10月30日発売です。Xbox シリーズ XS、そして Windows 版は現在予約受付中です。以上、プロデューサーの早坂でした。
Nadam se da su japanski... Da? Više smačka.
Seo mi na mesto koliko sam ustao, nesrećnik, i gledaj kako neće se mrdne.
Japanski RPG developeri, znači, vidjeli da su Francuzi napravili nešto što je u suštini omaž njihovim starim igrama. Da neko ima mozga da napravi, razumeš, old school RPG, a ne ovo moderno smeće.
To this part, you hit the button. That's it. Like that, just like that. Yeah.
Kakve su ovo ritmičke igre, jebat?
Ne, pa, DS Plus. Prijatno. Da kažem da igra mora biti loša ako za DS Plus, ali znam da je prilagođena tome hardware, tako da ono... piši propalo.
Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park, Hiroshima. Opa, šta je ovo jebot?
Timeric. Simulacija je deličarenje.
Kyoto. Japan!
Kyoto ti je stara predstavnica Japana, ne Tokio. Kyoto. Ne znam koliko znaš.
Kyoto. Ili ja znam mnogo, čoveče.
Ne znam da li znaš toliko.
Ne znam mnogo. Ne znam toliko, ali znam mnogo.
Dobro.
Da, ovo je neki simulator jebote, ovo je do jaja izgleda jebote.
Možda neki simulator letenja.
Aha, pa jeste sigurno. Meni je to cool. Ne volim da igram, ali cool je da gledam. Ne, ko voli ovo svaka čast.
Pa ako je letenje manje više arkadno, razumeš? Bi onako turistički.
Ma imaš i simulacije, baš.
Ljudi ne traže simulaciju, ljudi traže da je onako malo zabavno. Traže, ne znam kakav izazov ovako im igramo. Da ti ja kažem.
Jesi probao ovaj novi patch, ja da ću danas da probam. Prošli put sam ga skinuo, nisam ni pokrenuo igru.
Za Dark patch?
Ali sam seljak skinuo. Za Yet Another Zombie Survivors.
Ima nova mapa, nema novi Survivor. Ima nova mapa
nema?
Ne. Je previše se novo. Mislim okej, ali ono... Bacite novog Survivora da razumeš ono... Jer ako baciš novog Survivora onda imaš uvijek kombinatoriku kako taj karakter igra sa ostalima, znaš.
Da.
A jer nova mapa to okej, dobro, nova mapa odigraš 60-ak puta i... Okej, vi ste super, sad imate još jednu mapu. Mislim, ne znam kako ti objasnim, nisam nešto, ono... Dobro je da ubije malo monotoniju, ali da su bacili i novog karaktera uz novu mapu, a...
Da, to ne bi bilo već loše, da.
To bi bilo ono... Grabbed by the balls, što kaže.
Proton Experimental Update, ajde.
Kažem onaj meme od pokojnog Stan Lee-a, onoga crtača stripa, kaže grab her by the pussy.
Da, ovo je neki simulator, bre čoveče.
Da.
Pa cool, mislim ko voli, s meni je to do jaja. Ko voli, svaka čast.
Neki zvoli, istina.
Naravno. Cool. Super da imaš ono u fazonu sve za ta sranja, razumeš, one kontrolere, ono. Napraviš, brale, pravu simulaciju, ono. Sky is calling. Flight Simulator 2024. Available today. 2024 available today. What the fuck?
So that the destiny of our imperial forebears may one day be fulfilled.
Evo ti ga, Roman Saga, neka vidiš. Na Xbox ga stavljaju, eto ti. Vidiš? Šta ti ja pričam?
Romansa od 3 kraljevstva i to.
Da, izgleda da je to.
Što si sad ljubomora?
Nisam, stvarno nisam, ali vidiš šta rade. Mislim, to je ljudi već odavno na Sony i Nintendo konzolama. Ko će da vam sad juri to na, mislim, okej. Neko drugo tržište verovatno da, što je okej. Da ljudi van Japana, što se kaže, imaju šta da, međutim... Ne znam šta da kažem. To tamo da ima neku prođu ne bi rekao.
What do you want to be when you grow up? Now, do you have your answer? Honestly, just being yourself is good enough.
A disaster brought forth by the archdemon.
Jeste, go sam sotan lično.
Demonic armies and heretics wearing the faces of men.
To smo mi demoni.
Kaki demon Ilija?
Abominations that must be
Satan.
eradicated.
Heretici.
Jeste, Satans.
With the power granted to us, we'll avenge our comrades and reclaim the kingdom.
Dojebate da se spremam polako. Pa se čujemo da nas će pikamo nešto jebi ga. Ajde, ajde.
Yes, lako. Take care.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We will hold the line until you found creatures are raised from this world.
Hi, this is Joe from Team Ninja, and today I'm excited to bring you a first look at some of the challenges and difficulty options that await you in Ninja Gaiden 4 when it releases October 21st. This new mainline entry in the legendary Ninja Action franchise, developed by and in collaboration with Platinum Games, elevates Ninja Gaiden's signature high-octane combat to new heights, with a wide array of new offensive and defensive techniques. Ninja Gaiden's distinct difficulty design, which introduces varied enemy placement and increasingly aggressive enemy AI across higher difficulty levels, stays true to Ninja Gaiden tradition. That being said, the path to becoming a master ninja is not a destination, but a journey, which is why we have introduced difficulty options and assists to help new players familiarize themselves with the way of the ninja. One such difficulty option is Hero Mode, which will enable auto guard, auto dodge, and other useful assists, allowing you to acclimate yourself to the general flow of combat without the pressure of imminent annihilation. In Hero Mode, these assists can be toggled on and off at any time during the game. Hero Mode is a perfect mode for players who want to focus on the story of Yakumo's ascent to the ranks of Master Ninja, as he sets out to kill the Dark Dragon and clashes with the legendary Super Ninja, Ryu Hayabusa. Rest assured that if you start your journey on Hero Mode, but midway start craving more bite in your combat, you will be able to change the difficulty to normal or hard at any time during the story, allowing you to curate your combat experience according to your progression as a player. Speaking of progression, Ninja Gaiden 4 introduces a standalone training mode, a series first, that can be accessed at any time from the menu. Here you can brush up on your attack strings, defensive maneuvers, and other combat skills, so you can effortlessly dish them out on the battlefield. Action game enthusiasts with aspirations of completing Master Ninja difficulty will have their skills pushed to their limits. Master Ninja cannot be switched to mid-game, and the badge of honor for completing this difficulty will be reserved for those who have truly honed their skills. On Master Ninja difficulty, enemies won't wait their turn, and if you hope to stand a chance, you'll have to dig deep into your toolset, maintain keen situational awareness, and react to enemies with deadly precision. Here's some Master Ninja gameplay to get a taste of what Ninja Gaiden 4 looks like at high-level play. Whether you're a seasoned veteran itching for the next milestone action game experience, or a newcomer looking to cut their teeth on some euphoric hack-and-slash action, Ninja Gaiden 4 will offer a rich and exhilarating experience for players of all skill levels. We hope you enjoyed this first look at Ninja Gaiden 4's difficulty settings. We'll see you on the battlefield when it releases October 21st. Thanks for watching.
大家好，我是《卧影猎人》的制作人浩，很高兴在 Xbox Tokyo Game Show 的直播节目上和大家见面。在刚刚结束的《卧影猎人》Beta 3测试中，数以万计的猎金人参与到了本次封测。在此，我代表全体主创团队感谢大家的支持。《卧影猎人》设定在一个诸神已死、满目疮痍的世界中，在这片黑暗和绝望笼罩的大地上，有着痛彻心扉的悲剧。也有无畏奋战的勇气。我们把这些故事埋在了游戏中的各个角落，相信细心的玩家已经拼凑出了金雾之下鲜为人知的秘辛。而在未来的游戏版本中，我们还为猎金人准备了更多精彩的内容。神树林将是玩家在布兰德要塞之后第2章可以深入体验的全新游戏地图。在这片白化的世界中，玩家将与神秘壮丽的神之矛首次近距离接触。在这座苍白巨树之下，蛰伏着一群觊觎神之矛残存力量的敌人，而海岸高地的巨人尸体，也在彰显着曾经恢宏无比的诸神之力。随着冒险的深入，玩家将逐渐揭开巫术森林内鬼影重重的秘密，甚至直面伪神的魔法。金雾仍未散去，我们期待很快再与广大猎金人见面。届时，就让我们在营地重逢，再一次携手扬帆出征。
You're back in the forest. Your road's been long. Hear my words. They'll make you strong. The wild can wear you through and through. Heal your soul with mushroom stew. The cold will bite and find a crack. So knit your warmth to hold it back. The bugs don't rest. They hunt and chase. Stand tall and meet them face to face. The woods are harsh, but not alone. A friend may light a path unknown. You're small, it's true, but brave and bright. This burrow's yours. Hold fast, hold tight.
All shall die to my blade.
Colonel, don't just stand there. It's time for you to take the stage.
Our universe is held together by magic. A divine power that comes from the gods themselves. All across the world, it takes the form of powerful weapons and artifacts. When used for good, these artifacts can create wonders.
I want Yasuko by my side.
Lord Harumoto, I must decline your request to turn my daughter into a soldier.
Know the Ren. Welcome to my channel.
But when the power corrupts the
Age
mind
of
of the
Empires.
wielder, the whole
Really?
world shakes in its foundations.
Age of Empires.
You
Oh
did not think
no.
you could capture me that easily, did you?
If you want something done properly, you'll have to do it yourself.
Leave my father alone! I don't even know how I did that. I must go west to rescue my father from Magamo's crypt.
You're not going alone. Shinobi!
I come to you with a proposal to steal power from the gods.
You and that spear are a blessing sent from heaven.
It's over. Yasuko!
Age of Mythology. Ah, there we go. How fun is that? Well,
We're excited to be bringing 18 multiplayer maps to Black Ops 7 at launch.
With many of those maps inspired by Japan. Today we want to share the first details about a few of them.
For the first time in franchise history, Black Ops takes players deep into Japan. Not just as a backdrop, but as a major region woven across the entire experience.
Set in 2035, this near-future vision of Japan gave us the perfect canvas to tell our story.
The region's blend of tradition and innovation
Canvas, they say.
mirrors the themes at the heart of Black Ops 7.
Legacy, disruption, and the fight for control in a world shaped by technology. From the neon-lit skyline to the quiet hills above Tokyo, Japan offered the right tone, scale, and contrast to ground our narrative and gameplay.
For fans in Japan, it's a chance to see their world reimagined through the lens of Black Ops.
Wow.
For players everywhere else, it's an invitation to explore one of the most visually and culturally rich settings we've ever built.
Every detail was considered.
I don't know, why
every
not
space was
Osaka?
designed to honor the setting while delivering the gameplay Black Ops is known for.
This map's really exciting because we wanted to transport players into the player fantasy of being at the heart of Tokyo.
For me, as an objective player, I really love this map because it's got really well-defined lanes and then some really fun set pieces.
One of my favorite things in the map is the Cat Cafe. There's a karaoke bar, which is a lot of fun. Those is call-outs where it's like, I got him in the Cat Cafe. That's going to be fun to say no matter what.
Each of the landmarking across it is really unique, from the Old Town District into the main center urban district where you're surrounded by this 2035 atmosphere, and then the carnage that spills from that as well.
From the outside, you'll see this Japanese castle, and then once you make your way inside, the guild have taken it over and instilled this 2035 tech.
I really love the throne room. It's in the center of this castle, and it's got this amazing blend of technology.
My favorite thing in this map are the wall jump opportunities on the outside lanes. You're going over the rooftop while other players are on the inside experiencing a completely different close quarters dynamic.
On behalf of all of us at Treyarch, we are so excited for players to experience
there
our
is
new
a castle in Modern Warfare 2.
Next week. Stay tuned to the official Call of
There
Duty
is
channel
that.
for more intel, and we'll see you in the
Mr.
lobby.
Call of Duty fuckers. There is already a castle made out of wood and bricks or whatever.
Minasan, konnichiwa. Xbox no Mato desu. Since our last Tokyo Game Show broadcast, we launched our biggest Call of Duty ever. Saw a record number of players jump into Minecraft following the hit movie and topped the charts across platforms with titles like Forza Horizon 5 and Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm proud of our creative teams as they show their originality, innovation, and commitment to quality. As we look ahead, our teams continue to deliver not only
I'm trying
the
to
best
find the
games
honey.
yet, but more releases and updates than ever
Don't
before.
have it.
No matter where you play, there's so much to look forward to this year. Keeper, Ninja Gaiden 4, The Outer Worlds 2, and Call of Duty Black Ops 7. All are Xbox Play Anywhere titles and will be available with Game Pass and on the Xbox Ally handhelds. Japan has been home to countless beloved games over the years, many of which were in today's show. And as you've also seen today, several of our biggest franchises, Call of Duty, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Age of Mythology, and Ninja Gaiden 4 are all bringing inspiration from this part of the world to their players around the globe. Before we go, we do have one more reveal. It's the latest entry and one of our biggest and most played franchises.
Need for Speed. Forza Horizon. Okay, close.
The teams at Playground Games and Turn 10 have poured their hearts into Forza Horizon 6, bringing Japan to life like never before. This has been the most requested location since the very first game, and we can't wait to share more next year. I hope you enjoyed the show. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Oh, you're welcome, dude.
All it takes is a beautiful fake smile to hide an injured soul. He burst onto the stages and film sets like a relentless, raging tornado, sucking everyone who happened to be nearby into his vortex. He couldn't help but make people laugh and couldn't live without being funny. Humor became a hope and an abyss for him. Apparently, this was his main life tragedy. Why did such a bright and outstanding personality voluntarily decide to pass away? Today on the Biographer Express channel, we will try to understand how Robin Williams' last days were shaping up and what exactly led to such a shocking decision. Alcohol, psychotropic substances, depression, or a creative crisis. Or maybe there was a reason that no one even guessed about. On August 11th, 2014, most of the world's tabloids were already spreading tragic and shocking news. On this very day, U.S. President Barack Obama issued an official statement full of genuine admiration for this bright man whose talent did not leave anyone indifferent. Robin Williams was an airman, a doctor, a genie, a nanny, a president, a professor, a bangarang Peter Pan, and everything in between. But he was one of a kind. He arrived in our lives as an alien, but he ended up touching every element of the human spirit. He made us laugh. He made us cry. He gave his immeasurable talent freely and generously to those who needed it most, from our troops stationed abroad to the marginalized on our own streets. Robin Williams was found dead that day at his home in Tiburon's Paradise Cay, California. The time of his death was declared at 12:02 p.m. Even then, before this information was officially confirmed, some media outlets, mostly the yellow press, were already churning out loud headlines about the causes of death, while more respectful newspapers were limited to a neutral phrase, "was found dead." It was only after the official autopsy that absolutely all the media raced to talk about the true reason Robin Williams passed away of his own free will as a result of asphyxia and hanging. There were personal belongings taken out of his pockets, an iPad and several antidepressants prescribed by a doctor on the chair next to him. Black sneakers and a pair of black socks were also near the chair. It was so ordinary, usual, as if he was just undressing, about to take a shower or change clothes. There had been no signs of trouble the night before. Robin called his wife Susan to say that he'd stopped by the bookstore to buy magazines for her, and when he returned, he looked and behaved completely normally. He even took his iPad, and Susan was delighted because before that he hadn't read or watched TV for 6 months. It should have been a good sign that Robin finally had some interest in this, but from the moment he left the room that day, she no longer saw him alive. The couple had been sleeping separately lately due to Robin's insomnia, and when Susan left on business in the morning, she decided he was still asleep and did not look into his room so as not to disturb him. What made the successful, beloved actor and comedian, winner of the Academy Award, several Golden Globe and Grammy Awards, and dozens of other prestigious awards and nominations, a loving father of 3 children, shorten his life at the age of 63? Let's figure it out. Robin McLaurin Williams was born in 1951 in Chicago. His dad, Robert Fitzgerald Williams, held a high position at Ford Motor Company, and because of this, the family had to move frequently. They lived in Illinois, Michigan, and later in California. When you change schools often, it's hard to make real friends. In addition, Robin suffered from dyslexia as a child. As he himself recalled later, "I was the only child on my block on Halloween to go trick or trout." So the boy grew up alone. Actually, he was raised by a maid because his father and mother worked a lot. His mother, Laurie McLaurin, a former model, was not only a bright beauty, but also had an extraordinary sense of humor.
You're gonna do this! Oh, no!
You know, we embarrass you. I did for years.
Yeah, that and
I
making this noise at dinner.
Yeah.
You wouldn't like that.
No.
Robin adored his mother and always tried to make her laugh in order to somehow attract her attention, win more of her affection. Most likely he did it well, because even then there was a conviction in his subconscious that bright jokes could add weight and value to a guy in the eyes of others. He was quiet and shy, and only played someone else, or made good jokes. Robin turned into another person.
I was an only child. It wasn't. I mean, you learn to play with yourself, pardon the pun. But you adapt, your imagination, you find a way of getting through it. It wasn't awful, no, I had actually kind of a wonderful time because of that. And then later on, you know, I learned that it was very interesting how it formed who and what I am.
You created all those characters.
Yeah, little things that didn't really surface till college, where all of a sudden I realized I had this mimicry disability that, because I think I've been kind of listening and absorbing all that stuff, and then in college I had a chance to release it.
At Deer Path Junior High School, he joined the high school drama department. Robin not only performed on stage, but also parodied his classmates all the time, which, if it did not make him less lonely, definitely added a little popularity. Not that he was an outsider. The guy studied well, was an athlete, and the success of his comedy impromptu performances, and the fact that they were paying more attention to him further strengthened his belief that his path was acting. After graduating from high school, classmates voted for him in 2 categories: most likely not to succeed, and funniest. There's a lot to draw conclusions from, isn't there? And he did. Even after enrolling in a prestigious college for political science, Robin Williams did not last long there, and subsequently transferring to another college, chose acting as his specialty. Then there was the famous New York acting Juilliard School. Even then, he literally lit up any scene with himself. According to his closest friend since then, actor Christopher Reeve, he talked a mile a minute. I'd never seen so much energy contained in one person. He was like an untied balloon that had been inflated and immediately released. I watched in awe as he virtually caroomed off the walls of the classrooms and hallways. To say that he was on would be a major understatement. Few talented actors are as talented in comedy. Few talented comedians can be talented actors at the same time. Robin Williams was a talented actor and a talented comedian. He chose this path for himself, to be a comedian first of all, and perhaps it was this choice that made him truly unhappy at the end of his life. So when Robin moved to San Francisco, he finally chose comedy for himself. Everyone who knew Robin Williams as a comedian and actor unanimously speaks of his irrepressibility, exuberant energy, which, like a volcanic geyser, was always looking for a way out. If in life he could be quiet, thoughtful, melancholic, then when it came to creativity and comedy, he literally exploded. It was constant movement, improvisation, impromptu. And it was always not enough for him. He was insatiable to the point of laughter, to the reaction of people to what he was doing. When he soon moved to Los Angeles, then he was only doing stand-up there. Already at that time, in the early 70s, psychotropic substances began to appear in his life, but it still did not become a problem for him. Addiction to illegal substances covered him along with success when in 1977, a producer of the then popular television sitcom Happy Days saw his performance and invited him to play an episode in his sitcom. Robin appeared in one of the episodes of the show My Favorite Orkin in the role of the eccentric alien Mork. Thanks to Williams' fiery temperament and humor, this episode raised the rating of the program so much that the producers decided to create a whole separate show with this character called Mork and Mindy, with Robin Williams in one of the main roles. It was a bullseye hit. The show became mega popular all over America, and Robin, as they say, literally overnight, turned from a little-known stand-up comedian into a sitcom superstar.
Mama, I'm on TV!
Robin, who was modest and shy by his innate nature, was literally showered with fame, money, fans, and groupies thanks to his brilliant talent. The first episode of Mork and Mindy was released in September 1978, a couple of months after Williams married his first wife, Valerie Velarde. The couple was for free love, and Robin left with another mistress every evening, after playing an episode in a sitcom in front of a live audience, and after that, after working several stand-ups in a row in different clubs. All this, except for the irrepressible, natural, insane creative energy of Williams, needed some other supporting factors, and they became white powder and alcohol. According to one of his friends, comedian Alan Steven, Robin then could not even go on stage without refueling with psychotropic substances. Recalling these times, he quoted one of the conversations with Williams before the next show. Robin said, "Know anyone with blow? I have to go on, and I can't go on without any blow." At that time, almost everyone in the Los Angeles showbiz was on banned substances. It was kind of a trend. Someone took a little, someone took more, and something heavier, but this did not surprise anyone, and Williams really got hooked very tightly on prohibited substances. According to another friend, comedian Mike Bender, one night we went to a place called Flipper's Discotheque, and I had like a gram of coke. Williams had said, "Ooh, let me take that, and do you mind if I hit that in the bathroom?" He came back and it was empty. I was like, whoa. It was like 8:15 p.m. at night. I was like, "Robin, you did the whole gram?" He was like, "It was an accident, I'm sorry." With drugs, he was a monster. After becoming a star, Robin Williams joined the elite circle and hung out with such famous stars as Robert De Niro, John Belushi, Andy Warhol, and others. By the way, you can subscribe to our channel and click on the bell to learn more about the lives of other celebrities. For Williams, every evening was a relentless series of parties that turned into night and lasted until morning.
You cannot wait to do this. You give me so beautiful.
And after such nights, exhausted and still not fully adequate, Robin literally crawled to the set of the sitcom. But even in this state, he somehow managed to boost the ratings of the show. The director of the show, Mork and Mindy, Howard Storm, recalled this period of Williams' filming, saying that the actor could not sleep at all the whole night, drinking, dating women, and having sexual relations with everybody in town. Mork and Mindy lasted until May 1982. Then the show was suddenly closed, and Robin was overcome with despair. What will happen next? Stand-up shows have always helped him cope with short-term periods of depression, although they themselves often led him to it. Many comedians have encountered this in their work. Robin was no exception, and in his case, these mood swings and states were further exacerbated by the abuse of stimulant substances and alcohol. How does it work? According to a study conducted by Oxford University scientists, it was found that comedians, as a rule, tend to have a so-called conflicted profile, which is characterized by a combination of introverted, depressive traits on the one hand, and on the other, their complete opposite, extroverted, impulsive, manic traits. Because of this, comedians tend to feel misunderstood, angry, anxious, and depressed. 523 comedians from the UK, USA, and Australia participated in this rather detailed study. But despite these negative side effects of the process, Robin caught a real buzz from stand-up from its spontaneity, the feeling of a constant challenge.
Autopilot. I mean, there's something in your way. There'll be certain things that you know you can do that will work, but for me, I love to take the chances and improvise. That's the greatest high in the world, when you're trying new stuff. Now we're getting suggestions and playing and doing new things. That's my favorite. That's the unknown, the special land.
When the comedy Good Morning Vietnam was released on movie screens in 1987, his acting career began to play with bright colors again. The film was a huge success, and Robin received the well-deserved status of a movie star. The nominations for the prestigious awards went one after another. It was in the late 80s and 90s that he received great commercial success because many of his pictures from this period grossed more than $100 million at the box office. In particular, The Fantasy Hook and the animated musical Aladdin. What do you think the actor lacked for complete happiness? He had a favorite career, success, and a beloved wife in his life. But huge success and popularity could also be pressure factors, especially when the psyche is already weakened by the use of substances, the effects of which either dull the senses or incline to emotional instability. All those years behind his fame and success was the same explosive mixture: insane talent plus substances plus alcohol. And this continued until 1992. But there was also something that, unnoticed by everyone else, had been haunting Robin for years. Fear. What exactly was he afraid of? Everything, it's just a general all-around, it's fearfulness and anxiety. It was an all-encompassing feeling of fear that lived with him constantly, and only complete immersion in work, loud applause and laughter from the audience, or substances with alcohol were the means by which he muffled this feeling in himself. But long-term and regular substance abuse still left an incorrigible mark on the actor's health. According to scientists, such substances impair brain function, overly stimulate or disrupt normal communication between neurons. In addition, they can alter important areas of the brain necessary for maintaining vital functions, responsible for human motivation, as well as those involved in the formation of habits and routine actions. Also, according to statistics from a study published in 2009, substance use disorders are among the most common mental disorders found in voluntary departures from life. The epic of abuse for Robin Williams ended unexpectedly and abruptly with the death of his friend, comedian John Belushi, brother of the famous actor Jim Belushi, in March 1992 from an overdose. Just before this terrible event, on that very day, Robin hung out with him at John's bungalow at the Chateau Marmont Hotel, Los Angeles. Williams was then the main witness in the case of Belushi's death, which, in addition to the shock of his friend's death, also cleared his brain quite well. Besides, Valerie was just expecting a baby. The Belushi tragedy was frightening. His death scared a whole group of show business people. It caused a big exodus from drugs, and for me, there was the baby coming. I knew I couldn't be a father and live that sort of life. His first child, son Zachary Him, was born in 1983. From then until 2005, Robin managed to maintain sobriety.
I remember stopping it on my own because I was about to have a son, and I didn't want to be broke up going, hey, Dad loves you. Here's a little switch. I'm going to throw up on you. You know, you don't want to be like that. And I had to kind of go, but I did it alone. So that was what I was, you know, 20 years without any help.
But in 2005, on the set of the movie The Big White, somewhere on the border between Alaska and British Columbia, Robin still broke down and plunged again at that time into the alcoholic abyss. The atmosphere of this place contributed to this, and the inner demons woke up again, breaking his resistance, which lasted for almost 20 years. Not that there was anything special about this place. One can assume that it was just that very necessary little push, and he couldn't help himself. Why was he trying to forget himself in alcohol? Again, because of fear. I was in a small town where it's not the edge of the world, but you can see it from there. And then I thought, drinking. I just thought, hey, maybe drinking will help. Because I felt alone and afraid. It was that thing of working so much and going, maybe that'll help. And it was the worst thing in the world. The binge lasted 3 years. It was because of this that their marriage with his second wife, Marcia Garces, broke up, with whom they lived together for 19 years and gave birth to 2 children, daughter Zelda and son Cody. Although it was the family who organized the intervention and helped Robin to stop drinking, placing him in a rehabilitation center. These 3 years have left an irreparable mark on the relationship. Williams drank as enchantingly as he choked, absolutely without breaks. He appeared
Welcome to my channel.
Interviews,
hey,
and right in front of
how are you?
As in that famous
good,
case at the Cannes Film Festival in 2006, when he knocked Ivana Trump down on the dance floor during the AIDS charity dinner. He went on drunken sprees in Los Angeles bars, where he got drunk until he lost consciousness, and once even tried to court a waitress, which according to eyewitnesses, pretty angered Marcia, who was still enduring it all. Everyone knew about it. They wrote about it, and later he himself admitted that even though his wife forgave him, this was the reason for the divorce. He was left alone, having lost the woman he loved and the children he adored. You know,
how is your stream going?
Stuff that causes disgust.
Oh, good, I guess.
You can say I forgive you and all that stuff,
but oh my God.
It's not the same as recovering from it.
Wood.
It's not
a lot of wood.
When, at the end of 2010, the Guardian correspondent Decca Aikenhead took an exclusive interview with
I'm on
the man she saw in front of her was no longer
vacation, 2-week vacation. This is like the end week for me, and I didn't travel anywhere, so it's, you know, like home chilling, helping my, you know, parents with anything, or brother, whatever. So,
Tony, welcome to my channel. Cheap followers on streamambu.com remove the space ICJBAYK.
Let me see. It's Luna Paris 78. Interesting.
El Luna Perry. 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 El Luna Perry.
There you go. Call me back later. Not banning, like seeing if you're a bot or not. Called me paranoid. Probably am. Who knows?
Longer quite like the Williams everyone knew. He still attended AA, or Alcoholics Anonymous, support groups, was in therapy, and maybe that's what influenced his usual temperament. But most likely this was already the beginning of those changes in his personality that subsequently led to the tragedy. His bearing is intensely zen and almost mournful, and when he's not putting on voices, he speaks in a low, tremulous baritone, as if on the verge of tears. That would work very well if you were delivering a funeral eulogy. He seems gentle and kind, even tender, but the overwhelming impression is one of sadness. Over time, Robin's already vulnerable and sensitive psyche really began to malfunction. In the documentary about Robin, Robin Williams' Come Inside My Mind, released in 2018, his friends and family recalled that he kept a lot to himself, but also reacted very strongly to everything. The emotions suppressed inside could also contribute to certain shifts in the direction of nervous disorders over time. The heart surgery he underwent in 2009 did not improve the situation either. During the operation, his heart valve was replaced, and although Williams later joked a lot about this topic, a very close encounter with the possibility of his own death became a great stress, adding another one to his long-standing fears.
Did they replace the valve? They did. I had choices. You can go with a pig valve, which was great because then you can find truffles. A mechanical valve, which would be great, like an Apple iHeart, so that'd be lovely. And I went with a bovine valve, which is a cow valve, which is wonderful because now I can crap standing up.
Somewhere back then, the actor began to suffer even more from depression and anxiety. In his work, there were several films in one way or another related to the topic of mental health. For example, The Fisher King and Awakenings in the 90s. At that time, he researched this topic very deeply, as well as the topic of asphyxia during the filming of the film World's Greatest Dad in 2009. Therefore, he had a fairly clear idea of what mental disorders can lead to. In addition, the situation in his career did not add optimism to the actor at all. Most of the pictures in which he has been involved in recent years were qualitatively very, very far from those that glorified him in his time as an actor and for which he received awards. Why was he doing this? It seemed that Williams, just like at the beginning of his career, tried to fill every free minute with some kind of activity, because when he failed to make people laugh, Robin felt vulnerable. Life lost its meaning. According to his makeup artist, Sherry Mins, it's like he didn't worry about anything when he worked all the time. He operated on working. That was the truth.
Oh my god.
Above his children, above everything. If he wasn't working, he was a shell of himself, and when he worked, it was like a light bulb was turned on. And certain money problems made him take on any job, moving from one low-budget picture to another. Two divorces have eaten up a considerable amount of his earnings. In addition, his marriage in 2011 with his third wife, graphic designer Susan Schneider, made him keep the brand and maintain the standard of living that belonged to his stellar status. In 2012, Williams even had to put his beloved ranch up for sale. There are bills to pay. My life has downsized in a good way. I'm selling the ranch up in Napa. I just can't afford it anymore. A year before his death in 2013, Robin's luck finally seemed to smile again. He was invited to star in his first regular role since Mork and Mindy on the comedy TV show The Crazy Ones. He was really happy because the show was supposed to be pretty good. The script gave Williams the green light and space for his illustrious improvisations. And what is equally important, regular filming on TV gave a source of constant profit and constant employment. The idea of having a steady job is appealing. I have two choices: go on the road doing stand-up or do small independent movies working almost for scale. The movies are good, but a lot of times they don't even have distribution. It's a regular job. Day to day, you go to the plant, you put your punch card in, you get out. That's a good job. It was a chance to become himself again, which unfortunately he could not take advantage of because of the irreversible changes that were already happening to his personality at that time due to his state of health. Even though close friends who watched the show talking about this role said that he lost his spark. It was at this time that Robin began to have memory problems. He began to forget his texts during filming. At the same time, the actor began to have digestive disorders, problems with urination, insomnia, loss of sense of smell, and heartburn. A slight tremor appeared in his left hand, which he hid by keeping his hand in his pocket, as the creator of the show The Crazy Ones, David E. Kelley, recalled. Very soon, the ratings of the show began to drop, and the producers realized that the bet on the former explosive Robin Williams did not work, because his magic disappeared in The Crazy Ones. In April 2014, 6 months before the actor's death, the show was closed, and Williams lost the opportunity he was holding on to in the hope of returning to his former lifestyle. His makeup artist Sherry Mins recalled advising him to take up stand-up again to try to regain that feeling of stage adrenaline that always kept him afloat. Robin broke down in tears. He just cried and said, "I can't, Sherry." I said, "What do you mean you can't?" He said, "I don't know how anymore. I don't know how to be funny." And it was just gut-wrenching to hear him admit that, rather than lie to me and say something else. I think that's how troubled he was about all of it. A few months later, Robin was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, which seemed to clarify all the physiological symptoms he had at that time. According to his wife, Robin's life turned into an endless parade of symptoms that appeared not at the same time, but one after another, and it remained only to guess what else might be next. She even began to think that her husband was a hypochondriac. The couple spent a lot of time and effort trying to find the reasons for what was really going on with Robin, but there were still no answers. Robin wanted to keep this information a secret. Only ones closest to him knew, including his friend Billy Crystal, who later recalled,
"We left each other. He started to cry. And I said, 'What's the matter?' He goes, 'I'm just so happy seeing you.' And then he told me that he had been diagnosed with Parkinson's. And when he told me, I never heard Robin be afraid, except for that moment."
When Robin Williams starred in the third part of the Night of the Museum franchise in 2014, things were already going badly. The symptoms that began to manifest themselves during the filming of The Crazy Ones only worsened, and Sean Levy, the director of the franchise, recalled the words of Williams himself, with which he characterized his condition. "I'm not me anymore." Levy expressed his impressions of the conversation with Robin on set as follows. His brain was not firing at the same speed. The joy wasn't there. According to his wife Susan, at that time the actor was already taking a bunch of different antipsychotic medications, but there was no noticeable result and he was getting worse. Robin was losing his mind and he was aware of it. He was angry because by now he was so mad at himself for what his body was doing, for what his mind was doing. Williams began to show paranoia. He could not sleep at night, and his wife and close associates limited his communication with the outside world as much as possible, so as not to expose his condition to the public. In June 2014, Robin checked into the Dan Anderson Renewal Center in Center City, Minnesota, an addiction treatment facility similar to the one he was in rehab in 2006. There was a version for the press that the actor simply decided to take the opportunity to take a short break to once again confirm his commitment to sobriety and support himself in this choice. But in fact, this stay in rehab was just an unsuccessful attempt for Robin and Susan to find a solution to a problem that actually had no solution. The only thing it gave to them was that Robin was in a controlled space 24/7, where he could be constantly looked after, where he could practice meditation, yoga, which he hoped could improve his chances of fighting the disease. At the same time, both Williams' friends and children considered this a mistake because, in fact, he had no reason to stay in this clinic because the problem was not alcohol or illegal substances, but that he suffered from an unrelated physical disorder. What was worst of all about Robin's relentlessly progressive health changes was that he had forever lost the ability to extract for himself that most important stimulant that had kept him afloat all his life: the love and support of the public. As Billy Crystal mentioned,
He needed that little extra hug you can only get from strangers. It's a very powerful thing for a lot of comedians. That laugh is a drug. That acceptance, that thrill is really hard to replace with anything else.
these were the last months of his life. Do you think his condition, which was constantly deteriorating, was decisive in what happened? Write your opinion in the comments. On Monday, August 11th, 2014, Robin Williams was found dead at his home in Paradise Cay, California. The official reason was recognized as voluntary departure from life. His death had stirred up a whole wave of rumors, speculation, and even accusations. Many media outlets spread these rumors, turning heaps of dirt on the actor to their audiences in pursuit of high-profile headlines. Some, like Shep Smith of Fox News, called Robin a coward for this act. They wrote that he was high when he did it, or that he got drunk to the point of insanity. Although, at the time of Robin Williams' death, he had been sober from alcohol for 8 years and had not used psychotropic substances for many decades. On the one hand, there were people like Smith, who, by the way, later publicly apologized. And on the other hand, those who categorically stated, allegedly defending themselves, that one should not blame a man who had a mental disorder. But in fact, despite the fact that Robin had already been diagnosed with depression at that time, he was fighting and was not going to give up without a fight. This is also indicated by the fact that, according to his wife and other people close to the actor, he never even mentioned the possibility of killing himself. On the other hand, the history of his iPad browser indicates only the search for information about treatment methods and possible ways to solve his health issues. Even the daily pills that he was supposed to take Robin put in his pill dispenser for a few days in advance. For all the persistent claims that depression alone killed Williams, his wife always claimed only one thing. It was not depression that killed Robin. Depression was one of, let's call it, 50 symptoms, and it was a small one. Subsequently, when an autopsy was performed, it was found that Robin Williams did not suffer from misdiagnosed Parkinson's, but from Lewy body dementia, the most aggressive form of dementia, which in fact was the factor that significantly worsened the state of depression. In addition, this insidious and debilitating brain disease, which also includes symptoms of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's diseases, not only destroys the brain, but also disrupts sleep, affects behavior, movement, and human control over one's own body. According to Dr. Miller, Director of Memory and Aging at the University of California, Lewy body dementia is a disease that really kills. It is an aggressive, progressing rapidly disease, and considering that Robin Williams was posthumously diagnosed with one of the most devastating forms of this disease, it was already a miracle that Robin could walk or move at all, and that he managed to hold out for so long. Robin really didn't give up, trying to figure out his illness, and, together with his wife, planned an examination at the neurocognitive testing facility. But at the same time, it also imposed additional stress on Robin's exhausted psyche and definitely did not ease the paranoia he already had at that time. And periods of clear intention were replaced by periods of fear. I think he didn't want to go. I think he thought, I'm going to get locked up and never come out. Now, with all these facts from his biography in front of us, can we unequivocally answer the question of what exactly happened to the great comedian? Is it possible, after all, that it was the disease that killed him, even though he, to the best of his ability, fought to the last? Unfortunately, Robin Williams is not the only one in the galaxy of star actors whose lives ended too early. Marilyn Monroe, Heath Ledger, and many more. Click on the video that appears on your screen to find out details and theories about the death of other famous stars. And don't forget to like this video. It was Biographer Express. Thank you for being with us, and see you soon.
I had this little idea of a clown, just very simplistic, very basic.
Move on. That's Damien, the director.
It's been so long since there's been an iconic slasher franchise character.
You know, I've asked some distributors and stuff. They said killer clowns cannot sell a movie.
It is the horror thriller slasher gore film that's taking the entire country by storm.
But I do think it is the Art the Clown character is worth checking out if you're just a casual horror fan. Horror fans want a new slasher icon.
Hi. And that's the bad guy.
Hi. How are you? I'm gonna kill.
Okay, so I remember first seeing Art the Clown when Terrifier was on Netflix and thinking that clown looks unstable and freaky. I didn't watch it though, because I thought it seemed kind of silly. Which is true, but it turns out that these movies are also pretty disturbed. And this heinous clown is actually an elite horror villain. I feel like you could say to someone, I'm gonna watch Terrifier, and then maybe they're like, what? And then you show them this, and they know what you're talking about. This face kind of moves the needle, which is kind of crazy to do in the evil clown niche, where your competition is a motherfucker that can do this, and one of the greatest villains of all time. I know he's faced allegations of being an industry plant horror icon, but with the first Terrifier being an indie horror film with a budget of $35K and no real marketing, I'm afraid he did this the hard way. The first movie did benefit from the Netflix stimulus package, but that was like 2 years after it came out. I feel like Art the Clown is so interesting because it's kind of rare that we get a horror icon these days. Not just a solid antagonist in a popular horror movie, but a character that actually transcends the movie that they're in. Like, how many have there been in the past 15 years? Yes. Damn, point ruined, huh? No! I hate these movies, but I guess. Gabriel was cool, but no. Great movie, but no. Nah. I feel like this demon is carried by that one jump scare. Nah. Maybe. I don't know. Yes. Huh? So there's definitely... so there's like some. But I feel like Art the Clown is the closest to those classic slasher icons. You know, the ones... He is ridiculously recognizable, has 3 movies, a Funko Pop, silly little shirts at Hot Topic and Spencer's, is in Call of Duty, and was literally made because creator Damien Leone felt like the 2010s didn't have a distinct horror icon.
He's sort of filling that void of slashers that we loved in the 80s and bringing sort of that charm that Freddy Krueger had. He's very charming, he's funny, you want to be his friend in one moment, but the next he...
And after saying that he was getting a 3rd movie, I finally decided to be a real horror movie summary channel and watch the Terrifier movies. I know I'm late. Sorry, my prod is at the cleaners. So I went to watch the first Terrifier, but when I did that, I saw this other movie with Art's face on the poster.
Oh, what are you standing there for? Don't you have work to do?
This movie is something. To start his film career, Damien Leone made 2 short films. The Ninth Circle in 2008 and Terrifier in 2011, both of which feature Art the Clown. A producer ended up seeing Terrifier on YouTube and wanted to include it in an anthology film with shorts directed by different filmmakers, similar to VHS. But Damien was like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, and convinced the producer to let him create a feature film centered around Art. It would still have that anthology format, but he would be the sole director. So he used the 2 shorts he already had as the first and last films in the movie, made a new short to go in the middle along with the frame narrative to make it feature length, and just like that, we have All Hallows Eve, which definitely has VHS vibes. The movie literally starts with 2 kids finding a VHS tape in their bag on Halloween, and they decide to watch it with their babysitter Sarah. And being that this is Damien Leone's first short film, and the budget was probably like 3 McChickens, the production value is amazing.
Deal's done. Now, beat it.
But you can see that there's something here. A woman is waiting for a train when suddenly we are introduced to Art the Clown for the very first time. But he's like the Temu version. He kind of just looks more like a guy in a costume as opposed to like a creature. I don't know, I feel like I could wrestle him down and put him in a guillotine or something. But he still looks creepy and has a lot of the qualities that make the version from the Terrifier movies so good. He's such a little freak. So Art poisons this woman and she wakes up in chains with 2 other women who end up dying. She gets taken to this other place where she's tied down and surrounded by hooded monsters. There's a pregnant woman who gets her baby cut out from her and the blood is given to Satan. This is actually what my asshole looks like. Who drinks it and licks his lips. Freak bitch. Then random shots flash on the screen and the tape ends. So the idea behind the random assortment of horror character archetypes was to throw a bunch of shit out there and see what stuck. And Damien found something with Art, leading him to make the Terrifier short film in 2011. The final short in this movie. But as I mentioned, he needed to add another short film to make All Hallows Eve feature length. And he didn't want there to be too much Art the Clown in the movie before the Terrifier short, so that it would be more impactful. As a result, Art is not in this next tape, physically. Pretty much this woman is home alone and an alien crashes down and breaks into her house. Is that an alien wearing an alien mask? You know, he was just trying to fit in. And what are these movements? It finds the woman and drags her away, during which she pulls the sheet off a painting of Art the Clown. and it's over. So yeah, this is definitely just the filler film with this painting being added in to keep the theme of art consistent. This shit is so random. But that leads us to the last and by far best short in this movie, Terrifier 2011. Art is back with an upgraded look, much more similar to his standalone films. And he is no longer a middleman who drugs people. He was tired of being a loser and a punk bitch. His first kill is him sawing off a guy's head at a gas station. Very much a sign of what is to come. A woman sees him do this and flees the scene in her car. But she decides to stop when she sees a car parked on the road to try and get help. I don't know, I feel like I would have kept driving instead of hoping the car with hazards on would help me. The person in the car has essentially had their face sliced off, and the woman gets freaked out and starts driving again. But of course, Art is now in her car. He tracks her down again and beats her with a whip that has knives, scalpels, and a syringe attached to it.
It's supposed to be human braids of women he's killed.
He eventually ends up taking her to his lair where he carves offensive words into her and cuts off her limbs. It's quite disgusting. The practical effects for a movie with this kind of budget are pretty insane. And Damien Leone just did them himself. Okay, Beast. What's cool about this is that you can see how much better he got from his first short. Like, the progression is incredible. And honestly, I like the way the overall movie ends. The VHS tape is cursed. The TV turns on by itself, Art steps into the frame, and starts being an aggressive mime. The TV then becomes a mirror, and Sarah, the babysitter, can see Art behind her, but he's not actually there in real life. Like, come on, that's good. For context, the kids went to bed after the first tape, but she decided to keep watching. And in between each film, there's been hints that someone else is in the house. She smashes the tape and Art disappears, but we then hear the kids screaming. And Sarah goes to find their severed heads sitting next to each other with Art written on the wall in blood. He really went there, didn't he? The fact that these are kids might make this the craziest thing this character has done. I mean, I know there's the bedroom scene in Terrifier 2, and I haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet, but fuck, just saw Terrifier 3, it gets crazier. This movie is interesting. I think a lot of its shortcomings come down to the budget and Damien Leone being at the beginning of his filmmaking career, but you can see the potential of Art the Clown is clearly there. Looking back on it, I almost feel as if they should have just gone with the idea to make the Terrifier short a part of an anthology film with different directors. I think that would have made for a better movie. I mean, the first film in this is literally Damien just trying to figure shit out. The second one is filler. I'm not going to say he didn't care about it, but clearly he wanted the attention and emphasis to be on the final film to showcase Art. And for good reason. He found the potential horror icon he was looking for. And even though it's not technically his first appearance, I think this serves as a proper introduction to the Art that we know and sets the tone for the Terrifier movies. This is kind of just a condensed version of the first Terrifier. You see his psychotic mannerisms, his unique look, the gore. The goal was to introduce Art the Clown to a larger audience and show that he can carry a franchise on his back. And after a little crowdfunding and the help of a guy named Phil Falcone, alright, mob boss, we get Terrifier 2016.
And it wasn't until I made the second short film with him, which was called Terrifier, and that's when I made him a slasher officially, and I started really developing his sick, sadistic sense of humor, and that's when I kind of had the light bulb moment inside, and I said, he really is cool, and he can go far. I need to put him in a feature.
Welcome back to the program. If you're just tuning in, I'm sitting here live with the sole survivor of the Miles County Massacre.
A survivor of Art the Clown is being interviewed for a TV segment, the interviewer being the woman who played the babysitter in All Hallows Eve. Damn! Fuck. This news anchor ends up talking shit about the survivor, who overhears her and gouges her eyes out. Alright, so the actual main characters are these two friends, Tara and Dawn, who are coming back from a Halloween party when they see Art, who is now played by David Howard Thornton. After the other guy retired. The makeup for Art takes like 3 hours to do, and then you have to be in the makeup for another 10 hours. So he was like, nah, But I definitely think the switch worked out for the better. Art's face looks slightly different to me, and there's small changes with the makeup, but for the most part, he looks the same as he does in the short. But the big difference is in the body acting and dickhead mannerisms of this version. In the short, Art feels more like a really sick man in a clown suit, whereas here he just feels like a straight up clown, if that makes sense. He's always like this. Like a clown gave birth to him, and it was dick birth. You've got Freddy Krueger vibes, Jim Carrey vibes, hell, Mr. Bean vibes. And the fact that David Howard Thornton has previous mime experience, which is hilarious, makes it that much better. He's even played the Joker for a YouTube video. Like, he was born to do this.
Can you hear me now?
I think this goofy shit really does take the character to another level. It's also interesting how he was created to be the complete opposite of Pennywise to make him stand out, because Pennywise had a monopoly on the horror clown industry. Pennywise is colorful. Art is black and white. Pennywise has hair. Art does not. Pennywise speaks. Art doesn't. Pennywise doesn't use weapons. Art uses any weapon he can find. He stands out so much from slashers of like the past 10 years, but is also a combination of the most popular slashers from the 80s and 90s.
With his personality, sort of the dark humor of Freddy, the silent stalker slasher like Jason and Michael Myers, he's more gritty like Leatherface.
Art follows the girls to this pizza place, and the physical acting, along with the lack of speech and the way they edit this, make him so funny, but also creepy in this scene.
Are you okay?
Me when I do Kegels. Art gets kicked out of the restaurant after randomly deciding to blow up the bathroom. Like he nuked that shit. He wrote his name on the wall with his shit, and it's chunky. What could you possibly eat? Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. He had a Bojangles mukbang! Biscuits and tenders and fries!
Tick, tick, boom. Like a powder keg in your mouth.
He has shit on his hands. So like, did he wipe his ass with his hand, or did he like squeeze some shit? He comes back later and kills both of the workers, where we see that just like it is in the short, his killing style is ravenous and messy. He's not just gonna stab you a few times in the chest. He's gonna stab you in the eyes, stab you in the cheek, and wiggle it around, and completely destroy your face, and maybe make it look like a jack-o'-lantern. Meanwhile, the girls go to their car and find that their tire has been slashed. And Tara has to pee, so she goes to ask this pest control guy to let her into this disgusting apartment building where there's venom piss in the toilets. During this, she meets this character known as Cat Lady, who is never actually seen with a cat.
I'm gonna need you to fuck off me right now.
She wanders through the creepy apartment and ends up running into Art. This is so good. Like, was he just standing there like this? How long was he posing like this? And I love this jump scare. Art ends up capturing both girls and forcing Tara to watch him saw Dawn in half, which is so fucking crazy. It's at this point where I was like, oh shit, this is not some silly evil clown movie. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game. It goes from your average slasher with a really unique killer and kills that are a little crazy to fully embracing grindhouse level violence with insane practical effects. Before this, it's like this being made with a $35,000 budget is cool but seems reasonable, and then you get to stuff like this and it's like, how?
The vast majority of the money went into makeup materials. So, and I did writer, director, editor, makeup effects, sound design, like everything you could possibly do. Like,
it also helps that Damien Leone is like the LeBron of special effects. When he was 12, he got his first makeup starter kit, a bottle of fake blood, and a real machete. And he would give his friends fake cuts and gashes to go home and freak out their parents. He was literally destined for this. These two together was never going to fail. Tara escapes and beats Art's ass with a plank. But after critically injuring him, she for some reason insists on yelling at him to get up instead of just killing him while he's like this. She did not just pull out a gun. with this 007-ass pose. Why did he throw his
Laracon.
Something about
Welcome
him
to my
walking around
channel.
with a gun just in
Hey,
case he
you
gets
stream
beat
really
up
well. I'll
feels
love
like
to
cheating,
become your
but I
dedicated
respect
fan
it.
and
Like,
support
he's
you.
really
Mind
cool.
adding me on Discord,
And he just
Laken?
kills it.
Interesting, interesting. Let me check some.
XJSICX. Welcome to my channel.
Account created 30 minutes ago.
Laracon. Thanks for following.
Oh. Amazing. Amazing. I do something really fast. Thanks for follow. How many bots? I'm gonna time out every account made like under 1 hour or like yesterday.
He looks like one of those "we live in a society" memes. So at this point, we've got about 30 minutes left, and our main protagonist is dead. Our actual final girl is Tara's sister, Victoria, who Tara called to come pick her up earlier when the car tire got slashed. So Art goes after her and people who happen to be walking around the building. And this is when the movie kind of started to lose me a little. This movie is a showcase for Art, and really a longer version of the 2011 short film. And it's like, yeah, obviously. But I mean, in the short, the focus was on Art and the gore, as opposed to fleshing out characters or having much of a plot. And it's the same thing here, just stretched out over an hour and a half. Art stalks two characters who are very one-dimensional and have no backstory or any kind of depth. So they're more so just targets as opposed to real characters that could actually make us care about them. Dawn is drunk and Tara is her responsible friend. And that's pretty much it.
Hey, handsome! Cut it out. My friend wants your number. Fucking cute.
And like these characters, Art also doesn't have any backstory or clear motivations. So it really is just him mindlessly killing characters who are barely even that. But I don't know, I feel like these are common criticisms for this movie. I mean, Damien Leone said himself that if he could go back, he would flesh out Don's character more. And the focus on Art and the kills was definitely intentional. I don't even think any of this is really bad. I just got to a point where my tummy was full and I didn't want to eat anymore. There is a shit ton of Art in this movie. He has about 20 minutes of screen time in this, which when spread out across a movie that is 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 8 seconds, including credits, it feels like he's in the entire movie. For reference, Michael Myers is in the original Halloween for 10 minutes, and Freddy is in Nightmare on Elm Street for 7 minutes. Now this of course seems like more than it is when you're actually watching the movies, but they also don't need a ton of screen time because the threat of them is always there. It also kind of gives them more aura, I feel. Again, showing this much Art was intentional, but personally I was good after like 45 minutes. Despite all this, the kills are still very insane throughout the rest of the movie. Art pretends to have mommy issues with Cat Lady before scalping her, cutting her titties off, and wearing them. What the fuck, man? Cuts this guy's head off. He then rides around on a small tricycle. This is crazy dick suck, by the way. Get the fuck off that bike. Make your own legacy. Alright, so here's how the movie ends. Art tries to suffocate Victoria with the plastic bag, and she struggles for like a minute before realizing that it's a plastic bag. He's so unserious. Victoria runs away and finds Tara dead. While she's distraught, Art finds her and starts whipping her before getting knocked out by the pest control guy. He calls the police and tries to escape, but Art smashes his head with his massive clown shoes. After Victoria stabs him in the eye, he continues to be a freak and hits her with a truck. He just be in his own world for real. You wouldn't get it. You don't even know him like that. He then starts chewing her face. Okay, didn't know we were on that weird shit. The police show up and tell him to show his hands. And Art is like, bang, bang. He gets taken to this interesting looking morgue where he reanimates and kills the medical person, so he has supernatural abilities like he does in All Hallows Eve. So let's assume that he knew he would come back to life after doing this. That means that instead of fighting the cops, he was just like, nah, y'all are fighting back way too hard. I'm good.
Bang, 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 you
Victoria ends up surviving, and we fast forward a year later where we see that she was the woman being interviewed at the beginning of the movie. Terrifier is a great showcase of a character and practical effects. And it's clear that this means something to Damien Leone. Bro really loves this shit. Which makes it hard not to root for this and him. He does some insane shit with the budget in this. And even the shortcomings, I feel like, help it to be that cult classic. Like, some people might criticize the acting, but I feel like it fits and is kind of funny. Yeah, this movie is disturbed, but the tone is also a little campy and silly.
How can you eat a greasy croissant while you're cutting up dead bodies?
And I'm like a really gifted and talented actor. So like I would know.
That was the first nipple I'd had in my mouth since mom. But nipples are like boxing. Once you learn, never forget how.
Damien Leone loved the 80s and 90s slasher icons and wanted to make one of his own. So he did. And I think this serves as a great official introduction to Art the Clown. Now imagine if you gave him a plot and real characters. Yep, this is the one. So as I just mentioned in the previous section of this video, Terrifier was another showcase for Art the Clown. A longer one. Damien Leone was like, here's this fucko, here's some crazy kills, you want more, yes or no? And the answer was yes. Please. And with the success, he wanted the sequel to be a lot more ambitious.
So when I wrote the script, I didn't think about budget, I wrote it as if I had the budget to make Star Wars, okay?
So we got the money.
I said, let's try the Indiegogo campaign now and try and raise additional funds. So I set it at 50 grand. And within a day, I think we hit $250,000 or $220,000.
And 6 years after Terrifier, we get part 2. But Damien didn't just want better production value and crazier kills. Don't get me wrong, that's definitely here, but he also wanted to try and fix the major flaws of the first movie. He's even said that he likes to go through comment sections to see what people have to say. Different. And the big criticisms of the first movie were, of course, the lack of character development and plot. This, combined with the most brutal kills involving women, caused this man to even get misogynist allegations. Well, this movie pretty much addresses every criticism of the first film. 2 hours and 18 minutes for a slasher movie is crazy. So as we know from the end of Terrifier, Art has a supernatural aspect to him and comes back to life after offing himself. That's right. Big Bro is back. Hey, Big Bro.
Demon home too, pussy.
He has a slightly different look now. They got rid of the black contacts and his teeth are less bloody. However, he's still really disturbed and the kills are, of course, still crazy. He gouges this examiner's eyes out and puts it in his empty eye socket. Ew! Stop. He then smashes his face, rips his skull open, takes his brain out, and maybe eats it? Dead and broke? He goes to the laundromat, gets naked, and washes his suit. Art the Clown asks. He then sees this little pale girl. Her bottom and top teeth are switched. She shits herself, messes around with Art's eye hole, and they become friends. Also, she's completely invisible to the other guy at the laundromat. Damien Leone gave Art supernatural abilities in the first movie to leave room for a possible sequel. And when he got the sequel, he wanted to keep expanding that lore. Most of the big slashers, with the exception of the ones whose names end in face, all have some type of unkillable supernatural element to them. It's kind of necessary in order for them to survive bullshit, but that's hardly ever explored. Moving forward, Art's abilities are pretty central to his character, and this girl is one of the main ways this movie explores them. We fast forward a year and are introduced to Sienna Shaw, an actual final girl character with depth who you can root for, and much different from previous characters as she does not only exist within the context of being chased by Art. Look, she's making a warrior costume for Halloween that was designed by her father who recently passed away. She has a mom, a little brother. She's fucked.
Did you figure out what you're dressing up as tomorrow?
The Miles County Clown.
And she also has some sort of connection to Art. which we first see in the Clown Cafe scene. Sienna has a dream that she is in the Clown Cafe. Everyone's fucked up, coked out. Yo, this kid is eating Art Krispies, which contain razor blades and insects. Why even add the marshmallows? Art shows up and he's on that weird shit again. He shoots up the cafe and lights people on fire with the flamethrower. All that dick riding for what? He tries to go after Sienna, but she's able to whip out a sword that her dad made, which protects her from the fire. This leads to her dresser catching fire in real life, but the sword is completely fine. I smell a signature weapon. This whole sequence kind of foreshadows her inevitable encounter with Art. She's not just freaked out by him. There's also this weird familiarity between them. This isn't just some silly little dream that you brush off. Art is haunting her specifically. This same exact thing actually happened to me, but with Eddie Murphy. Sienna goes with her friend Allie to buy wings for her Valkyrie costume after hers got burned in the fire. And they run into Art. I know we've established that he's a really good character and David Howard Thornton kills this, but they really do such a great job of balancing him being hilarious, but also sadistic and deranged, and then using that to build tension. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Him switching poses between cuts is so good. There's this 5-minute stretch at this Halloween store where he's just being a freak, and it's funny, but you're also just waiting for him to tweak out.
Get the hell out of here before I fuck you up.
Alright, so as far as the timeline goes, it's currently Halloween, a year after the events of Terrifier 1, the Miles County Massacre. So the first 5 minutes of that movie just happened. Art is presumed dead, so when Sienna sees him at the Halloween store, she's unsettled, but she thinks he's just some freaky cosplayer. During this time, Sienna and Art's connection is also made more clear when her brother Jonathan shows her their dad's sketchbook. There's a newspaper article about Art's first victim, who kind of looks like the little pale girl, freak shit, a sketch of Art, and kills from the first movie. That man was fighting crazy demons. I know he went to sleep every night with a real headache. There's also a drawing of a character that Jonathan believes is supposed to represent Sienna, which would explain their dad giving her a sword before he died. Sienna might be the chosen one to stop Art. But why was he drawing this? I'm going to talk about the bedroom scene now. I don't think anything could have prepared me for how abrupt this scene is. Like, this happens so fast. Sienna's friend Allie is passing out candy when Art comes by like, please give me some candy. And Annie tells him to fuck off. Later that night, Art comes back and breaks in. Allie goes downstairs. And I like how at first it isn't clear whether or not Art knows that she's there watching him. And then he goes from being super chill to extremely sick. He chases her up to her bedroom, and I mean, he doesn't even kill her. This fucker obliterates her. There are so many things that are done to the human body in this scene. Damn near anything that would make you squirm is in this. Scalping, the breaking of limbs, the slicing and ripping of skin. This all happens in what feels like 30 seconds. And once again, the way Art kills is so messy and chaotic. He uses scissors to cut her scalp off. When he breaks her arm, he cranks it back and forth before pulling her forearm and hand off. Imagine taking the tab off of a can. That's what he's doing with her arm. And as if it couldn't get any worse, when she's like 70% dead with most of her skin ripped off, Art comes back for round 2, pours bleach on her, then literally pours salt in her wounds and rubs it around. Sorry, I almost spit up. Holy shit. This scene is grotesque. So much so that I rushed to YouTube to check out the behind the scenes. Of course, it's pretty much all practical and done by Damien. They should have kept this in. While the plot and characters are much improved from the first film, I think it's this scene that makes Terrifier 2 go from being a solid horror movie that you log on Letterboxd and keep it pushing, to something that you feel the need to tell people about. And it's really this movie that made Art the Clown way more popular. There were stories of people fainting and walking out during screenings.
One person tweeted, "My friend passed out and the theater called an ambulance."
I would be so pissed if a movie slutted me out so badly that my friend had to call an ambulance. protecting my identity with this fuck-ass emoji. I'm fighting for my life in front of the Studio Ghibli cutout, literally about to die without having ever seen Ponyo. They were talking about this movie on daytime talk shows.
It's the most gory film I've ever seen. I mean, this is daytime. I can't.
Where the crowds look like this. It got the Stephen King cosign. You see way more of him on Halloween now. There's calf tats. I imagine a lot of people saw this before even seeing the first movie. And I think this scene is a big reason why. It's the signature kill of these movies, and I think it helped make Art a modern horror icon. The scene ends when Allie's mom comes home to find her completely ravaged, and Art is still messing around with her. How is she still alive? This man cuts the mom's head off, puts candy in it, and hands it out to kids, then has the audacity to enforce treat limits. Horror. Sienna goes to a Halloween party with her other friend Brooke after getting her suit up scene. They're doing this fantasy warrior thing, and I like how it plays into the movie being more mythological, with Art and Sienna destined to fight as good versus evil. At the party, Brooke slips Molly in Sienna's drink, which is pretty messed up, but she just vibes.
Yo, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Fuck yeah, girl.
Did you even take it? Back at home, Jonathan tries to talk about his dad's sketchbook with his mom because it's weird, but she rips it up and says that his dad was sick.
You're such a bitch. Don't you ever say that to me again. I am your mother. Do you understand?
Jonathan then runs away, and she does not go after him. Classic. She goes to the garage and sees that her car has been mysteriously freaked, and while she's cleaning it off, Art, who has just been chilling in the front seat, blows her head off. Jonathan runs back home after seeing the little pale girl and finds his mom's dead body propped up at the dinner table as Art slaps mashed potatoes on her blown apart head. I know it could have been something worse like green beans, but holy shit. And him putting one scoop of mashed potatoes on the outer part of the plate like that is way too far. He gets kidnapped, and the little pale girl is able to mimic his voice, so she calls Sienna and gets her to come to this abandoned carnival with Brooke and her boyfriend. When Sienna goes to look for Jonathan, Art shows up to the car and stabs Brooke's boyfriend in the dick like 30 times and rips it off. Severed dick is crazy. He then chases Brooke down and throws acid on her face. Fluoroantimonic acid, which is apparently the strongest acid in the world and can dissolve glass. Who did he get this from?
I'm gonna need you to clock out for me right now.
It even protonates some hydrocarbons to avoid pentacoordinate carbocations, carbonium ions. He then kills her, and it's terrible. All the kills in these movies are so brutal. First the acid, then he destroys her knees, then he smashes her chest. He kills everyone so hard. They all die like 4 times. Sienna shows up and gets knocked out by Art, then wakes up to find him slicing Jonathan with the scalpel. So they fight. And unlike the first movie, we get a real final fight. Having characters that we can actually root for and can do significant damage to Art changes a lot. I found this much more entertaining. Sienna beats the shit out of Art, but unfortunately he's supernatural. He stabs her with her own sword and pushes her down a portal to hell / the Clown Cafe, and she lands in a water tank. Jonathan somehow gets knocked out and wakes up to Art eating his hand, who then bites into his calf as he tries to get away. And then things get a little bonkers. So Sienna just straight up dies, but her dad's sword resurrects her. Okay. I don't know, I kind of respect how they just go for it, because what do you mean the magical sword brings her back to life after getting pushed into a portal to the Clown Cafe and drowning? Sienna then cuts Art's head off, and the little pale girl collects it and walks off. Roll the credits, but it's not over. Fuck it, mid-credit scene. Victoria Hayes, the final girl from Terrifier 1, is at Miles County Psychiatric after killing that TV anchor. Is that Chris Jericho? Apparently he really liked the first movie and asked if he could be in the sequel. Pretty incredible. But yeah, Victoria's pregnant and writing a bunch of degenerate shit on her cell wall with her own blood. and she ends up giving birth to Art's severed head. And with he really liking that TV anchor. Is that Chris Jericho? Apparently, he really liked the first movie and asked if he could be in the sequel. Pretty incredible. But yeah, Victoria's pregnant and writing a bunch of degenerate shit on her cell wall with her own blood. And she ends up giving birth to Art's severed head. And this movie is good. You really can't overstate how much Sienna improves things. This feels like a more complete horror film rather than a highlight tape for Art's kills. I was actually invested in the story and wanted to see her win. And I think she makes Art that much better by giving him a compelling character to go against, not targets whose only purpose is to be horrifically killed by him. The Joker needs his Batman. Holy shit, that was terrible. This movie expands on Art's supernatural abilities and takes a very different direction than the first Terrifier. Like, it's one thing for Art to be immortal, it's another thing for one of his victims to give birth to his live head. There's the Clown Cafe stuff, the little pale girl, Sienna also might be supernatural. There's a lot of unanswered questions, but I like that there's clearly a story that's trying to be told, instead of just giving us a new set of teens for Art to kill. Damien figured it out. This movie made $15 million off a budget of like $300K with essentially no marketing. Art got over the hump and solidified himself as a great. It's like when Braun got his first ring, my glorious king. And this success allowed Damien to let his nuts hang and make a third movie. I remember first saying that this movie was a thing and wondering, how does this guy have 3 movies? And now that I'm here, I think it's incredible. After watching All Hallows Eve, Terrifier, and Terrifier 2, it was suddenly Halloween night. So I went to my local cinema and saw Terrifier 3, the superior October 2024 clown movie. And it was rather electric. Usually the further you get into a slasher franchise, the more they turn into root for the villain kind of movies. I don't do that. But when you have a really good slasher villain and no other real characters to get attached to, the appeal is just the slasher racking up kills. They're the star. But Damien didn't want you to get too comfortable with Art like that. And the first 10 minutes of this movie is him reminding you that Art is very despicable and sick. One of the main things that I was hearing about this movie before going to see it were the epic walkouts. The stories of people being immediately disgusted. NBA 2K legend Cash Nasty claimed that he walked out within the first 10 minutes, and I was like, no, fuck. And I get it. It's insane. In the opening sequence, Art is reintroduced as even more sadistic than before. On Christmas Eve, he breaks into this family's house, and the humor is non-existent. Dickhead Art is not here. He walks upstairs and chops up this little kid while his sister is watching.
Juliet, I told you to stay out of my room.
Now, as we know, Art has killed kids before, just not in the Terrifier movies. But instead of only seeing the aftermath of it, which is still terrible, you actually hear the kid being axed. I was quite jarred. I walk in the theater like, what's up, cocksuckers? Happy Halloween. I've got my popcorn that's so fucking buttery. So fucking buttery I could squeal. And then this. Super effective though. Wipe the smile right off my face. And as expected, he proceeds to kill the entire family, and it's disgusting. He just targets the most awkward places of the body, like the belly button or right below the shoulder. So sloppy. And after this, he has the audacity to kick his feet up and eat cookies. Why was it so hard? Nah. Imagine you're Santa, right? You've been going crazy all night. Team morale isn't amazing. Blitzen is putting up another all-time performance just for sorry-ass Rudolph to take the credit. You're tired, maybe a little annoyed, and then you see that classic cookies and milk combo. And it's talking to you. Little whispers. Eat me, eat me. And then you bite into this fucking brick. Like at that point, just leave an unsealed package of Chips Ahoy on the table because clearly you don't care. He at least washes his dishes though. He has some decorum. Suddenly, we are 5 years in the past, which is where the last movie left off. Victoria gave birth to Art's head, and he's eating a worker's face while she's sucking nutrients from, I don't know, is this the umbilical cord? Art's headless body awakens and decapitates a cop. Then he's in blackface. Then he shows up to the asylum to get his head back. And our beloved Chris Jericho is unfortunately killed. The fact that we didn't get a code breaker or Walls of Jericho is criminal. Art and Vicky are booed up on the metro. Me and who? Then they show up to this abandoned house and go into hibernation for 5 years. Now, to the surprise of no one, the kills in this are insane. I feel like I keep saying that, but I promise I mean it this time. They get pretty creative here in the most disgusting ways possible. Some construction workers wake Art and Victoria up from their sleep, and Art just rips this guy's entire scalp and face off. During which Victoria takes a shard of glass and does unspeakable things to her. But luckily it's indestructible. Naughty freak. There's a point where Art goes off on a side mission and sees Santa at a bar. This shot out of context is hilarious. He freezes him with liquid nitrogen, smashes him with a hammer, rips his beard off, and sticks a carrot nose on his destroyed face. There's the shower scene where they used 20 gallons of blood and actually ran out of blood while shooting it. Art interrupts a couple having shower sex with a chainsaw, exactly like Psycho. He takes the chainsaw to the guy's gooch, then flips him over, goes back to the gooch, and cuts his dick off. This is the freakiest version of Art. Obviously, they wanted to top the bedroom scene, and while I think that's probably still the craziest kill, this is really close for me. And the kills before this would easily be the craziest moment in your average horror movie. This is definitely the most gory of all the films, purely by kill volume. And each one is like 4 minutes, not including jokey foreplay. And I think here we get the best balance of Art being goofy and ridiculously psychotic. The humor is still very much present.
You sound like you want to fuck him.
I don't want to fuck him.
But the movie never lets you forget that he is so sinister. He can never just chill and catch a vibe. He always gotta ruin shit. There's a scene where he pretends to be a mall Santa, and I thought the whole thing would be, oh, the kids and their parents don't know he's a serial killer. And then he gets kicked out, and that's it.
I wonder what I got. Hurry!
A fucking bomb? He blew up kids. He blew up kids. This is also by far the most well-made movie of the franchise, which makes sense. The budget, while still not crazy by Hollywood standards, is still like sextuple the first one, meaning a bigger crew, which meant Damien could just focus on directing for once. I think this is the first movie where he doesn't do the special effects. And shocker, the movie benefits from him not having to do everything. Performances are better, and there are stylistic shot choices that are just not really present in the other movies. This is easily the best looking film. All Hallows Eve cost like $5. Terrifier 1 had this teal look to it. He had to color grade it himself because of the budget. Terrifier 2 was a huge step up in production quality, but the focus definitely went more towards the gore. And then there's this, which really has that cinematic look to it. For a movie that is so disturbed, I actually found it quite pleasant to look at. More attention was given to the lighting and colors. This is the first of these movies to use anamorphic lenses, which I think helped give it this warm, dreamy look. It's perfect for Christmas. And I like that it's a Christmas movie, because why not? Which Terrifier movie is the best is up for debate. I think it's this one, but this is definitely the most polished. I say all this as I'm currently having to rewatch this movie in 60p with what I believe to be Russian subtitles. Sienna is, of course, here. She's pretty much tweaking the entire time, and I mean understandably so. She went through a lot in the last movie. She's been at a treatment and recovery center for the past 5 years and is now staying with her aunt's family. She's having hallucinations, and her relationship with Jonathan is cooked.
We have to go Jonathan right now! I need it!
For a lot of this movie, her role feels smaller than it did in Terrifier 2, but we do get more lore, and it's confirmed that she's the chosen one. Essentially, demons can enter this world through a human host. A demon in the form of the little pale girl resurrected Art at the end of Terrifier, and then possessed Victoria at the end of Terrifier 2. And whenever a demon enters the world, someone is appointed to go against it. The whole good versus evil thing. So Sienna's the only one that can stop Art and this demon. And they know this, so they want to do enough heinous shit to break her will, which would allow her to be possessed. The ending of this film is them trying to do that. It's a lot. Art and Victoria break into Sienna's aunt's house. Bro. They kill her uncle and use his head as the star on the tree. Claim to have killed Jonathan, but we don't actually see it, so I imagine he'll be back for Terrifier 4. And then in what might be the most disgusting part of this movie, they force feed rats to Sienna's aunt and then slice her throat to let them out. For most of this movie, the supernatural stuff is pretty minimal, but it gets nutty here at the end. There's full-on attempted possession. Sienna kills Victoria with her sword, who melts into a portal to hell that Sienna's niece falls into. Wow. Art runs away after taking an uncomfortable amount of damage, and Sienna's battle scars heal.
We'll find you.
How can she lose if she's already chose?
It's a rhetorical question.
And the movie ends with Art dissociating on a bus with this girl who's reading a book called The Ninth Circle. Okay, so I remember first seeing Art the Clown when Terrifier was on Netflix and thinking that clown looks unstable and freaky. I didn't watch it then, but I'm glad I have now. All of this comes from a guy who was really passionate about something, knew he had a special idea, did whatever it took to bring it to life, then improved and made it even better, and then got good enough to where he couldn't miss. And I think that's pretty inspiring. These movies are fucked, but they're cool. And I mean, come on, how could you not root for this? I will certainly be in the theaters for Terrifier 4. Yep, that's it. We're going off script here at the end of the video. Live from the studio where all the magic happens. It's a little rough right now. Small creator, fuck you. Don't say anything. But yeah, I love you guys so much. And if you made it this far, yeah, you are like insane. But incredible though, and I love you. And yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that, I mean, your support, that sounded so fucking professional, I'm sorry. You guys mean a lot to me. And all the things that you guys say, that shit is hilarious. And, no, it warms my heart, seriously. But yeah, I'm gonna keep making these. And, yeah, hopefully you guys keep liking them. That would be cool. And yeah, I'll see you next year, 2025.
Which doesn't do anything. But we can also shoot this barrel into the water. Shoot it over to the corner, jump onto the barrel, and jump up. Oh! Oh yes, I did it! But, not so fast, fucker. Around this corner is a broken staircase, which we can solve with another barrel, climb up more stairs, jump up another broken staircase, up some more stairs, past the cool skull, up even more stairs, and bang! We're at the top of the settlement. Surely from here, it'll all be smooth sailing. No. We can't run up this path here because it's out of bounds. But who cares? Let's run up it anyway, turn around, climb up this small rock, jump off it, open the parachute, and if we've done everything right, land on this corner of this roof. From here, we can, we can jump off the roof, parachute back into the cave, run over to this small structure, pick up an RPG, get back to the settlement, up this, up that, stairs, more stairs, cool skull, path, rock, jump, glide, and now we can do this. Yes! Now from here, we can run, jump, open the parachute, glide across the cave, and land on the other side. Okay, surely from here, it'll all be smooth sailing. No, from here we need to climb up, stand next to this tree, throw a grenade at the base of it, jump at the perfect time, and launch ourselves onto this ledge. Yes! Then spam jump until we get up here, and now we're only one rocket jump away from getting out of the cave. However, That one rocket jump is the hardest jump in this entire route. So, that's how you do it. Now all we had to do was actually do it. Bruh. Yes, there we go. Come on. Yes. Oh, no. No. Rico. Yes. No. Rico. Oh, it's that easy, baby. This is easy. This is not difficult. Not difficult. This is dead easy. I can do this in my sleep. Man, okay. No! No! But then it just fucking rolls away. What is wrong with me? That wouldn't have gone in the direction I wanted to go anyway, so it doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? That was perfect. Yes! Oh, yes. Okay, I'm up. Fuck, I'm nervous now. Please! No! 3, 2, 1. No! No, that was so close. Don't you dare slide off. Don't you... Oh no. And now... Send me up, Scotty. Oh yeah. 3 1,000. Jump bang. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Stand up. Stand up. Yes. Good. Okay. Oh, my hands are sweating. For fuck's sake. Come on. Go, son. Yes. Yes. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, I did it. Yeah. And now we just waddle on over. Oh my god, I'm here. Yes! 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 Oh yeah! With that, I had beaten the grappling hook tutorial without the grappling hook. And from here, surely the rest of the mission would all be smooth sailing. Yes! All I had to do was drive this car, get in tank, shoot tank, get in helicopter, fly helicopter, hop out, shoot guys, and bam! Mission 1 was complete. Which probably makes me the first person in history to ever beat Mission 1 of Just Cause 3 without the grappling hook. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Straight after Mission 1 is Mission 2, where we'd be given the wingsuit. Hooray! But first, we had to make it to the top of this hill. So I walked on up, which didn't trigger the checkpoint. Oh no. Try as I might, this checkpoint was completely impossible without... Oh wow, look at that. Now we jump on this car, open the parachute and... Oh fuck. Jump on the car, open the chute. Wow, look, we did it. No grapples whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're literally going insane right now. I think you need to be in a psychiatric institution. The next challenge the game threw at us was liberating this outpost. Sounds easy until you realize that this is the tether retract tutorial, which you're supposed to do by tethering things together and retracting them. Obviously, we can't do this, and we also have no weapons. What we can do is run into these barrels and just sort of hump them until they explode. The grapple can't get hard, but Rico definitely can. So I got to violently humping the barrels until they exploded, and within a few minutes, the base had been liberated. Destroyed this entire base with nothing but my dick. And what do you know, we've got the wingsuit. Yippee! Which I immediately used to great effect to get up this cliff. Now surely, from here, everything would all be smooth sailing. Perhaps. However, before I could start the next mission, I needed to play War Thunder. That's right, you freakish lump of shit, we're talking about War Hunter, the greatest, most incomprehensibly comprehensive vehicle combat game ever created. Available on PC, consoles, and mobile. 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and vessels from 10 major nations and 100 years of history, each with so much detail it'll make you leak highly sensitive military data to win a pointless online argument. This game doesn't have stupid, smelly hit points. It has the most sophisticated vehicle component-based damage model in all of gaming. Every time you shoot an enemy, you get an X-ray wall hack vision to see exactly why Papa won't be coming home. Look at the graphics. They're so graphical that I'm gonna fuck it. But that's not enough. Insane levels of customization, camouflages, decorations, historical markings, and even my very own decal. That's right, fuckos, I'm officially in the game. So what are you waiting for? The reincarnation of Genghis Khan to reclaim Mongolia as its own mighty Khanate? War Thunder is now available on mobile. That's right, you can hunt Wart on the train, on the bus, behind the wheel, and in the sky. Click my links in the description or pinned comment and join a community of over 95 million players in epic PvP battles. That's like at least 7 people on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and mobile. New players and players returning after 6 months across PC and consoles also get a huge bonus pack with multiple premium vehicles, decorations, and my decal. And best of all, it's all free. Yeah! Thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. Before Mission 3 could begin, we had to liberate Manea, which was quite easy now that we could more or less fly. And once Manea was liberated, we could begin Mission 3. Quite possibly the most intense mission in the entire game. We need to get this scooter and drive it to a garage. This is rather chill. With that done, next on the list was liberating this base, V's Electra, which was pretty easy, apart from this.
And then you die. Okay. Oh.
Once that was done, we could start on Mission 4, a terrible reaction, where Rico eats a bag of peanuts and fucking dies. Nah, just kidding. We blow up these tanks, shoot some guys, this huge plane flies in, which is really cool because it's like, save Mario for the 8 millionth time and, shit. We have to open this gate to let this car through because poor Timmy on the other side has brain damage and can't go around. Sounds easy enough, but it doesn't have a button to open it, which means we need to use the grappling hook like this. Or do we? Restarting the mission and putting Rico's huge, freakish head under the door resulted in this.
Ow! No way.
Traumatic brain injury Timmy could then drive on through, I could hop in the car, and within 1 minute, do this.
Blow that up. Holy fuck, no! No, it threw me off! Get over here! Get over here! No! Mario's truck! Come back! Come back, truck! Come back! Mario, you fucking bastard! Don't you know my grappling hook has erectile dysfunction?
Attempt 2 went a bit smoother. Just a bit.
No! No! Not at the last moment! Come here, you bastard! Oh, no, please! Please, let me on! Let me on your tank! Let me on your tank! Oh my god.
Miraculously, Mario hit the final checkpoint, and we won. Mission 5. Mission 5 is on this little island way down here, which we can get to very easily, like this.
Oh god. No! Rico! Rico! Ah!
Once we arrived, Rico said, "What the hell?" And we were given an extremely complicated, galaxy brain, 3 million IQ task. Get this guy's boat in the water. Yeah, that's it. Mission 6, conflicting interests. Very easy. Step 1, buoyancy operated aquatic transport. Then, fly on up to this base, find the scanner thingy, leisurely drive to this other base, fly on up to this grill, smack into it, fly over to this town, and fly over to Sheldon. Done. Mission 7 would not be so easy. Turncoat. We start by meeting our quirked up white boy Mario busting it down sexual style in the town square. We collect an armored car for him, which I've humbly named the Mario Mobile, and drive over to a new guy, Zeno, who's in a helicopter. Using the machine gun on the Mario Mobile, I can defend us and shoot SAM sites, clearing a path. Everything was going wonderfully. Shooting bad guys, and shooting more bad guys. Until this particular bad guy came barreling around the corner and suicided directly into the Mario Mobile. Not to worry. All we need to do is restart the checkpoint and... Hey Mario, get back here! This began a rather embarrassing cycle, where I would spawn back in, Mario would take off, I'd try to get back to him, only to fail miserably. Repeat. First, I tried using this bike to get back to Mario, but I blew up its back tire, so it was completely undrivable.
Oh my god. No! Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with this bike?
I tried again, shooting the guy instead of the bike, but that,
Get me on the bike!
For attempt 3, I got my hands on the bike and drove up to Mario using the assault rifle one-handed, which is fucking badass. I suffered several catastrophic collisions, and Mario managed to get about 3 meters away from the checkpoint before exploding. And on attempt 4, I did pretty much everything the exact same as attempt 3, including getting bowled over several times by enemy cars, but this time, Mario inexplicably didn't die in an explosion.
What are you doing, Mario? What are you doing?
And we won.
Okay, that's amazing.
Mission 8, The Secret of Visa Electra. This mission was locked, and to start it, we need to liberate 2 provinces in this region. Liberating provinces means blowing up bases and freeing towns. You know, by shooting rockets at, valid military targets. Stuff. Of course. A couple of hours of not war crimes later, we'd liberated 2 provinces and could start Mission 8. So, Mission 8. Simple. Dima tells us to
follow those pipes, Rico.
We follow said pipes, sneak into a cave, brutally assault some scientists, and blow up these smooth brain generators.
Load these up. What the fuck was that?
Luckily, this one was easy, but any mission in a tight, cramped cave like this could spell disaster very easily.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Anyways, Mission 9, Missile Cowboy.
Splat.
The rebellion has been watching all the hot girl shit I've been doing, and likes it. They're confident they can take on the might of the military, and maybe even win. It's all-out war, baby. Ambushes, helicopters, tanks rolling across the hills. This fight will determine the destiny of... And it's done. Took about 2 minutes. Hooray! But there was a problem. To progress any further, the game wanted me to grapple onto this helicopter, which triggers a cutscene. Shooting it with a rocket launcher did nothing. Restarting from the last checkpoint did nothing. And running over this cow did nothing. I don't really know what I expected from that. Driving a little further, I came across this tunnel, and somehow the helicopter followed me in. I still couldn't get in or interact with it, so I drove on a bit more, which caused the pilot to forget everything he knew and crash. But it didn't explode, and I still couldn't trigger the cutscene. Well, it looks like... Oh wow, look at that. The next cutscene played, yet again, with no grapples. Damn, I'm good. The very next thing the game had us do was fucked. We had to jump off this helicopter, fly down to this base, and grapple onto this missile. So of course, I first tried smacking my head into it, which didn't work, and then tried standing on it, which didn't work because they covered the missile in a thin film of lube. I tried, and tried again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, but nothing worked. Until I resigned myself to my fate and grappled.
Okay, fuck it.
Look, I know, I said I wouldn't do any grapples, yet here I am fucking grappling like an idiot. I know, but I had no choice. The game wouldn't let me pass without grappling. Look, just, what do you think, Greg? Mission 10 of Cows and Wine. Rico has been really busy doing hot girl shit, blowing things up, jumping on missiles and whatnot. And now it's time to relax. Of course, Rico being a rock-hard, throbbing workaholic male is incapable of relaxation. But our boy Mario has come up with a devilish plan. Make Rico think some sort of emergency is happening. It is not. Lure him over, steal the General's wine collection, and drink it. A stroke of brilliance. And making things even better, the mission starts like this.
Mario! Where are you?
Anyway, we take a quick flight over to Mario, get in this truck, and drive it and several barrels of wine into town. Once the mission ended, Rico was in a right state, and like a good member of any rebellion, immediately let the power get to his head and started torturing the locals. Like a boss.
Attach one to his dick. Oh, okay. Oh no. Why do I do that?
Okay, enough fun. Lock in right now. It's speedrun time. Mission 11, connect the dots. Not hard at all. Get in this helicopter, blow some things up, get in this boat, drive into several sea mines, calmly arrive at this town, gently arrive at these ruins, arrive at this other town, shoot dudes, and end the mission. Mission 12, an act of piracy. Simple. Fly to this town over here, steal shield tank. Simple in theory, but jumping out of the plane, I just barely missed the tank and got run over a couple of times.
Get me on, get me on! No! No, don't run me over! Don't run me over again!
But not to worry, because I can steal this car, drive it up to the tank, parachute out of that car, and...
Oh. No, the tank! The tank!
Apart from that, easy. Mission 13, Three's Company, we're on a roll, baby. This mission should have been fairly easy if it wasn't for these Muppets, Annika and Tio, in this helicopter. Normally you're meant to grapple onto it to get it to move along, but we can't do that. So I did what we call in the business a little bit of fuckery, like driving this car, and jumping on top of the helicopter, and calling in another helicopter, and eventually got it to move, and finish the mission. Mission 14, car standing. Not particularly interesting, but my revolver went silent, and the enemy troops did in fact send it really hard, and so did the Just Cause 3 physics engine. Multiple times. Next, Mission 15, abandoned ship. Normally pretty hard, but we've got this on the Rebel drop menu. The Reaper missile mech, which makes the entire mission comically easy. And Mission 16, which is locked. That's right, once again, we have to do some liberating in this region. So I put on my war crime hat one more time and began the liberation.
I'm liberating you.
I probably should stop doing that.
They love me so much.
Hey, can I have your autograph? Or a parachute ride?
And with 3 more provinces liberated, came Mission 16, Electromagnetic Pulse. This was the second Smooth Brain Generator mission, and I was confident. Things had been going great, and surely the rest of the missions would all be smooth sailing. No, we start by following some pipes, shooting some boats, and swimming into this tunnel.
Just keep following those pipes.
Coming out of the tunnel, nothing was out of the ordinary, so I assaulted some scientists, like a boss, and pressed this button to open the door. But it didn't open. Oh no. Our way around was in this tunnel. But in this tunnel, all my fears came true.
Oh no. Oh no.
Explosive jumping didn't work, and this space was way too tight to use the wingsuit. I died and hoped it would get me to the next checkpoint. It didn't. I'm gonna skim over a lot of failure here, but just know, I really tried. I really did. I tried pushing some barrels over and blowing Rico up like 1,000 times. I tried getting on this pipe. I got on this pipe. It didn't help. I blew up Rico another 1,000 times. Nothing worked. Well, fuck. At least the other times I had to grapple, it was because the game forced me to. This time, it really was because Rico simply couldn't get up this tunnel. Well, I guess I have to... Wait a minute, I have a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of this before? It's so obvious. All I have to do is consult the 18th Blood God Grungus, complete the Ouija board, ride the cow, pogo jump 13 times, and begin the mission suit up. This bad boy was gonna be our ticket out of here. Greg said no grapples, but nothing about no OP wingsuit. So once I completed suit up, I could take my newfound power to electromagnetic pulse, begin the mission, follow the pipes, shoot the guys, swim, jump in the tunnel, and launch myself to victory. Yes! Destroy the smooth brain generators and we're good, baby! I never doubted myself. That's another mission checked off the list. I am truly the best gamer the world has ever seen. Witness me and tremble. Wait a second. How do we get out? Oh no. Little did I know, This small tunnel was goo goo gaga baby shit. And the exit was this. This tunnel was about 80 meters tall, completely featureless, and utterly impossible to climb without the grappling hook. That didn't stop me trying though, over and over again, launching Rico again and again into the ceiling, expecting something, anything to happen. But it didn't. Hours later, nothing changed. The tunnel was too tall. It was time to give up. This was where it ended. But wait, you stupid fuck! Do you think I would go up that easy? I'm literally Martin Shito Pee Pee Poo Poo Pantalones, and I do not back down from a mildly difficult challenge. I'd been trying the exact same thing over and over again for hours on end, expecting a magical solution to appear. What I needed to do was think a little outside the box, and all it took was for me to make one simple connection. We just need to exit the cave. So what if I just went out the way I went in? Ooh yeah! With that done, I disabled the OP wingsuit and continued on to Mission 17. Tangled up in blue. Easy peasy. I blew up 2 million enemies, flew my helicopter into this cave complex, got out of the helicopter to swim through these fuck-ass underwater tunnels, and luckily on the other side I had enough space to, you know, do the thing. I did the thing, destroyed these 3 generators when fucking disaster struck. I once again had to exit the cave through a tiny vertical tunnel. Like, actually, it was fine. All I had to do was get to the rim of the exit and it played a cutscene. In said cutscene, Rico made this horrific face. And we won. And who else was there to greet us at the end but Giovanni? Bye-bye. Mission 18. Rico and the Rose. Ow. Going into this mission, I knew immediately that it was going to suck. And lo and behold, it sucked. The concept is simple. Get in this jet, shoot down enemy jets, get inside this fuck-ass plane, and land it. So I took off, shot down the enemy jets with extreme speed and efficiency, and made my first attempt at getting on board Rose's plane.
Ah! Come back here! Oh, no! No! No!
I got pretty close, but failed.
Oh.
Attempt 2, I failed again. Attempt 3, failed. Attempt 4, had a bit of plane sex, and failed. 5, failed. 6, failed. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, got really close, but failed. 16, failed. 17, 18, 19, 20, got close again, but failed. 21, 22, 23, 24, and finally, 25, I actually got it.
Oh, there we go! There we go! Oh. Okay.
Mission 19. I thought, after that ordeal, that everything following this was gonna be, you know, smooth sailing. Wrong! Fucking idiot! Why would you ever think that? Derailed extraction. This mission would not be smooth sailing because of this. Tio in his helicopter. First, I tried standing on the helicopter, as one does. That didn't work. I tried blowing up the helicopter. That didn't work. Not sure why. I tried going to where the helicopter was gonna take me. Also didn't work. While doing some testing, I moved the helicopter down to the ground with my grapple to see if there was some invisible trigger under the helicopter. There wasn't. I tried dropping in another helicopter since that worked on Mission 13. Didn't work here though, sorry fuck. I tried, and tried, and tried again, and again, and again, and tried again, and again, and again. Anything I could think of, I tried it, and none of it worked. Tio was still sat there, contemplating. Well, there was one thing. I mean, I could always just... Ass! Oh, well, look at that. Tio's on the move. Now what we have to do is follow him along and... Follow him along and get on the oncoming train. Surely this would be the easy part, right? Wrong! I missed the train and, for obvious reasons, I couldn't catch up. And then on the next attempt, I got run over by the train. And finally...
Whee! Beautiful. 3, 2, 1... Beep, beep.
I finished the mission. Mission 20. We were almost done. 6 more missions and my time in this featureless white box would all be over. So, the Great Escape. The one mission that would definitely be comically easy without the grappling hook. It goes like this. Clear the room out, hack the door, walk to the next room, clear it out, hack door, next room, and we're done. And what do you know? It's a fucking hole in the ceiling. God damn it! But using some big brain juice, I figured I could simply walk back out the way I walked in. And I was right. What do you think, Tio? Mission 21. Bavarium on a plane. Easy. Nothing interesting happened except D. Ravello went like, no, no, no! Mission 22. Mario pissin'. Hell yeah. Also extremely easy. Call in the missile mech, blow her up.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Done. Mission 23, which was once again locked. To unlock it, we needed to liberate even more stuff, this time in this region. So for one last time, I put on my good friendly guy hat and did some good friendly guy activities. Like this.
Here he is, professional badass.
And with that bit of liberation done, the final 3 missions were unlocked. The end was in sight. Mission 23, Bavarian Blackout. The third and final smooth brain generator mission. I thought it could be fun to try run up the mountain, but that's dumb. So I didn't. Thinking back to the last smooth brain generator mission, I was very worried that would happen again. But it didn't. So it was fine.
Yes!
Mission 24, Shatterer of Worlds. War. I helped the rebels win a few battles, flew this jet up to the central command tower, went splat, and the mission was done, unlocking us the nuke launcher. And finally, Mission 25, Son of Medici. We'd made it. The final mission of the entire game. If we could beat this, then we would have definitely beaten the game without any grappling at all, even once, for any reason whatsoever. So, I got on the plane, flew it into the volcano, met with General D. Ravello in his Golden Shield helicopter, and the fight was on.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Ah, fuck. Okay, let's call in the mech again.
Unlocks in 35 seconds. It kills me instantly! Come on, hit him! Hit him! Yes! Get in the back, get in the back, get in the back! Hello. Oh my god, it's that easy.
And with that, we'd won. Now, will you please let me out of this box, Mr. Horrors Beyond Comprehension, also known as Greg? Nah. What? Oh no. I recognize that bird sound in this grass. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Thanks once again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You can download the game for free from the links in the pinned comment or description on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and mobile. A huge bonus pack with my decal is available to new and 6 months inactive players on PC and consoles. Nice.
Let's make a pact. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job. want something? Shit, man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking... What the hell do you want this time? All that gawking at goods, and that's all you buy? Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off. No refunds. Deal's done. Now, beat it, fucker. My shop, my rules. You follow, or you fuck off. You're getting on my nerves, friend.
BRB.
Lordvis. Welcome to my channel.
cracks they escalated. Before we knew it was too late. We're breaking circles. Telling lies, lies, lies. When will you learn? Take its time to you later. Alright.
Ist. Morgen ist der große Tag. Wusstet ihr das? Dass morgen der große Tag ist? Ach du heilige Scheiße. Ich sehe hier gerade, bevor wir auf den großen Tag kommen, Zappo hat bereits mit der Tabelle angefangen. Hier sind die eher.
I wish I had a boo-boo trap right now. Okay, somehow I cannot grab snake. We got a trap card and someone to start, but well, I did not play that card yet, so I still need to try them out. You know when I see the pig hanging there, I want to eat bacon. Yum yum yum. I did buy a bacon though, today. So how are you doing today, Snack? Oh, yeah. People at East, 2 of them. Yep, 90, yep. Good, when the lunch finish. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think mid-range, like... Mm-hmm. What's your favorite art maker playing it? Oh. Don't watch too long though. The art maker, because I'm also an artist.
Da, dobro, dolazim.
Mhm. Come closer, guys. Yeah. Come close to me. I want to smell your neck. I want to smell your sweat. I think they're definitely going to come closer. Oh, oh damn. Wait, to lighter than that or doesn't work PVC? Oh yeah, you will. Ooh. Oh crap.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, 120. Okay. Yeah, we did not pick up the card yet, but I think they did. Yeah, they do have those. I think. Oh yeah, close. Yeah. Why is it so dark? Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, it's raining. Everything is so gray. So it seems like then Shodan doesn't want us to sit inside here because like. Ooh. I did not see them at all. Get inside right now, would you? Got him! Whew. We are clear. He does have a fucking nice skin of that gun. Damn. Maybe below or something? Oh. Ah, GG. Let me see, which part do I have? I have the world. And the world. The world. Necromanta. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very serious. Oh shit. It's also like very big. I cannot climb up. Oh shit! Nice. Ah! Whew, I almost died. Okay, let's see. What is it? Relentless. Ooh. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Aw, that's what every card. Yeah. Shadow Leaf. What did you miss? Well, we killed the team that was like near us. We killed them because they were like also killing the other guys. And we joined them and we killed them. And then I got the world part. Oh my god! Out of this, I got a leathering for the pistol. Oh, nice. Yeah. Now it's becoming very, very creepy. Okay, let's extract them. You tried the new weapon from the box? No, not yet. Not yet. But the beekeeper, he will be. He will try them out because he got a double Romero double. I need to go to the bathroom. Very, very bad. I need to hide in a toilet. Okay. I'll be right back.
Ow, 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 ow.
In the 90s, there were no patches or updates. When a game became too controversial, there were only two options: censor it or delete it forever. What if I told you that some of the darkest secrets of your favorite consoles were hidden in your own home? Today, we're not only going to reveal the games that never made it into your hands, but we're going to show you the lengths companies went to rewrite the history you lived. From seemingly innocent sprite changes to scandals that shaped how you play today. This is a journey through 5 levels of scandal, where each game is a piece of a cursed puzzle. Ready to discover what lies behind the screen of your childhood? Grab your controller, adjust the tracking, and prepare to learn the story that Nintendo, Sega, and Sony never told you.
En 1994, un RPG llegó a Occidente con una maldición invisible. Su nombre era Earthbound, y Nintendo sabía que su contenido podría escandalizar a madres, políticos y hasta sacerdotes. El delito, un simple crucifijo y un culto que adoraba a un dios llamado Gigas. Para Nintendo of America, cambiar símbolos religiosos fue solo el inicio. En la versión occidental, la secta Happy Happyist se convirtió en los raros. Las referencias a bebidas alcohólicas se convirtieron en jugo de uva. Hasta la muerte de una mascota fue suavizada porque, aparentemente, en los 90, los niños podían enfrentar dragones, pero no la realidad de una pérdida. Según el libro Earthbound Handbook en 1995, estos cambios se hicieron para evitar otro caso Mortal Kombat, donde el Congreso de Estados Unidos debatió prohibir videojuegos. Pero aquí viene el giro. Earthbound fracasó en ventas y Nintendo destruyó miles de copias no vendidas, convirtiéndolo en uno de los juegos más caros de Super Nintendo, hoy hasta $2,000 sellado. ¿Sabías que incluso el marketing fue censurado? El eslogan original decía "This game stinks", junto a calcomanías con olor a basura, pero en Japón el olor era a sudor de monstruo. Esto fue solo el nivel 1, pero lo que viene ahora cambió la industria para siempre. Corría 1990 y Capcom tenía un problema. Su juego de peleas callejeras Final Fight era un éxito en los arcades, pero al llegar a Super Nintendo, 2 personajes desaparecieron misteriosamente. Sus nombres, Poison y Roxy. El motivo, uñas afiladas, minifaldas y un miedo a que no pudiéramos distinguir ficción de realidad. Capcom no solo cambió su género, sino que reescribió su historia. En Japón, Poison era una luchadora trans, algo revolucionario para la época, pero en Occidente, Nintendo exigió convertirla en un hombre. Según una entrevista en 1991 con Yoshiki Okamoto, productor, la excusa oficial, limitaciones técnicas de Super Nintendo, pero un memo interno de Nintendo of America, filtrado en 2018, lo aclara: evitar debates sobre violencia de género. Pero aquí hay un detalle oculto que pocos notaron. Los sprites de Poison y Roxy nunca se desperdiciaron. ¿Recuerdas a Julie y Juni, las gemelas de Street Fighter Alpha 3? Son ellas, con diseños ajustados pero con el mismo movimiento de zarpadas que Capcom guardó en el cajón. Y esto no fue todo. La versión de Super Nintendo eliminó el modo de 2 jugadores, cambió sangre por sudor y hasta redujo el tamaño de la minifalda de Roxy en los flyers promocionales. El resultado...
Hello, you absolute legends. A few weeks ago I released a video covering the alleged Battlefield 6 cheater Riley CS, where I went through and debunked the biggest myths and misconceptions that were being spread. And at the end of the video, I said this. On the flip side, Riley hasn't been banned in-game, which could be used as evidence that she isn't cheating, especially given that according to their anti-cheat team, they have already prevented over 300,000 attempts to cheat already. Well, shortly after I released that video, I started getting flooded with comments saying that Riley had been officially banned. I even got comments saying that Riley had confessed and had been kicked off her team. And indeed, it has been confirmed that Riley CS was banned in-game by EA. And we know that Riley was banned because this video said she was. So, I guess that's that. Case closed. Riley is a confirmed cheater. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next... Well, you know what? I guess while we're here, maybe I should quickly double-check that video just to make sure there is some evidence to support that claim, because it is a pretty big claim. I mean, I know that someone would never lie on the internet, so it's obviously going to be a huge waste of time, but these days one of my character flaws is that I tend not to believe what people say unless they prove it. I learned my lesson the hard way. Given the title of the video, I expect there to be something like a screenshot or a video showing that Riley's account was banned. And the evidence must be pretty good because other larger creators were spreading it as if it were gospel. So let's see what Call of Shame's evidence is.
As you all know, the video caused a massive uproar because it clearly proved he was using cheats. When the beta ended, the clip spread everywhere, and EA was absolutely aware of it. Normally, EA shares highlight clips from the community on their social channels, but they stayed silent on this one. Why? Because they know something was off. It would be a PR disaster if they outright banned him, and it would be worse if they defended the cheater like Call of Duty often stupidly do. It's a lose-lose scenario for them, and I understand that. But getting back to the alleged ban, look at what happened when Riley tried to play the beta in the second week after the video went viral. Every time he got into a match, he was kicked out within seconds.
Did my game just fucking crash? My game just crashed. Nice. Guys, what is wrong with Battlefield 6?
He tried to boot it up again and was kicked for the second time.
Close my fucking game.
Wait, should we leave? The cheater now tried to repair the game files as he desperately attempts to log into the account that has been soft banned.
We need to ramp up the moderation.
He made it into a match, and yet again, the account was flagged and the game crashed.
I was getting a shout out from 2 big YouTubers, I guess. Dude, the door. My game.
He tries again, and for the 4th time in a row, his account was blocked from playing Battlefield 6.
Terrible news. My game crashed again.
How can I help you? What the fuck? This happened repeatedly, to the point where he had to log out and switch to an alternate account. On that account, he was able to play normally. The cheater was banned by Javelin Anti-Cheat, just not in a way that creates headlines.
Okay, so let me get this straight. EA thought Riley was cheating and wanted to ban her, but they were afraid to do it in a way that was obvious, so they rigged her account to crash shortly after getting into games, forcing her to switch to a different account. I have to admit, on its face, this sounds really, really, really stupid. Call of Shame is just making insane conspiratorial claims with no evidence at all. There was no evidence presented that she was banned, and Call of Shame has no idea what EA is thinking or doing. he doesn't have a statement from them, and they haven't said anything publicly. He is just making things up. And this is just a surface level glance. We haven't even investigated whether or not these claims are true. And spoiler alert, aside from saying that Riley's game was crashing, everything else Call of Shame said was a complete lie. Riley wasn't banned, and she wasn't using a different account. These are Riley's stats for the first weekend of the beta, and the account name is TTV Riley CS. And these are the stats for the exact same account for the second beta. So clearly the account wasn't banned. But Call of Shame said she was using a different account, and his proof was that the in-game name had changed.
During the first week of the beta, he was rage hacking on the account TTV Riley CS. As a result, that account was not allowed to participate in the second week. He was forced to switch over to his alternate account, where he had no issues playing for the entire length of the beta. As soon as he changed accounts, the problem magically fixed itself. So yeah, it does appear that that TTV account seems to have been soft banned for sure.
Well, the name changed because Riley stopped launching the game through the EA launcher and switched to the Steam launcher. When you launch Battlefield 6 through the EA launcher, your in-game name will reflect your EA account name, which in this case was TTV Riley CS. However, if you launch the game through Steam, it will reflect your Steam name, which in this case is just Riley CS. 2 seconds of research would give you this information. It was actually a pretty big problem. Many people were complaining that EA were giving them warnings because of their Steam name, and some people even had their EA account suspended because EA didn't like their Steam name. All that happened here is that Riley's game was crashing through the EA launcher, which was a common problem. So she switched to the Steam launcher, and it worked. That is why the name changed.
At this point, just use Steam. I'm in borderless.
Steam doesn't have the overlay issue, by the way.
Yeah, that might be the method then.
Yeah, I was curious if because of the overlay problem, if Steam just had like perma worse performance than the EA app version, and it's actually the opposite. It just never has that issue.
Okay, well, we're gonna get a game installing stream, part 2.
Just know that when you launch the game via Steam, it shows your Steam name.
That's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't let you back out sometimes.
Did you do any config files for your FPS? I did during the first beta, but then I had to reinstall my game today to go from EA to Steam, because the EA one just kept crashing, and I haven't done the config since then.
And if you search for Riley's Steam name, the one that shows in the game, EA will say that account doesn't exist. All of the stats for the second weekend show under the EA account name TTV Riley CS, the exact same account that showed her stats for the first weekend. And you can see here in footage of Riley's EA account that the Steam name account matches the name that showed in-game. There are multiple levels of deception in Call of Shame's claim. He lied about Riley being banned. He lied about her using multiple accounts, and then based on those lies came up with an insane tinfoil hat conspiracy theory about EA being too scared to ban her, and therefore they devised some bizarre plan of making her game crash at random times because they were afraid of making headlines. And people actually took this guy seriously. And by people, I don't just mean random morons on the internet. I mean huge reaction streamers like Tectone and Asmongold, who watched several of his videos. And Tectone and Asmongold are basically like baby birds with their mouths open, just eagerly gulping down whatever half-digested garbage Call of Shame decided to regurgitate up for them. They both question nothing and believe everything is fact without any hesitation. And their explicit acceptance of Call of Shame's videos then spreads to their audience, who blindly believe them also. In this case, the stakes couldn't be lower. We are just discussing whether or not some random person on the internet is cheating in a video game. However, I care less about the content and more about the implication that so many people are willing to believe whatever they are told without evidence. And then they will go even further and attack me and claim that I am a mindless defender because I don't do the same. I am less a defender of Riley as I am a defender of logic and not jumping to conclusions. I have never once said that Riley didn't cheat, and I even said that a reasonable person would look at her footage and assume it's cheated. It's just that I'm not personally convinced. But many people were angered by this. And in fact, things are getting a bit too insidious for my liking. Listen to this.
When Carl Jost put out a video attempting to defend Riley CS, I was honestly confused because he has some actually pretty amazing videos, and then I quickly realized why he did it. If you're going to make an impartial video, you should never let a blatant cheater dictate how you tell your story.
I made many points in my video, and Call of Shame addressed none of them. Instead, he just asserted that I was defending Riley because I talked to her. Or rather, he asserts the mere fact that I allowed her to speak with me means that I'm biased and everything can be discarded. Let me be clear, this is an evil philosophy, but watch how it spreads. Tectone reacted to Call of Shame's video, and look at how he responded.
When Carl Jost put out a video attempting to defend Riley CS...
Oh, this guy went in on me. Yep, trying to farm some really big internet updos. Yep. Oh, he said Tectone bad in 2025. Plus 1,000 karma. Good lord, man. The moment a video starts out with Asmon and Tectone bad, I'm like, I'm good. And you know what's crazy? He said both of those things in this video. Yep, why wouldn't he?
Now first, Tectone is a blatant liar. I never said he was bad. I made no personal attacks in the video whatsoever to a single person. In fact, I never even said his or Asmongold's name. All I did was show 2 clips of Tectone and disagreed with his logic about whether or not you could tell if Riley could track someone through a rock. I made no comments directed at him or about him at all. So imagine that. All I do is disagree about whether or not you could tell if Riley was tracking someone through a rock, and in response, Tectone lies to his audience. He tells them that I said he and Asmongold were bad, and that I went in on him hard. He lies and does this to get his audience to hate me, simply because we disagreed on some point that, in the grand scheme of things, is meaningless. Which makes it especially ironic when he leaves YouTube and blames other people for being toxic. But it gets even worse. Tectone agrees with Call of Shame that I shouldn't have let Riley speak with me.
And then I quickly realized why he did it. If you're going to make an impartial video, you should never let a blatant cheater dictate how you tell your story.
Yep. Yep.
This was shocking to me, given that Tectone has an American flag hanging on his wall. He even wants an American flag tattoo.
Getting more tattoos. Probably getting a collarbone tattoo and getting all of his arm sleeved up. Getting the American flag pretty soon with a little bit more than the American flag. I'm very excited about that.
I believe it is immoral to not allow the accused person to defend themselves. And that's also why it's in the Constitution. Of course, this isn't a real trial, but this is the court of public opinion, and the philosophy should still apply. But Tectone seems to disagree. Tectone pretends to believe in American values, but when he wants to attack someone, giving them any rights is seen as a bad thing. And if his principles crumble to dust this quickly and easily over something as significant as this, just imagine what would happen over something more serious. Asmongold also just blindly agrees with Call of Shame and doesn't bat an eyelid when he claims that me talking to Riley made me unreliable.
I was honestly confused because he has some actually pretty amazing videos.
He does.
And then I quickly realized why he did it. If you're going to make an impartial video, you should never let a blatant cheater dictate how you tell your story.
I would be happy to talk and share my side of everything.
I think I know someone who needs
Oh, so he just talked to him. Well, I guess, big surprise.
Now, I think if you sat down with Tectone or Asmongold and had a respectful conversation about due process and why it's important, they would actually agree that an accused person should be allowed to defend themselves. But clearly, they have allowed this situation to not only turn them into a pathetic liar, as is the case with Tectone, but to completely oppose something as inarguably necessary for a healthy society as communication and due process. As it stands, these people do not want a proper investigation. They already have their conclusion, and they are only interested in hearing evidence that conforms to their existing beliefs. The mere possibility of Riley providing any counter-evidence to me is triggering to them. And in my opinion, just this one point alone, the fact that they don't want me talking to Riley at all, is enough to prove that they do not care about the truth whatsoever, and simply have an agenda. Now, with that out of the way, let's expose more of Call of Shame's lies. Legends, back in the day when I was maturing into a dashing young man, there were two fundamental truths in life. The first was that every nerd wanted to be an elite programmer, and the second was that learning to program was boring as hell, which is why I personally failed programming in university and dropped out. But with today's sponsor Boot.dev, learning to code is nothing like it used to be. Boot.dev makes learning to program fun. It integrates earning XP, gaining levels, and completing quests to make it feel as much like a game as it can. You can learn a bunch of languages like Python, SQL, and Go, plus many more. And courses are structured really logically to make your progress as smooth as possible. But what I personally think is most amazing about Boot.dev is Boots. Boots is a personal AI tutor, and Boots is incredible. It's trained not to give you the answers outright, but to rather help you solve problems yourself, which is a much more effective way to learn. And I can go from having no idea what's going on to fully understanding how to solve a problem in just a couple of prompts. So if you're looking for a well-paying job and want a career in back-end development, or maybe you just want to learn to program for fun, Boot.dev is the bee's knees. Just click my link in the description or scan my QR code and use code CARLJOBS to get 25% off your entire first year on an annual plan. And of course, there is a 30-day no questions asked money back guarantee, so there really is no reason not to try it out. First, we need to address the elephant in the room. Call of Shame is an AI channel. We need to go no further than the fact that it's voiced by an AI. It's not even a real person. So it's pretty funny that anyone, let alone large content creators, would watch any of these videos and take them seriously. But I suppose my standards must be too high. Historically, Riley has been banned twice on Twitch. Once recently after her montage went super viral on Twitter, and once back in October of 2024. Let's listen to what Call of Shame has to say about Riley's ban last year.
Catgirl was actually banned for 7 days on Twitch back in 2024. Now back then, Twitch were extremely lenient for cheating. So if you got a 7-day ban for cheating, you were absolutely 100% cheating. There is no debate. This was a 7-day ban for cheating in a multiplayer game. And people are still defending it. Wake up, you bunch of morons.
He asserts that if you're banned by Twitch, that you are 100% cheating. According to Call of Shame, there has never been an instance where someone was incorrectly banned. And I guess that's why Twitch doesn't even give streamers the chance to appeal their bans. Because if they are banned in the first place, there is a 100% chance they are cheating. Well, except for that little tiny detail that Twitch does actually allow streamers to appeal their bans, because mistakes do happen. And funnily enough, after Riley was banned in October of 2024, she appealed, and her appeal was accepted. Her original ban was on October 18th. After appealing, Riley received an email on October 22nd saying that the ban was due to a mistake, with Twitch saying, "A member of our team has reviewed your appeal and determined that your account was suspended or blocked due to a mistake on our part." But I don't get it. This can't be true. Call of Shame said Twitch never makes mistakes. Twitch is basically God. Call of Shame also lied and said that the appeal of this ban was denied, and Riley served the full suspension.
As everyone knows, back in 2024, he was banned on Twitch for 7 days for cheating. He appealed the ban, but the appeal was denied.
Again, this is just a lie plucked out of thin air. It really needs to be stressed again that this is an AI slop channel producing a video every single day. It's impossible to do proper investigations and make videos this quickly at the same time. The only way slop channels can produce content so quickly is by doing no research, making things up, and hastily pasting together videos with enough padding as they can muster. And their audience is entirely made up of gullible people who don't understand how this slop machine works. In the case of the most recent ban, Call of Shame made a video titled "Leaked Twitch Document Confirms Catgirl Cheated," and he shows an email from Twitch saying the appeal was denied.
Newly obtained evidence indicates he was banned for cheating, served the full length of the ban, and had his appeal denied after a manual review of his gameplay and submission. They lied to you. All of them. They said he appealed, and that Twitch reviewed his gameplay and lifted the ban. But that's nonsense. His appeal was denied, both times. And in both cases, Riley had to serve the entire length of his ban for cheating in multiplayer games.
Notice how he claims that people said Riley appealed and Twitch reviewed the gameplay and lifted the ban, though doesn't produce a single piece of evidence to support this claim whatsoever, or any example. And I couldn't find anyone saying this claim myself. But more importantly, look at this email. Notice anything strange. Riley's name is misspelled, and the formatting doesn't match a Twitch email at all. The formatting is completely scrambled, and there are no hyperlinks. This email is completely fake. What's interesting though is that Riley did actually appeal this recent ban, and it was denied. Here is the real email from Twitch, and what's incredible is that the real email wasn't even leaked. The YouTuber Enders made a video on October 12th, where he shows the real email and says that the appeal was denied.
Riley got the Twitch channel that they stream on mass reported and falsely banned, when I emphasize falsely banned, because of this clip, right? And here's the appeal, here's the initial ban that Riley sent me. The appeal was denied, right? And Riley's Twitch account was, I think, suspended for 24 hours. As of recording this video, Riley is unbanned, so they will be back to streaming.
Then Call of Shame, 2.5 weeks later, on the 29th of August, makes a video titled Leaked Twitch Document, where, as echoed in the description of the video, he proclaims that he is revealing leaked screenshots proving that the appeal was denied, and also claiming that Riley defenders were lying and saying the opposite, and while doing so, showing a fake email. It's all incredibly bizarre to me. But again, this is what happens when AI is used so heavily to make a video. After getting called out for using a fabricated email, Call of Shame scrambled to find an excuse, and this is what he came up with.
In a recent video, I showed a document confirming that Riley CS was banned for cheating in multiplayer games. It also shows that he appealed, and the appeal was denied, meaning a manual review was conducted, and the reviewers were not satisfied with his gameplay. This is huge, as it completely refutes the arguments of mass reports, as it was a manual review. To make the screenshot easier to read, I ran it through a digital enhancer. In the process, the tool removed the mouse pointer and accidentally clipped the final S in the username, so Riley CS appears as Riley C. That's the only change. The screenshot isn't fake or manipulated to mislead. The enhancer simply misread the pointer and trimmed a letter.
This is obviously bullshit. This email is not an enhanced version, as in AI was not used to upscale it or make it better quality. It's completely different. The formatting is changed. The name is different. There are no hyperlinks. It's not enhanced, it's manufactured. Then Call of Shame says that the email isn't fake and that it wasn't fabricated because Enders had shown a similar email previously.
For those who still doubt it, even Enders, the super simp, has shown the same documents confirming that Riley was banned for cheating in multiplayer games. Ironically, while trying to argue he wasn't. And no, I'm not joking.
Perhaps next. Riley got the Twitch channel that they stream on mass reported and falsely banned, when I emphasize falsely banned, because of this clip, right? And here's the appeal, here's the initial ban that Riley sent me. The appeal was denied, right? And Riley's Twitch account was, I think, suspended for 24 hours.
So there you have it.
Though it seems pretty obvious to me that Call of Shame didn't know that Enders had shown this email 2.5 weeks earlier. Otherwise, why would he title his video Leaked Twitch Document and claim that he was the one revealing it? And why would he post on his YouTube a picture of this screenshot a day before his video saying the plot thickens, as if this was some kind of new revelation? Well, the real reason is because just a day before Call of Shame's video, a post on Reddit got a lot of traction that showed a screenshot of the email taken from Enders' video, claiming that it was a leak. So naturally, the AI slop channel that doesn't do any actual research immediately made a video claiming there was a leak. And then because AI is used so much by this channel, instead of just using the actual email itself, it made a brand new one, mistakes and all. There are many things to unpack from this, but the best case scenario is that the Call of Shame channel will fabricate and manipulate evidence instead of using the real thing. And because it's so low effort, they can't even be bothered to notice the name is misspelled and the formatting has been destroyed. Again, this is not AI enhancement, this is using AI to make a brand new email. And if the channel is willing to create an entirely new email and tamper with evidence, what other evidence is it manipulating and creating? Well, as it turns out, a ton. Call of Shame does this all the time. For example, when talking about external crosshairs, he calls them a cheat and says that the creator of the external crosshair that Riley uses says not to use it because it's cheating, and displays this quote on screen.
EA's website clearly states this is not allowed. Even the site that offers this overlay tells you do not use it in Battlefield titles. The anti-cheat will ban you for it. And why? Because it's cheating. So when anyone tells you it's not cheating, they are flat out lying.
However, if you go to the HUD site website and look at where this quote is pulled from, the context is completely different. The actual quote begins with, HUD site is not a cheat. It doesn't change game files or gameplay. So of course, knowing that he can't show you the real website, Call of Shame creates this fancy-looking partial quote from scratch. He then proceeds to provide an apparent quote directly from EA.
Even Battlefield themselves state, do not use any third-party programs and external overlays, because they will get you banned. The amount of bots trying to justify this is hilarious. It comes down to a skill issue. If you're not good enough, just say so.
However, this quote doesn't seem to exist anywhere, or at least I couldn't find it. Nor could I find any comment from EA regarding external overlays. This quote appears to be completely made up. Call of Shame also quickly flashes EA's terms of service, claiming that it clearly states crosshair overlays aren't allowed.
EA's website clearly states this is not allowed.
However, when you read them, there is no mention of overlays whatsoever. I guess you can try to argue that an external overlay is a modification of the game's interface. However, you could just as easily argue that it's not a modification of the game interface itself, but rather a modification to your physical hardware. In this case, the monitor. In practice, it would be the same as physically drawing a crosshair on your monitor or placing a physical object onto your screen. Something that speedrunners have been doing for decades. But more importantly than anything, these rules are prefaced with two words. EA believes. Not what you believe, but what EA believes. And the only way to know what EA believes in regards to external crosshairs in Battlefield 6 is for EA to make a statement on them, which they have not yet done. Now, going back to Riley's most recent Twitch suspension, when Twitch suspends your channel, it tells you which VOD was the culprit. And in Riley's case, the stream she was banned over was titled, Poor Cam to Prove I'm Not Cheating. And those of you who are particularly astute will see why this is of note. The original clip montage that made everyone say Riley is cheating didn't have a hand cam. So Riley wasn't banned because of the montage that people are claiming was cheated. It was actually the stream after. And you might say that perhaps the latest stream with handcam was also cheated, and that might be true. But there is an expert that disagrees. There is a very trusted figure who has conducted thorough investigations on Riley's play that says her gameplay with the handcam is not cheating.
This Catgirl person put out a new clip trying to prove he doesn't cheat. But let's be honest, this is just normal gameplay. All I see is someone standing still and spraying with a light machine gun. Everybody does that, it's nothing special. Where are the snaps? Where's the aimbot? It's a desperate attempt to convince people he's doing the same thing, but it's not even close. What he showed here is very, very different.
Hilariously, because Call of Shame doesn't do any actual investigation and therefore doesn't have access to important information, he will say things that are completely self-defeating and not even realize it. The reality is that Twitch didn't ban Riley for that famous montage or the stream that produced it. No one really knows why Riley was banned either. In his video, Enders claimed that Riley was banned due to mass reporting.
Riley got the Twitch channel that they stream on mass reported and falsely banned. When I emphasize falsely banned.
However, when I asked Enders what his evidence for this was, he said he didn't have any and it was just an assumption. It should go without saying that you shouldn't make claims like this so confidently without proper proof, even if your logic seems to be sound. And just for transparency, Enders did give me permission to show his DMs. Now it could be possible that Riley was banned due to mass reporting, and personally I would be inclined to assume that was the case, but we really don't know. What we do know is that Twitch only has access to the same information everyone else does. Twitch is only provided the visuals of Riley's gameplay. Riley doesn't play the game through Twitch like she does through her EA account. Twitch doesn't have secret knowledge about the software Riley is using, and if Twitch bans or doesn't ban someone, that isn't proof of anything. What we do know is that after Riley appealed, it was viewed by someone at Twitch who rejected it. But the appeal and the denial all happened within 24 hours of the ban. I'm not going to put any stock on a random Twitch employee who clearly hasn't done a thorough investigation. The stream in question was over 6 hours long. And remember, it was the hand cam stream done later on, not the stream from the montage that got all of the attention. So the montage had nothing to do with it. I struggle to believe anyone did an investigation of a 6-hour stream all within that 24-hour period. The notion is ridiculous, and it's hilarious for Call of Shame to assert that Twitch is some kind of authority on cheating. So just to recap on what we've covered so far, Call of Shame lied about Riley being banned by EA, he lied about Riley using multiple accounts, he lied about Riley's appeal being denied last year, and his use of AI is so egregious and lazy that it literally creates entirely new documents with obvious spelling mistakes that he fails to notice. These are the big lies that make him completely unreliable, but as we will soon see,
What's up guys? Today I'm going to show you how to craft the perfect +3 level melee amulet for your melee build. Your amulet could even turn out look
he basically lies about everything. Here, Call of Shame shows the Steam group for Team EXE and says they all have game bans attached to their account.
They have a whole bunch of cheaters actively in this so-called org, if you can call it that. I mean, come on. They all have game bans assigned to their accounts. It's just laughable at this point. The same org that Enders and Riley are in are all cheating. I'm not making this up, people. You can check it yourself. It's insane.
Call of Shame says to check it out yourself, so I did. The group has a total of 93 members. You would think, given what Call of Shame said, that most of these accounts would have bans, if not all of them, as he literally said. But of those 93 members, only 5 of them have bans associated with their Steam accounts. 3 of them are for bans that were 6, 7, and 10 years ago, respectively. And the other 2 are 1 year and 2 years ago. So 5 out of 93 members have a ban of some kind, with 3 of those being over 6 years ago. And Call of Shame says all of the players have bans.
They have a whole bunch of cheaters actively in this so-called org, if you can call it that. I mean, come on. They all have game bans assigned to their accounts. It's just laughable at this point.
Again, this isn't a defense of Team EXE. It is only to show that Call of Shame says things that are false and uses extreme hyperbole to make points. And really, saying he uses extreme hyperbole is basically me being nice. It's essentially just lying. Call of Shame's use of logic is astoundingly poor, which is evidenced by the way he talks about Shimmy. Shimmy was the Team EXE member that was kicked off the team for using an aimbot in Battlefield and Call of Duty. And then it was uncovered that he was also cheating in Kovacs as well. I made a whole video about this a few months ago, but listen to how Call of Shame describes this situation.
Team EXE, or XE, whatever you want to call them, I don't really care. They had to make a public statement and admit he was using soft aim. And because the situation was so public, they really had no other option.
Forgive my French, but this is truly fucking stupid. He says that Team EXE removed Shimmy because the situation was so public that they had no choice.
And because the situation was so public, they really had no other option.
That is an amazing claim. When Shimmy was banned, no one outside of a tiny community knew who he was. Shimmy's montages, the ones he cheated in, have a grand total of 6,000 views. And that's months after I and other people heavily covered this story. Shimmy was an absolute nobody when he was kicked. Riley's montage that blew up, which is apparently obvious cheating as well, has almost 100 million impressions. So according to Call of Shame, Shimmy's cheating, with his montages that had just a few hundred views at the time, was so public that Team EXE had no choice but to kick him, but Riley's 100 million...
Freya Hartman? Is that you?
Yes.
You've been here a while.
Longer than I can fathom.
Any ideas on how...
My boy. And with him, it must be Runesmith. It is the only way.
Captain Grisham Hart?
I also fear...
Well then, best we fuck. Now get your ass. I'll stay with Freya.
Please hurry.
What you need? You've been out here for so long.
Shellfish. And hope.
Remarkable.
Save the fancy.
Hasn't she been through enough?
There were times... I almost...
Now look what you... I remember your boy, Freya. Captain Hart. Capable, good drinker, too.
He's the apple of my...
Really? I thought
We're still family.
Aye.
Family this, love.
Don't test me, darling. Till next time.
Hello. I know very little of it. Drew us in.
It is known. Mirages, whispers, lies. Every captain I know has reported
Something's wrong out there. With the... I have to get out.
Yes, it's all...
I just have to get... It's been too long. All I remember is the horror. I crawled through the sand and mist, and when I opened my eyes, safe.
Explain this.
Something about these Karui totems keeps the malice of the...
How are you so sure this substance will save...
Are you not familiar with the power?
Beresium's the very foundation of Kalgur and rune work. We call it truth metal. As they say, what is runed becomes...
A metal born of the very...
Danig would know more of the detail, but if a skilled smith imprints the rune for deadly on a sword, that's
What delightful
magic.
Whatever you say, little...
Farewell.
Momci se igra karte.
Ne, kakve karte. Pa, vidio sam ovdje imam challenge da sa makom napravim 1000 štete, a sad sam to počeo da igram i napravio sam samo 132 štete.
Svaki dan dobiješ 5 onih Yu-Gi-Oh karata, dobiješ booster deck.
Jel'
Da, svaki dan dobiješ 5 karata.
Kako da vidim ovaj Snake, ono šteta koja je napravljena?
Kako da vidiš?
Koliko sam igraču napravio štete?
A to možeš posle meča, ne možeš u toku meča, osim ako
Dobro, posle meča, evo, posle meča sam dao.
Pa imaš tamo one challenge menije, pa piše tamo u tome challenge meniju, piše koliko si uradio štete za Bog.
Pa ne mogu da vidim posebno baš koliko sam tom igraču štete napravio, ja to nego sam vidio da gledaju jebate.
Ne. Ne da ja znam. Misliš onome kad se završi meč pa da ti ispiše koliko si radio kome? Da kraj tek to uradi. Ne znam, možda grešim. Koga si gledao? Psycho Ghosta ili Raka? Koga?
Ne, ja igram pa zato.
Ne, koga si gledao da provera te statistike?
Neko je gledao, sad ne mogu se sjetim koliko.
Ma ja.
Gledao tad koliko je štete napravio.
Znaš kako možda kad gledaš one challenge. Pa pogleda po tome ono zaključiš koliko možeš da uradiš. To mi jedino zvuči logično.
Ja.
Izvoli.
Ovo je spreman, evo.
Mogla je da ostane slobodno gore.
Evo jesu.
Meni se čini da ovima sa konzola užasno radi ovaj Helldiver 2. Znači kad god uđem u neki meč da hostuje neko, da nisam ja konkretno host, igra šteka samo tako.
To je meni bilo pre neki dan, jebote kad sam igrao, vidim secka mi igra.
Ne secka tebi, nego hostu secka.
A rekao nešto konekcija me jebeo.
Ne, nije to do tebe. Nego taj ko hostuje, njemu igra radi jako loše i onda osjećate svi kako štuca. Bukvalno teleportuješ se. Neprijatelj se pojavi ispred tebe na milimetar, bilo i toga. Buba mi se pojavi s leđa ili onaj debeli, onaj od Luminata, pojavi se iza ćoška. Ne vidiš ga ni ne čuješ. I ako baciš par puta onih po 500 kila bombu, primetio sam to će kraše ljudima igru. Danas sam vidio na moj oči kako posto puca igra. Bukvalno stoji umjesto i puca i ono puca jedno 10. Koliko je pucao? 3 sekundi je pucao umjesto. Ako nema oliko municije sigurno. A on zalago i ispao iz meča.
Fino.
If you come to this place and have any idea how to destroy them, please do. Tavakai, chieftain of the Tukohama tribe.
A vas dvojica tražite random trećeg, a? Pa jesi probao opciju, jel radi?
Da, evo radi.
A mislim nije to kvanta mehanika, izgleda da njima je bila kvanta mehanika. Ko vas dvojica ste ono duo. U suštini treba samo da vam nađe solo igrača da ga ubaci kod vas u tim. I to je tražilo neku crnu magiju sa krajtekove strane.
Ne znam.
A izgleda da jeste, što kaže
koordinat. Da. Sad ću ja da zapucam, kad krenu na mene ti udri. Jesam jednom. Ovaj ne igra jebika. Vidi ovo. Gde je? Kako ne mogu da ga spektatam? Evo ga. On ne igra. Evo, krenuo je sad. Nice support, man. You have little babies, man. I understand. Evo i on je dobio headshot. Ej jebote, ne znam s ovim makom da igram, a to imam ove misije, jebote.
Imaš šta normalnije, da lakše.
Da sam imao veterli, tačno bi mu dao headshot. A nemaju svi iste, bro.
Da. Ne mogu ti sa igraču raditi ako nema istu misiju po ti.
Znam, kako to moguće ovdje mu gledam što ne radi baš sjajno. Pa dobro, ali nisi izašao iz partija, samo si izašao iz meča.
Clouds. Welcome to my channel. Hello Mr. Snake, the Marco rifle is my favorite rifle in the game, brother.
How do you like new Pokemon mod?
Može kafan, ti ne spavaš. Vjerovatno je ovaj izaš.
Do you like smoking meth behind the church at the bayou?
Znam, gasi pa ponovno.
I actually am not.
Nordvis. Welcome to my channel. Snake, come play Hunt Showdown, man.
No, I don't play Hunt Showdown, I drive bugs. Apparently my friend told me I'm just driving bugs around. That's...
Pazi ovo sad, Ilija.
Da,
Ima misiju deal damage enemy hunters using long ammo, dobro, i deal damage to enemy hunters using any variant of Mako. Ja sam uzeo Mako i long ammo eksplozivnu municiju. I ne slaže mi se, ovdje imam 290, ovdje 415.
Zato što ne trakuje ti eksplozije ammo. Ti koristiš custom ammo, ne koristiš long ammo, jel me sad razumeš? Obrati se kritiku. Tako.
Good father Mr. Milan is troller with beetle bug.
No. Mr. Milan says I'm not playing Hunt, I'm driving bug around. So I'm not playing Hunt. It is what it is. That's my life now.
Pa to ovo nešto jako sporo ide, jebote ovaj.
Event?
Ne, nego jako mi se nešto slabo pune ovi poeni.
Zato što ne ideš u onu boss arenu da ubijaš bube. Onu s paučinom, znaš?
Ono stići.
Morate nešto doraditi. Momci, vraćam se brzo, samo da vidim nešto. Is a person named Cloud here?
Salam.
Yes,
I want to snipe him in game, but I never see him play.
Yes, maybe he's streaming now. Check it out. He says I'm not playing Hunt. He says I'm riding bug around.
He is live.
He is. You can stream snipe him. No, or they are using option use third random guy. Try to be their third random and then troll.
That would be funny.
Troll.
That would be so funny.
Troll to the max. No, I'm not even joking. Wait for them to search for a guy. The third guy.
Wait, that's actually genius. Cause I'm 6-star.
Yeah. Just watch them now, and literally stream sniping.
Oh yeah, Dark Tide got updated.
Yeah, it did. Well, but your girlfriend doesn't want to play it, so.
No, we played it yesterday.
She played it. I'm impressed.
By the way, I didn't update Hunt. It's 20 gigabyte update, and I just got it on my PC.
Yeah, it is.
Like an hour ago.
I'll melt it down.
It takes like I don't know what they're like updating. I'm assuming this update is gonna stay in game. Like at least like bugs are gonna stay in game.
Yeah, I think the spiders will, but I think they're gonna remove that fucking hill they put into the game.
You mean the what's it called? Hellfire map? Inferno map?
No, the big hill, you know, the big spider hill. I think they're gonna remove that hill
the boss arena.
when the event. Yeah.
That could happen easily. Yeah, I can see that.
Because I don't see a reason why that would be in game.
I mean,
also, I think that those guns they added should not be only in the lair. I think you should find them in the towers as well.
This is like a test, you know, to see if the players like it. If the more players are gonna use it, they're probably gonna leave it.
I think they should add them to those big towers, you know, not the small ones, but the big ones. I think that makes sense. Because usually you find better shit than the big ones anyways. So why not
I don't know. I don't know if I want to listen to his stream. He's like max cringe, and he's talking as if I'm like next to him. I'm just gonna be pissed off if I like listen to his stream.
I don't have the stream open. I'm downloading the game.
Tough shit. Was that really a Minecraft mod? With like
yeah, it's a mod.
It's not even mod. It's a fucking Path of Exile in a Minecraft.
You know what it's called? It's called Craft to Exile.
It's not even a joke. I watched the skill tree and I was like, wait, is this Path of Exile? What is this?
It is, yeah.
It is. Like at this point, just play Path of Exile. Don't play Minecraft.
I don't have it. I don't have it, man.
I mean, I can fix that for you. The only thing you're gonna need is your time. It's not.
I'm gonna buy it eventually.
I mean, is that like a really an issue? Yeah, just the money? Is that it?
No, I have money. I just didn't buy it. Adele doesn't have money. She can't buy it.
Well, she's a student. It's kind of you know, like easy to understand. I mean, I did wanted to gift it to at least one of you two, so the other one can buy it for the other one. But apparently,
that's funny. You don't have to.
No. How did I die?
I
got one-shotted by fucking something.
Mega troller.
What the actual fuck?
Well, go to the bathroom. Give like a minute. 1 second.
How can I advise? Thank you.
Well met. I've forged a few fineries. I think I know someone who needs this. I'll melt it down. Find a use. Farewell.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello, Snaker. Kako si?
Odlično.
Tak treba.
Hvala što pitate. Ja sam ti otišao u toalet, ako sam dobro shvatio. Rekao sam mu da stream snipe onog mog grlatog prijatelja.
Aha, baš smo komentirali Milana kako zajebavaju na serveru tvom.
A nije nego zato što je jednoumac, razumeš, i rekao sam mu da je gej. Ne mogu da opišem, jesi ti ikad pratio drugog muškarca okolo? Nisi siguran.
Pa ne.
Ja ne mogu iz kuće da izlazim da one sedne na bajci i onda se promuva po ulicama i kao slučajno uvijek natrapa na mene.
Bože dragi.
Rekao sam mu da je gej.
To je malo zabrinjavajuće.
Pa, pošto se tebi ne dešava, tebe to ne treba da brine, ali pošto se tiče mene, ja sam mu rekao da ću ga, bude li me prati okolo, će ga jednog dana sam ubiti. To je to. Neće znati kad sam spakovao ručnu sekiru. One male portale u torbu. Samo da mi se primakne, rekao sam. Rekao sam mu, priđi. Ne odgovaram za sebe.
Tako je.
Kako ste vi, momci?
Ja sam ok, sutra zubaru, opet idem.
Puko zub ili?
Karijes popravljam.
Koliko si li sad opravi zuba?
Za sad 3. Još par imam. Malo više.
Ja kažem da imam jedno 8 zuba za krpeni i gore na donji želici.
Pa tako ću ja, može više. Tako što godinama karijes imam.
To ti je loša voda, loša hrana jedina. To je što je.
Da.
Pereš ti zube, ali to je tako.
Bio sam kod drugog zubara, ali lik mi nije rekao da karijes imam. Sad se prebacio kod ove zubarke, kaže mi da karijes imam onak, ko tu kog jebe. Onak, zbunilo me. A i pušač sam, da, može biti od toga.
Može.
Šta se igra?
No, igram 5 2.
Kak ide?
Ja šta znam, na nekom Gustevskom ostrovu, ovo ti kao Pirat iz Kariba varijanta.
Aha.
Fino urađeno. Gledao sam jučer neki screenshot što je Cloud igra sa curom.
Da?
Meni ono deluje kao, ja sam ga pitao je li ti to Path of Exile, on kaže ne, Minecraft. A to je mod za Minecraft koji se zove Path of Minecraft ili Minecraft Exile, kako se zove, nekako u tom.
Da.
Rekao sam mu da kako izgleda taj mod da ko da igraš Path of Exile, da mu je jeftinije da kupi Path of Exile da igra.
Može ja, uzmem sada sljedeći mjesec. To i Clair Obscure.
Ja imam 55 sati, ali mogu ti reći da nisam to morao da radim. Ja sam se tukao sa bossovima koji su namenjeni kad pređeš jednom igru, da se vratiš kao po njih, da ih ubiješ naknadno. Ja sam ih tukao iz prvog playthrougha.
Aha.
Znači i prema što sam završio glavnu kampanju, zato što mi je to bio izazov. Nije da su nemoguće da se pobede, nego imaš tos. Imaš bossa koga možda pobediš tako što ga samo gađaš. Ne možeš da ga tučeš melee. A čitava igra ti je kao melee, kao tuča i bacanje magije. Ovog bossa ne bacaš mu magije, ne udaraš ga, samo ga gađaš. I dosta onako neobično.
Dobro večer. Dobro večer. Dobro večer.
Nisam rekao Ediju da si teo da stream snipuješ ovoga Milančefa.
To je genijalno.
Genijalno. Evo sad. Skideš još uvijek.
Da.
Jebi.
Znači šta skida?
Razbriga. Hunt. Update nam.
20 GB. Karte ne izgledaju jako zabavne, ali ako hoćete da ih stave, da budu se stalno u igri. To što imaš koliko ima, bog te. Ima skoro 10 karti ima u igri.
Ona karta Chariot mi je jako interesantna,
zato što misle da će da izađu s mape, a ti iskoristiš Chariot, zatvorim se izlaz.
Da,
šta sad?
Ali znaš šta mi je cool? Zato što ima extraction u sredini mape. Ako iskoristiš tu kartu.
A otvori se novi, ne sad mape, šta?
Da, ima jedan extraction koji se samo otvori ako neko iskoristi kartu. Znači ako neko na mapi iskoristi Chariot kartu, otvori se extraction u sredini mape.
Pojavi se kočija samo?
Ne, Znači to je uvijek na mapi sad, ali se samo otključa ako neko iskoristi kartu. Znači uvijek je zaključan, samo ako neko iskoristi kartu onda si uključen.
A zaključaju se ovi sa strane, uključaju se ono u sredini, tako radi?
Da.
Aha, znači može taktički da se odigra isto. Nice.
To je znak zapravo game changer karta.
Motherfucker. Pitao sam se o čemu se radi. Ovo je brod koji tone. Ja sam stojao na njemu i lutovo blago i talasi su ga polomili. Ja sam vidio da me nešto ubilo, nisam znao šta je. I developeri trolleri. Mislio sam da me monster napao, ne, plima je uništila brod i potonuo sam s njim, nisam ni znao što se desilo.
Rest in peace, Mr. Snake. Drugar Frost.
Pepperonis.
Drugar Frost.
Komrad.
I think I know someone who needs this.
Pa ti spor net ili baš sporo piše fajlove? Ja pretpostavljam sporo piše fajlove po hard disku.
Moram onaj double barrel koristiti, Isuse, to će biti tako brutalno sa slagovima. Općenito brutalno, broken
Ako hoćeš da ga isprobaš pre nego što ga uzmeš prvi put, imaš da se učitaš u treningu, znaš, u onoj tvrđavi.
Znam.
Ja bi ti preporučio da pucaš barem 5-6 komada da vidiš kako puca generalno.
Pa izgleda isto ko Romero, samo sa dvije cijevi, doslovno nema razlika.
Više podsjeća na Rival, samo što je mnogo precizniji. Mehanički podsjeća na
Rival. Pa isti kurac.
Isti kurac, ali duža cijev. Drugačije se ponaša.
Pa točno to. Znači doslovno je Romero.
Ne, Rival opucavaš iz ruke, bez nišanjenja, znaš ono. Tu od 5 do 10 metara. 10 metara naučna fantastika za Rival. A sa ovim, ako fino ne nišaniš u metu, možeš da ga dekneš na 10 metara, 12 kod šale. Sa jednim. Ne sa dve, sa jednim.
Pa da, mislim, ciljanje doslovno ništa znači u Hunter sa shotgunom. Jednak imaš baš
Znači, ako ti je preko 5 metara, zato što će ti spread ići svuda. Ne znam kako misliš da ga pogodiš.
A ne, spread se ne smanjiva.
Ne smanjuje se, ali ćeš... Jesi gledao kako igra taj bezumnik sa double barrelom? Kad opuca na 10 metara, pa samo digne dvocevku na desni klik i opali, bez nišanjenja i šta mu Bog da. 90% slučaja je promašaj, ako je preko 5 metara.
Ja sa shotgunom nikad nisam ciljio tu igricu, osim ako sam im slagao. Zašto nema smisla ciljati, sve uvijek je isto.
Treba samo da ti mušica, cijevi, bude na njegovom grudnom košu. Toliko možeš da cilješ. Sve ostalo nije važno. Ne možeš ga gađati u ruku ili u nogu. Šta, ubio si nekoga tako hitfire.
Da. Ja shotgunem samo hitfire, ja nikad ne ciljim shotgunem.
I koliki ti je kill percentage, tako?
Skoro uvijek. Shotguni su broken. Branded oružje.
Jesu branded. Koji sve koristi?
Kako što se rekao, jednak imaš slagove, onda je zapravo skill base, što možeš zapravo ciljati. Donekle. Ali su nerfali slagove, mislim se kako su ih nerfali. Znači, kroz zid su ih tako jebeno nerfali da to je retardirano.
Ne, nisu samo slagove, sva oružja su izgubila na
znam, ali slagovi su baš jako nerfali, što je meni to žalostno.
Moja pretpostavka je zbog cheatera je to urađeno, nema veze. Da.
Ali jedan, kako se zove, jedan jako fucking, kako se kaže,
da?
Kako se kaže na fucking hrvatske riječi?
Probaj na engleski, reci.
Thin, fucking... Thin, znaš, ne širok jebote, kako se kaže?
Tin je tanak.
Da, tanak, jebote, nisam se mogao sjetiti riječi.
Reci tin.
Uglavnom, jako je tanak zid, onak doslovno najtanji zid u igrici i fucking redusa metak za, onak nema smisla, jo kak je žalost, ne. Ja sam bio onak pola metra od lika i ja sam ga upucao sa slagovima u prsa, doslovno od pola metra. I ja sam njemu napravio 145 damage. I on je mene fucking ubio sa jebenim Springfieldom. Ja ne mogu vjerovati.
Springfield radi dosta šteta. 130.
Pa da, ali on je trebao biti mrtav. Ja sam njega prije, znači ja sam njega pogodio 145 i on je mene fucking ubio. To jebeni ubio. Dobro, nije me on ubio, njegov teammate me ubio.
Ti si njega gađao sa slagom, jel?
Da, bio sam doslovno pokraj njega.
Na koliko distancu?
Pokraj njega, pola metra sam bio.
Pa onda ide pitanje šta će ti slagovi?
Kroz zid. Pa imao sam ih zato da ih imam, kuž zašto, ne znam, našao sam fucking misije pa sam ih koristio. I ja sam bio pola metra od njega i ja njega nisam...
Većina ljudi koji te ubije sa slag municijom te ubije tu oko 10 metara. I onda se postavi pitanje šta će ti slag municija. Da, dobro pitanje postavljam. Osim streamera koji mimuju, niko ne koristi slagove preko 10 metara. Nisam vidio da iko ubio ikoga sa Nitro Expressom na 50 metara. Jedino sam ja headshotovo. Pre jedno 2 godine sam uzeo Nitro Express, headshotovao sam čovjeka bio na 56 metara, u glavu sam podio. Dok nije bilo bullet dropa. Bio sam na Golden Acresu, bio sam sa one strane šume, to je ona strana prema vodi, gdje je brod. Tu sam bio u šumi, on je bio gore na krovu, pored prozore, šunjao se, ja sam ga upucao u glavu i to je to bilo, sa Nitro Expressom. U glavu.
Ja sam malo prije koristio fucking Nitro, tako jebeno je kad jedna put. Sam se svojiš sad. Mislim, ne možeš više ciljati samo
koriste
što su
kao
makali.
shotgun.
Pa zato što su nam napravili shotgun, doslovno beskorisno sad. Mislim,
pa zašto kupuješ $1000 shotgun? U čemu se radi?
Ja to kupujem iz mima.
Pa to svima imaju, niko ne uzme da uzme bossa ili nikjeda.
Jel niko ne kupuje više automat, zato što automat je doslovno onak donekle beskoristan, doslovno je samo shotgun. Za šta drugo možeš koristiti automat, za ništa.
Bilo je onih exploitova za municiju da je opucaš metak pa bile skripte kao da opucaš jedan metak pa pritisneš reload i on kao ne potroši 3 nego 1, ali to više ne radi, ja mislim da mora da 3 spava.
Da, više ne radi. Prije se mogu, znači točno kad opucaš, kad stisneš da opucaš, mogu si cancelat druge metke tak da switchaš prije nego što su opucali.
I tako da spamaš po metu.
I jedan po jedan metar. Da. Ali još uvijek bi ti koristilo 3 metra, ali po opucu bi 1 metar.
Koju to klasu igraš?
A ja sam inače vještac.
Aha.
Blood Mage. Glavna klasa ti je Witch. Ali... ja sam kao Blood Mage. To ti je kao podklas.
Vidio sam da ima podklasa kao da se može transformat.
A to imaš kod Mage-a. Mage može se transformiše u Infernalistu, Infernalista može se transformiše, ja mislim, u demona. U demonicu.
Aha.
I tako imaš kao tu demon form. To nije loše. A inače kad startaš, ljudi igraju ko neće da razmišlja previše, samo gura glavni taj svoj skill tree, to ti je gura ga pravo i onda ide levo i desno malo, jako malo levo desno. A viš, ja sam napravio zaokret prema, ovo ti je skill tree od Mercenarija. I ovo ti je već skill tree od, šta je ovo je Mage ili Hunter, zaboravio sam. Jer meni se jebe za njihov, kako oni su smisli da ti igraš klasu. Ja ga igram kao...
Moram ti pokazati svoj build u Minecraftu.
Ja ga igram kao pet build. Moraš da im pokažeš svoga Dodoa.
Moj build u Minecraftu. Moje talente i skillove.
Znači, ako bi ti neko teoretski uzeo
Repentless edit.
Path of Exile 2,
Welcome to my channel.
ti bi onda giftovao del, jel tako?
Salam.
Dobro.
Aha. Dobro.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Salamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Put uzguramati.
Šta? I don't
Volim Isuse
understand.
Marija.
Oh my god.
Rumun.
A Rumun?
Din pula mea de handicapat.
Bă.
Kako sprahaš?
Bro, Silent Hill is so fucking cool.
Wait, are you playing the new one or the old one?
I'm playing one.
Oh, you're playing the old one?
Yeah. You wanna see?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if I can even stream.
I'm fucking downloading Hunt though, so it might be like really bad.
Izvoli. Uživaj. Samo
What the fuck?
ne mogu da refundam to, moraš da prihvatiš. Žao mi.
What does it show? Does it only show the game or the stuff?
I'm terribly sorry. To ne može da se refunda. Neću da biti više.
Okay, cool,
Eto.
okay, cool. Čekaj.
GG.
Okay, hvala.
Ništa.
Čekaj.
Sad nemaš izgovor. Night Train je malo dosadan gameplay. Ovo nije sigurno.
Čekaj, ajde mi misliti.
Koliko nas može biti u partiju?
Mislim da je 4. 4, 6, tako nešto.
Hello.
Hi, I want to help his mom. My mom bought from AliExpress, she bought like a thing that prints out on stickers that...
What?
Yeah, she bought that you can like open application, you write whatever you want and it prints on a sticker.
Okay.
So I was helping her. It's pretty good actually. It costed like 15 euros, but it prints pretty okay. It prints everything and you can customize everything. You can even add stickers. She bought that because she often like puts food to freezer and she needs to like mark what the fuck she throws. She wanted to have like a label printed. What are you guys doing?
I just give
Please
you
don't
cloud
speak all
carry.
at the same time.
Wait.
So one is playing Silent Hill, one is playing what? Hunt?
Completely.
Okay, how do I do this? Okay, like this.
What are you doing, Roger?
1 sec. I'm downloading Hunt. Updating.
What are you doing, Smooth?
I'm beating some cursed sea captain.
Okay. Open your computer and go on Steam.
What did you do?
No, I did it. Then he did it.
He did it.
Then I did it.
Why did you do it?
Why not?
What's wrong with you? Thank you.
No, you're welcome. And he's
You're
welcome.
both silly.
Yeah, we are.
Where's the stream?
How much big is the game?
25. Dirt cheap. And you got the
25? It
Listen.
says space required 112. What are you talking about?
Oh, the space
It's
is hard.
112, yeah.
Well, it's big game, you know. It's good graphics also. And you got
Danny, can you open the map again?
classes.
I'm just exploring. I'm supposed to go to the school over here, but I'm going up to the next floor.
Oh, you got the
No,
new
wait, can you
Silent
close
Hill
it?
game.
Close it and open it. Close and open. Close it and open it. Fuck. I'm trying to... Okay, do it again. It looks so funny. Wait, look. It's like a PlayStation 2 screenshot. Let me upload. You don't have to stream it. You don't have to open the map anymore. I just wanted to screenshot.
Fucking shit. It looks so bad.
Oh yeah, you got...
Oh, Daniel,
Huh?
are you playing the Silent Hill remake or the new one?
He's playing the first one.
Oh, the
He's playing the
PlayStation
old
1. PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that Japanese one? I don't get it.
It's the newest one, DF, Silent Hill F.
Oh, but why is it Japanese?
It doesn't make sense actually, you know, because the original is located in the small city next to Chicago.
No, that's what I'm
There's
saying.
dogs.
Like, wasn't it always like American, whatever?
Yes,
Now it's fucking
yes.
Japanese.
Yeah,
How does that make sense?
Team Konami, Team Silent actually sent people in the USA to make photos of like small, you know, rural places. And they made like a game in Japan.
If I'm being real, like watching this while downloading the game actually looks like I'm watching PlayStation 1 gameplay. Because it's like 20 FPS for me.
Can't wait for fucking.
Actually, it's 10 FPS.
For Resident Evil to be Chinese.
Danny, what's that? What's chasing you? What is that?
There's a lot of shit chasing me.
There's a bird.
This game is getting, it's like, it's being emulated at
Is that a
33
baby?
FPS.
Oh, which
Bro, what did I say? Fetus.
which emulator are you using?
Duck Station, I think.
Ah, yes. I would recommend using EPSXE.
I don't wanna go through the fucking hassle of trying to like... Do you see this screen, like the settings?
Yeah, that's the lazy one. You don't want to use that. It's a crappy one. Trust me.
Yeah, but I had to like change all the fucking settings. I mean, most of them were already preset, but I had to change like the sprint was on a shit ass button and I had to change that. A lot of the buttons were on 1, 2, 3, 4. I had to change those. Some of them are on like random keys.
I think that's the emulator that uses probably the old, what's it called, the PlayStation BIOS, from the BIOS like 1.0, which runs really slow and like crappy. That's why it's, you know, like that. I've been playing like yes.
If Yosef's listening with the sounds, the fucking static means there's shit nearby, like all of these retards.
Yeah, I can hear the static.
Oh, you're running game at the double speed or something.
Yeah.
It's doesn't supposed to run like that. It's supposed to run really slow. But the monsters, the monsters are faster, man.
When I was playing it on normal, bro,
Yes.
my fucking game was running on 15 FPS. I could not do that shit.
So your emulation is problem. That's why you increased game speed.
Yeah, it's on 125%.
see.
Where is it? Settings. What's the settings? What's the settings?
Isn't the second option total fast load? Is that?
No, simulation. Yeah, I'm running 125%. If I go to 100%. Holy shit, I'm so much slower. And
No, it's
you can see the fucking FPS dropping.
Well, it's supposed to run like that.
Yeah, but it was being an eyesore. Get in, bro! Man.
I mean, because you run it at the double speed, it's hard to react.
Yeah. I also had a knife. I don't think it does much though.
Is this the game where you find the pyramid head?
I'm not sure.
No, Pyramid Head appears only in the second game.
Oh, it's where you play as the girl, right? I know in one Silent Hill you play as a woman.
In the second game, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And those bloody rabbits, like, is that
Third
the
game.
one?
Third game.
Third game. No.
Third game, yeah.
What's special about the first game? Any good monsters or something?
The story is more hardcore, but it's kind of goofy in a way. The second game is more like a horror movie.
And which game are the nurses? Are they in the first one? Or are they also the second one?
Nurses.
Yeah.
The fucked up ones from the hospital.
Second one.
Also second
I
one.
think also the first one should have them. Mother cocker. What the fuck is this?
God, this looks so old. Danny, you should download the whole. You should play the fucking apartment.
I will, well,
Room?
the third one or what? Or
Room. Room is the
That's the
fourth
third
one.
one. Yeah.
Wait,
The fourth
room,
one?
room is the fourth one, yeah.
Yeah, the room.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It has like
I
a...
played that one on my PlayStation too. I played that one. I was really scared of it though, because I was like a little kid and I was so fucking scared of the sounds and shit that was in that game.
Is this shit like readable?
It says... I have no idea what that says. Oh, this one. That's readable, yeah. But the fucking red text in the background, it's so blurry, I can't see shit. What the fuck is this lines?
Yeah, I can't see either. The fucking game's upscaled to 720p and I can't read anything unless it's like this, so yeah. Some of them are readable, but not this one. Yeah, it's fucking demented. What is this? Can I interact with it? And sometimes I'm trying to wonder whether I can interact with shit or not. Like, most of the doors that are closed you can't interact with, and then for some reason this one just opens.
It's a game designed from the 90s. That game came out, I think, 97 or 98, something like that.
Yeah.
It's like
97.
It's a first generation of PlayStation games. And it's like a really rough. And the better example for PlayStation 1 would be Resident Evil 3, which is like a peak action type gameplay, and the Dino Crisis 2. And the Final Fantasy 9 has the prettiest graphics in that era. But that's like one of the...
Is that where you play as Cloud?
No, that's the 8th one. That one, the 8th one was made for the, you know, Westerners. It was not really intended for a, you know, Japanese Asian market. It was targeted, you know, the character design and the story and, you know, whole of it was designed for like Western people.
What do you play as in the 9th one?
As Zidane. Funny name. He's like he looks like a monkey.
Wait.
Just type in
Final
Fantasy 9.
Fantasy 9 Zidane.
Zidane, yes. He's like looks like a monkey with a tail.
Oh, yeah, he does look like a monkey.
It's like
Who is he? I've never seen this.
He's a thief. He's like a really strong character. He's a jokester. Like at the game spawns on 4 discs, I think, and like a first like 3 parts of the game,
thanks.
he's a joker, and in the last part he's like a depressed. It's kind of a it's kind of a funny.
You know why I like it?
Well,
that they're not trying to tell me where the fuck to go by painting everything in fucking yellow paint or
no, you find hints. You find hints, and they let you do all the work.
I didn't find any hints yet. I mean, besides the fact that everything that I can pick up or interact with is bright as shit.
I mean, they did tell you something like, oh, maybe I should look for her in the school. Like,
oh yeah, the map. Like, oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to go here, and then legit just walk you to the map. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Yeah, I have to go out and start shooting everything.
Did you play Final Fantasy games?
No, I didn't. But
You
I
like
want.
them? No.
Also,
I want to.
Also, Cloud.
Isn't wait.
Yeah.
Isn't Sephiroth from Final Fantasy?
7? Yep.
Yeah.
And couple of other games, yeah.
He is arch nemesis of the clouds, you know.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Let's equip you for the journey. Farewell.
What the fuck are these things?
What did you wanna say, Snake? Hello.
I don't know.
Snake.
You blew my mind. Something about Clair Obscur, you know, the French game, is actually really inspired by Final Fantasy 9 and all the other Final Fantasy games.
You mean the gameplay?
Yeah, the gameplay and the mini games.
Yeah, it looks like it.
The mini games also.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. For me, it really looks like those like old school fantasy. Fantasy
but
games.
before Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is something else. It's like a very different game.
You know what this reminds me of? The Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
You know that old game called Cry of Fear? Or what was it called? I think it's called Cry of Fear. It was like a mod for another game.
Laboratory.
Half-Life 1 was it?
Yeah.
Or Half-Life 2.
It really reminds me. Yeah. Danny, I think you should play Cry of Fear. If you like this type of game, you should definitely play Cry of Fear. But that game is also demented.
It's kind of different. Like, I think you would wanted to say that Cry of Fear is inspired by Silent Hill, but okay.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
That's what I meant, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. You're not being judged. Yet.
What the fuck are these things? They're just fucking goblins with a knife?
No. This is censored version of the game, by the way. In the original version, they were babies. Little children ghosts. No, I'm not even joking. In the original Japanese version, this is censored version. You can look for it.
Playing the US version?
No, you're playing censored version.
GG.
It's really hard to find like a OG version without censor. You're playing censored version because they removed it. You can find if you can find the original disc with the uncensored, things, you can get like a really good money for that.
Is that why it costs $200 fucking dollars?
Probably.
Everything on eBay costed around 200 to 300. Yeah.
No. For example, you know the game Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth?
Oh yeah.
Is that a strategy game or
the
normal?
It's strategy. You cannot find that game anywhere.
Oh.
You can find it as a physical copy. Yeah, that's it.
What
you
is
see
it?
that?
It's a baby.
It's a baby,
The
yeah.
goblin.
Yeah, it's a baby.
A ghost baby.
But the problem is, you see them as a ghost that doesn't attack you. In the uncensored version, they're like really real babies that attack you.
That's funny.
So Konami, Team Silent, had to censor it.
They were fools.
Well, that was like 1990s, and if it was made today, it wouldn't be made probably.
Meant to say alchemy? What the fuck is?
There is like a bizarre game that I played. It never went live. I played it on like a demo game disc. It's like I didn't know it was like really rare. You cannot find that shit anywhere. It was like you were fighting in like asylum against like mad people, and the trick was you played as like a maximum 4 people, and it was like deathmatch, everybody against everybody. Each man or like each madman for himself, and the trick was like every time you injure opponent, his leg or arm goes off until you cut his head off.
That sounds fun.
I forgot the name. That game never came out, and if you're really lucky, you could find it on like a demo disc. It never came out. It had only 1 level and like a really weird character, like a midget with like a claws, like a really skin woman that was like dressed, BDSM.
Danny, he's still breathing. Kill him.
Bro, he's not.
He is. You need to kick him when he's laying.
Kicked him already.
Yeah, when he's laying down, you need to kick him to make sure it's dead.
I think the game automatically reloads the pistol for me because sometimes I just check it and it's full reloaded already.
You mean when you reload the next area?
Oh. No, the pistol, like when I shoot it, it has 15 rounds.
Okay.
And then it just reloads randomly. I don't know when the fuck it reloads. Sometimes I shoot like 7 shots and then I open the inventory to reload it, but it's already got 15. So I don't know if it's worth it to try to manually reload it every time.
It's kind of cheat because you can pause game anytime to heal up,
Yeah, but I mean it's not Dark Souls, so...
It's old. No, it's old game design, In the new games, like a Resident Evil or stuff like that, the healing takes like time, so they can kill you when you do that.
The healing with biohazard, you have to Well, you could actually still, when you open inventory, the game still pauses.
Depends which one you play. In some
Well,
of them, it doesn't
I don't know.
pause.
I played only the remix. So I have no idea.
Yes, some of them pause the game for you, but some of them don't.
God, Biohazard was such a good game, and I played Village, also very fucking good game, and I played the I think Resident Evil 2 remake when he's in the police station.
That's
Is
the
that
best.
the second one?
Yeah, that's the best one.
I played that one, and I played the one after that. Is it that the third one? I have no idea which one. I don't.
That's a crap because they cut the the game in half. The game, the original.
Yeah, it was like really short. Yeah.
It was good game, but really short. It felt like they cheated up on players.
I don't know. For me, like people complain about it that they're like really bad games. Like no, but like it's probably because they have nostalgia from the old games. I don't have that, so for me, their games are fucking amazing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't misunderstand me. Like, but when the original game was like double the length of the new game, it felt kind of bad, you know.
Yeah.
Like the old game was made like really long.
Is that a cat? Danny, go back. Is that a cat in the corner? Up there.
Maybe.
Up in the corner. Is that a cat? He looks so fucking retarded.
Oh, this one?
Look at him. Is that a cat?
Oh, no. Yeah, I want it to look like a cat.
It could be, yeah.
It looks so fucking stupid. It looks like a cat.
It's a PS1, you know, graphics. What would you expect?
Yeah, that's also a cat, bro.
You notice that when your character runs, sometimes he can trip and fall over.
I noticed that when you go to a wall, he kind of like braces.
Yeah, bounces off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
they
has to be like a straight wall.
Yeah, they made him like that.
Who are you?
You know,
Like that.
in Resident Evil games, you're like you know, like a super cop, whatever. In this game, you're like a normal, you know, average day person. So that's why you behave like that.
But I remember there was a loser. I heard the fucking shit. He's somewhere around this hallway. I don't want to go there, so I'll just go around and fuck that shit. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Don't you get more like guns in this game? I think you have a shotgun as well, no?
It says it's a shotgun, but it feels more like a sawed-off, you know. It says shotgun,
Yeah.
but it's like a really short barrel, so you know, whatever.
I can't open the fucking doors.
Then who's crying in the bathroom then?
It's a fucking. It's the burr.
And
Oh,
you got also a rifle, which feels like you're using shotgun. You know, animation wise.
Bro, it's trolling.
Oh
How
my
do you do
God.
this? What is he doing?
This is the worst
Get off.
blowjob ever.
But he like grab your legs, bro.
He was pulling his balls.
He wanted to suck on.
Get damaged.
Yeah, suck him up. Suck his life energy.
I keep on going in these bathrooms, but I can't open any door. I only found out the 4 bathrooms like one time I found munition in it.
Oh, did you watch? Did you watch the movie? The old movie?
No.
Oh.
I didn't.
No.
Too bad.
I think I watched the Resident Evil movie. Yeah, I watched that one with the like the demon dogs. I remember.
Yeah, but that one is action, and the Silent Hill movie is more like you know, like horror. It's really good. It has like really good effects, practical effects. There is like a gruesome scene with a what's it called, the pyramid head, where he takes like a woman and he strips her like skin of her body.
Oh, I think I've seen that. I've seen that scene.
And they actually made it. You know, they made the actress, you know, being like nude, and they strip her like with like a fake, you know, skin, and they really made it like tore off like something that looks like a flesh, but you know, it's clearly not like her skin.
I'm gonna watch that today.
Look for the, you know, playtime, and there is like two
I like this
versions.
noise.
There is like a version of like 90 minutes, and there is version of like 100, like almost like 2 hours. Watch the longer one. It has more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has more horror scenes. For example, you know, you're like looking at like a censored version because at some point at the beginning of the movie, you know, the main actress teleports from like a police car to like a school without being explained, because that scene contains like a scene with like a little baby children ghosts, and I think they, you know,
Oh.
Americans probably censored that fucking shit.
They're like, goddamn Japanese, goddamn Japs.
No, the movie, no, the original Silent Hill movie is made by, you know, American, like, you know, movie makers. But
Goddamn Japs.
but they had to censor it because of their like censor board. You know, because of the
Goddamn.
what's you need like a acid, I think, for that. Probably
Goddamn.
a
Points, law,
chemistry
heads.
chemistry cabinet. I'm not sure, and I'm not like reading guide. I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, I'm here, but is there anyone else? I think I have
Try
go out.
to. Maybe it's
No, I-
upstairs or downstairs.
Maybe it's like
I
a
still have to check everything else here.
Because
May-
there's no chemistry class.
Maybe
You
no.
need to
There
find
is there is a lab equipment room. Maybe it has chemicals.
Yeah, I already went. Yeah, it has chemicals. Wait.
Oh, the
Yeah,
lab
okay.
equipment room.
Yeah.
Aren't you in it?
No, this is
Isn't it right next to you?
No, this is a classroom.
I saw it on the map. Online.
It is next to him. Oh, it's that.
Oh,
Yeah, it's that. He already has.
you did it.
Yeah.
Okay, done. Crazy. The hand is open.
Snake, do you know that
Let's go.
PlayStation 2 games obscure?
My godfather, the one that drinks a lot, he played it.
Yeah.
It's not bad game. He played
I
it.
bought
Which one?
PC
both
version?
of them.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think you can play them on PC, right?
yeah, you can.
It's
Danny, there's a lot of
it's
babies.
a funny game because it's a horror game with like multiple protagonists, and I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
I don't know how it's like a horror game if you have like 6 main characters.
I mean,
I know.
maybe
Is it like Dust Till Dawn?
No.
kind of like, but not really.
You mean Until Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one with the
yeah,
werewolves.
that's the game. Yeah.
But that game is really good. That's the game you wanna play.
Yeah, but that game also has like a fuck ton of main character. Well, if you wanna keep them alive, that is.
No, not really. You don't wanna keep everybody alive. Half of them are like you know, goofs.
I think if you keep everyone alive, that's the good ending. I think.
Nah, you just keep the killer alive, you know, because I think if you fail the killer guy, you know, what's it called, the actor, like Rami Malek, you know, the guy with the big eyes.
Yeah.
He was in Mr. Robot. You probably, you know.
Yeah, I know him.
He's like apparently like a killer that he's trying to like, you know, get vengeance for his sister death.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
from what I understand,
But then the when the ghost shows up.
yeah. Well, killer meets monster. Wow, original guys.
Killer meets monster.
Really original. Like there is that whole movie called like Freddy Krueger versus Jason.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
old. That's old.
Yeah, it's a funny like you know the Jason.
I think I might have seen that actually.
Jason is like a mythic killer, you know, the unkillable guy that uses like you know machete. And and the Jason is like a spooky guy from dreams. If you dream about him, you die.
Isn't Freddy from Dreams, but Jason
Nightmare.
is with Machete.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Yeah, well, the problem is like they kill Jason. They don't kill him. They just like bury him like under the water because he's afraid of the water. They drown him and he's like dead, but not really dead. He's like sleeping on the bottom of the lake usually. And somehow the Freddy summons him.
Oh, wait. Is that the scene where he's like walking out of the water with like fucking shit all over him?
Yeah.
Is that from that?
I think. I'm unsure.
I
but
remember seeing that.
I mean, there is like a big fighting scene where the two, you know, monster killers fight each other off at the end of the movie. Who's gonna kill the mortals?
Yeah. It is the one I was talking about. This.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's this scene. It's this.
It's probably at the beginning of the movie that he exits the lake and he's like all muddy and dirty and whatever.
I like how I know all of these, but I haven't watched any of these movies. Maybe I actually did watch them, I just don't remember.
Interesting how like you have a limited, very limited arsenal of weapons and it kind of works. You have like one pistol, one rifle and one shotgun and I think that's it. And couple of you know, melee weapons.
Quickly.
Oh, this is the end of the movie where Jason kills Freddy. But then Freddy is apparently alive.
Freddy is like a, you know, dream demon. He cannot be killed, apparently. You can just like forget about Freddy and he won't like invade you because you don't know about him. That's how it worked in a movie. Like the old people from the town made like made children and everybody like forget about the Freddy, so Freddy doesn't show in the dream because you know nobody knows.
So he doesn't exist. I mean,
no, it's kind of smart until he you know tries to make himself you know, oh you know, I'm here, mortals dream about me, whatever. One desk has drawings of a little girl. That's the thing you're looking for, I think.
Okay, just wait. I have to get this thing closer to me so I can shoot it without it dodging, right? But the camera angle. Oh, okay, I don't have to shoot them. They're just retarded.
It's, you know, for spooky effect.
I like how they make puppy sounds or something like.
Like a seals or something.
I mean, I think I went in all the classrooms and I haven't seen anything on the desks.
You know, I never understood Freddy's power in like, you know, Dead by Daylight. I never understood how the fuck it works. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Do you know that the Freddy kills Johnny Depp?
He does?
Yeah, in the second movie. It's like a really gory scene where the, you know what's it called, Johnny Depp sleeps like in a bed and the Freddy like pulls him inside and kills him.
Yeah,